one day. This is all 3 days, and we'll be giving you those and telling you how to do it. And it's going to be on the text line. And that's why we did the change. We changed it by a couple of numbers just to be able to activate contests like this. Remember, we'd always do text line. We'd always do call-in or go to the website and sign up. Now we can do it directly to you with the text line. So if you would like to be at the Lenovo U.S. Grand Prix.
Who wouldn't want to be?
Who wouldn't be?
I mean,
you and
gotta
150,000 others.
I mean, come on, man. You ain't got to be a fan of racing to going to be there. It's going to be a spectacle.
Another international event here in Austin,
man.
Texas. You're talking about 3 days of racing, 2 epic concerts. The Killers and Queen will be out there. Queen, of course, with Adam Lambert featuring. That'll be an unbelievable show. It's coming up next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And it's going to be great to be on the Germania Insurance Super Stage. So we'll tell you, Ty's going to guide me through this. We've never done a text contest, Ty. We've never done
First
this
time
before.
for everything.
I'm still figuring it out, too.
Hey, we're going to learn together, all of us.
Hey, man, but that's what the text line change was about. It wasn't just to mess you up. It was to deliver this type of direct access to cool contests like this.
Nice.
And our first big one, how about starting with the U.S. Grand Prix? You and 150,000 others out of COTA next week rolling. This week, it's ACL Fest Weekend 2.
We also have our little competition today. Did you forget about that?
The basketball? No, I'm playing. I'm ready to play some hoops.
Oh,
Gotta hype it up today.
Do we have the? Okay, you know what? We got to get into the details of this later on.
Apparently, because we're big on the internet, social media bits.
The internet, yes.
Social media bits.
Yes, Dad. The internet.
Sorry. The interwebs.
You old.
The internet. We're doing some shooting baskets today. Is that right, Ty? We're gonna play some horse or something.
I think 3-point contest. And some free throws. Me, you, Patrick Davis.
Ooh, Patrick's showing up. Patrick's a baller.
Yeah, I know.
Patrick actually plays basketball.
We're gonna have to figure out, the actual format of the challenge here, but definitely there'll be some shots going up.
I thought y'all should have just played horse, old school.
I told you at my house we used to play Hogan. We did
exactly.
play Hogan.
Maybe. We'll see what the text line
says.
says.
Easy. That's just easy peasy. But 3-point contest is cool. I just don't know if y'all gonna make many. I'm worried about it just being a dud of a contest.
Can we edit them if they're like 10 misses in a row?
That's what I'm saying.
Get my make.
Horse is easier because everybody just does shots that they know they can make, and then you think you can make, and you go, damn it, I can't make that shot.
Okay.
So I'm just throwing it out there. But y'all, the 3-point contest, I do like that.
I do like that.
I'm a terrible 3-point shooter. Terrible.
That was I could shoot free throws.
Oh man, I'm
and
terrible.
I can shoot threes.
I think we all consider ourselves shooters. So
yeah,
I'm not a shooter. I'm a junkyard dog. I play defense, play hardcore defense, and I'm a team guy. I really don't want to be a shooter. I don't need to do that. I'll fast break.
So you played basketball a lot like you played football.
Yes.
You were trying to cover people.
Yes, I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm that annoying dude that's defending you even on offense, and you're like, well, dude, you're on offense. Get away from me.
Would you get off of me? Get off me.
I will shut the other.
We're at the YMCA.
Show me their best player. I will shut him or her. I'll shut him down. That's what I'll do. But I probably won't give you much offensive production. But I'm a good team guy. Hustle. I go after those loose balls, 50-50 balls, all me. I play hardcore D, and I do force turnovers. I know my game at this point. It is not an offensive guy.
There you go. So we'll be shooting some hoops today for social media clicks. That'll be fun. Also giving away some tickets. Somebody already sent us a test on our text line. Yes, it works. We got you loud and clear. Right there. So appreciate it. We'll be giving you details on that coming up. Hey, let's get to the headlines, trending topics to start this Thursday morning into our weekend. Let's do it. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring it to you. Start with Major League Baseball, and that's right, the first ever All-Texas American League Championship Series is set. One day after the Texas Rangers locked up their first ALCS berth since 2011, the Houston Astros clinched another trip to the Final Four with a 3-2 win in a tough, tight contest in Minneapolis last night. They beat the Twins 3-2. Houston wrote a pair of big home runs and outstanding pitching to their 7th consecutive trip to the ALCS. They'll face the Rangers in the first ever playoff meeting between the two Lone Star rivals starting Sunday night. Twins third baseman Royce Lewis opened the scoring with a solo homer in the first, but Michael Brantley quickly matched that with a solo shot of his own in the top of the second. Then in the fourth, Jose Abreu homered for the third time in 2 games. A 2-run rocket gave Houston a lead they never relinquished. Jose Urquidy and 3 relievers combined to allow just 3 hits. Hector Neris and Brian Abreu combined for 5 strikeouts over 2 1/3 hitless innings. The closer Ryan Presley struck out the side in the 9th for manager Dusty Baker.
Well, hey, man, they know us, and we know them. And I know Bruce, and he knows me. And I know Mike Maddox, and it's going to be a heck of a series.
Yeah, there you go. Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker hooking up old rivals from the National League back in the day. They'll start Sunday. Game time has not yet been announced for Game 1. National League, one half of the NLCS is set as well. The upstart Arizona Diamondbacks finish off a 3-game sweep with the LA Dodgers with a 4-2 win last night in the Desert. Stunner there. 6-seeded Snakes will now await the winner of the Braves-Phillies series. Phillies are now up 2-1 after they smoked Atlanta yesterday 10-2 in Game 3. Bryce Harper launched a pair of big home runs. Nick Castellanos also went deep twice, part of a 6-dinger night for the home team. Phils now have the 104-win Braves on the brink of elimination for the second straight year. They can close it out with a win tonight in Philly. NFL Week 6 kicks off tonight in Kansas City. The 4-1 Chiefs hosting the 1-4 Broncos in a major mismatch on paper. Defending champs have reeled off 4 straight wins since their Week 1 loss. Last place Broncos have their 6th different head coach or interim coach in place since they last beat Kansas City. That game will kick just after 7 tonight. College football weekend kicks off tonight as well with how about a Big 12 matchup down in H-Town. Houston, the Cougars, host 4-1 West Virginia. Dana Holgerson facing his former employer. Texas fans can get a look at their next opponent. That would be the Houston Cougars tonight. That game kicks at 6. Also tonight, SMU is at East Carolina.
All right, it's official.
Yes,
now
sir.
we can talk about it. We ain't got to worry about jinxing it. The Texas Rangers versus the Astros in the ALCS.
How sweet it is.
First time ever that you've had an LCS game, series between 2 teams in the same state, which is pretty good. It's pretty cool. And honestly, I think that the Astros right now, I think this could end up being, and I know they said they don't play well at home. And I wonder how many fans will travel in this series. But man, I still feel good about the Astros, even though the Rangers are probably playing better right now. But that's both teams are playing well, but the Rangers are just they're streaky, like you said, and they're on the streak. They're streaking.
Well, and the Astros are pitching. I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, their bullpen is locked down right now. I mean, this is what led them to the World Series last year and the World Championship last year. To me, is clutch hitting. From different guys throughout their lineup. And then, look, this is not a homer thing, but on paper, the Astros have a huge advantage in the bullpen versus the Rangers. That's really the biggest. Both lineups are really good and deep. They got all-stars up and down. Josh Young coming back for the Rangers has been a big jolt for them. Remember, he got hurt. He was on his way to winning the Rookie of the Year in the American League, got hurt his thumb, and now is back. And then Evan Carter has jumped into their lineup to even further extend a really good offense. But the Astros can match them offense for offense. Starting pitching is probably advantage or even at this point, especially if Max Scherzer may come back. We'll see. But the Astros have a really, really strong advantage in the bullpen because the Rangers have struggled in their bullpen. Not in the postseason, but it almost hardly has mattered because they've scored 32 runs in 5 games. They haven't had any close games. They had one against Baltimore where it was a big lead that got kind of tenuous at the end in game number 2 in Baltimore, but they were able to close it out. Houston, though, if you go back through the month of September and even into this October run now, their bullpen is back to being as good as there is, right? Because Jose Abreu could be a closer, and he pitches the 8th inning typically. Hector Neris is as reliable as they get in the bullpen, and Ryan Presley has scuffled a little bit this year, but he looks to be on point. Remember, we had the conversation about him tipping his pitches at one point, and I think he's gotten that under control with his curveball because it's such a devastating breaker. That's where Houston has the real big advantage. But
it's because the Rangers are ahead of schedule, basically. Because that right, they haven't built the bullpen up just yet. They've kind of started building other parts of the roster, and they've done a good job of it. Obviously, started pitching, and you talked about how loaded they are. I mean, they get 6-7 All-Stars on that team.
Look, they're both really talented. There's not a lot that separates the two. That's why it's going to be. I mean, they both won 90 games, right? They finished the exact same record. Astros won by virtue of the tiebreaker. They won the head-to-head season series. Both have experienced managers. Bruce Bochy's won 3 World Series. Dusty Baker's won 1 and been there a million times. Both have deep, heavy veteran lineups that can beat you in a lot of different ways. But really the only thing I look at and say one team has a distinct advantage, that would be the bullpen. It's a 7-game series. So that, in a 3-game series, which the Rangers have played in a 5-game series, the bullpen doesn't become as important. 7-game series, it does. Now, starting pitchers can become, relievers in series like
situations,
this. Yeah. So that's where Bruce Bochy will come in and try to help him spot his spot there. I mean, look, this is a very even series. I would not at all believe. The other thing the Astros have is the experience in this spot. The Rangers have not been here since 2016, but as we talked about headed into the playoffs, the Rangers have a ton of guys and a manager who've been here many times.
Mm-hmm.
So that shouldn't be as big of a curve. Astros have a home field advantage, but as you said, Astros are under 500 at home.
They like being the villains on the road. So,
And as you just heard Dusty Baker say in the headlines, we know them, they know us. I know Bruce, he knows me. They go way back. Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker back to their NL West days when it was San Diego and San Francisco and all those matchups. This should be fun. This
storylines galore. You got
storylines across
everywhere,
the board, man.
Yeah, I mean they're really plentiful.
MVP candidates on both teams. When you're talking about Yordan Alvarez and Corey Seager and guys, Jose Abreu is kind of a disappointment for the Astros during the regular season. The big free agent signing has been huge in the postseason. So yeah, it's there's not a lot not to like about what's going to start on Sunday. We don't have a game time yet. Waiting on how this National League side settles, and in that part, you got Bryce Harper staring people down, whacking home runs last night in a raucous Philadelphia. That's a fun series. Diamondbacks are in. How about that? The 100-win Orioles, 100-win Dodgers are out. The 99-win Rays are out, and the 104-win Braves are on the ropes.
Like you
and
said,
all the lower seeds are coming after them.
They might as well be two different sports: the regular season of baseball and the postseason.
No doubt.
they're basically just very different. You can almost construct the roster just to win in the playoffs, and even some of the most talented rosters. Although, in the regular season they could be dominant. Everything changes in the playoffs.
Everything changes in the playoffs. And there's already the discussion about, is this week off a disadvantage for the teams who get the week off? That's being discussed because the Dodgers, Braves, Orioles, there's enough of evidence. The best teams all year have all been knocked out by teams. Like the Astros and Rangers are 90-win teams. The Diamondbacks won 88 games. Phillies, the lower seeds are beating these higher-seeded teams. And the idea is the week off because, again, the teams that play in the wild card play during the week. Those four teams that get the week off don't play for about a week.
So is it a rust versus rest thing?
Yeah, kind of. Well, just change the routine. You just talked about you're a creature of habit, right? Yeah. It's just baseball players you have to be, man. It's every day. It's a grind. And all of a sudden you're not playing for 5 days or 6 days in a row. And, again, but you got 300-win teams. The teams who are the best all year, but you just said it. It's a different animal, completely different animal. The playoff baseball versus, it's pitch by pitch, inning by inning. Everything is magnified this time of year. But there are 3 100-win teams that are either out or on their way out in this postseason right now. And it is an interesting discussion. According to FanGraphs, by the way, the chances of playing in the 2023 World Series right now, Astros are 47.5%. Rangers are 41.2%. So, percentage points separating the two. Braves and Phillies are still there. It's
tight.
Because there's every opportunity the Braves could come back and win this series. It's just they're that good. But right now the Phillies have the upper hand there. But we're one series away from having the Final Four in baseball. Pretty cool to have the All Texas bragging rights.
Oh man, the atmosphere is going to be unbelievable. It's going to be electric. It's like I said, there'll be some game if it gets, depending on how deep the series goes, and I think we all assume it's going to go into deep into the series because they're so evenly matched. One of these games potentially, with everything on the line, win or go home scenario, it's going to have like a Texas OU feel to it. It's going to have a Texas A&M feel to it. Well, that kind of feel to the game. Because it's going to be rivals, and man, just going to be so much at stake on the line.
And with Texas OU, one thing about it's going to happen every year. So you get a chance to come back. You don't know when this is going to happen again.
Agreed.
Right?
Yeah.
It could, but it's never happened before.
No.
And the Astros have been in the American League for quite a while now. It's never happened. So you just don't know when it's kind of like that last Texas A&M game. You just don't know when it's going to happen again.
That's
so
true.
You'll have bragging rights for forever at that point. And that becomes the challenge, the really cool twist. Ty is our Ranger fan in the booth. Ty, what is your level of optimism
He's feeling
here?
Good.
I'm feeling confident.
Feeling good?
He should be. The Rangers are playing some of their best baseball of the season. It should be.
It doesn't matter what happened in the regular season, just like Rod said. It's a whole new season.
It really, that's the truth, though. Look at it. The evidence tells you that regular season, man, that's a whole different animal altogether.
I've had a lot of Astros fans in my mentions on Twitter, and that's all they can bring up is the record in the regular season.
Was it 9-4?
Well, I would say
matter.
this. I think you're right. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt it's a different season, but there is familiarity, and that can't be not part of the equation because they know one another so well. A lot of times when you play a team in a series, you don't see them that often. Maybe you didn't see them since April or May, the way the schedule goes.
Yeah.
Now, these two teams played 12 or 13 times this year. They see each other every year. They scout one another. They know each other very well. So
that's why there's a comparison to the Texas A&M rivalry is probably a little bit more accurate because you don't see them, obviously, but all those players know each other.
Oh, big time.
All the players know each other because you were all kind of recruited at the same level. You went to the same camps and all that kind of stuff. So the players, they all know each other pretty much in some way, 6 degrees of separation. And yeah, so I'm with you. So there's more familiarity just like this. So maybe that's more of an accurate comparison.
I think that's why the Phillies and Braves series is so compelling right now. And we had the Dodgers and Diamondbacks. Dodgers just shrunk to the occasion. But, there's no secrets of how to pitch to Bryce Harper, right? And they know Bryce Harper very well, yet they still keep making mistakes to him, or he's hitting really good pitches. I mean, one of the two.
He's just damn
He's
good.
just that dude.
Yeah, he's
just
him.
that dude. He is him. He is. And that's what's great because there is so much familiarity between those two teams and clubs and clubhouses, managers, and that'll be the case here. It'll be a lot of fun. For the Astros and Rangers starting Sunday, we'll take your thoughts. We'll make predictions. We got to come up with a bet too, Ty. You and Rod and I, and you. We got to have some kind of H-Town v D-Town bet. There has to be one.
I agree.
Yeah, I can't.
We
think
got
of
to think it
anything
through
off the top of my head, but it's got to be a good one.
Because the Rockets and Mavericks have played big playoff series in the past, have they not? I mean,
It's been a long time.
I know
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time. I mean,
but-
Spurs and Mavericks have played more big playoff series because Houston's been bad for so long. But I remember, I'm old enough to remember back when the Rockets were good.
Hey, man, Clutch City.
and the Mavericks were pretty good back in the 90s. But this will be fun. The Cowboys and Oilers or Texans have never played in the Super Bowl.
No.
We've never had that before.
That's never going to happen.
The Oilers and the Cowboys came close. They came close a couple of times.
1993.
Yeah. A couple of times they
Isn't
came
that when
close.
the Oilers blew it?
But the Oilers always blew it.
Blew it to the Chiefs.
Oilers always blew it.
The biggest comeback ever?
The Chiefs. No, that was Buffalo. That was the year previous. That was the year before. The next
It's the
year,
Buddy Ryan year.
Next year with Buddy Ryan, the Texans blew it to the Chiefs.
Top 5 defense. I think it was a top 5 offense.
Houston had won. Oilers had won 11 in a row into the playoffs and were the top seed. They had the week off.
Joe Montana.
Joe stinking 38-year-old
Marcus
Joe Montana.
Allen. It was like the old. It was like the old. It was
Kerry
like the,
Cash. And,
it was a group of old Kansas City Chiefs, basically guys on a retirement plan. Their last hurrah.
That was the Oiler team that should have gone to the Super Bowl, and they would have played the Cowboys with the Jimmy Johnson teams that were so damn good. I don't know if Houston could have won that game.
Cowboys would have won, but at least you'd have had the Texas Super Bowl.
I believe that's the year they beat Buffalo like 52-10.
Yeah, Cowboys would have won.
Cowboys were unbelievable. Emmitt Smith and company.
Evan Lovey Blue guy. I'll admit that. Cowboys would have beat them. They probably would have pulverized them. But I was like to see him in the Super Bowl.
I was a junior at St. Edwards at the time, and I would have been talking all the Oilers smack that week, Rod. There was 2 weeks leading up to it.
Man.
We would have gotten smacked down. Probably.
Hey,
that's what's fun
never
about
know,
this.
man. Never know, but yeah, I'm with you. They got to smack down.
A lot of D-Town, H-Town smack going on the next several days ahead of Game 1, Sunday. No game
So
time
we're
yet.
going to do D-Town, H-Town, like SmackDown comparisons and who's got better food, music, stuff like that. Because Dallas wins in the sports category. I'll agree with that. I mean, there's no question about that. But Dallas isn't better in much else. Just sports.
Houston's definitely got music.
Yeah, as I'm saying, Houston's got music. Honestly, food, I think Houston may have the food thing too. Just
Dallas
because
has strip clubs.
there you go.
A lot of who wins the strip club battle. It's pretty tight.
Ask James Harden. No, James Harden loves those H-Town strip clubs. He's a big fan. That's a good one. I don't know who wins the strip clubs. I hadn't been to enough D-Town strip clubs, I'll admit. Ty?
I haven't been to any D-Town strip clubs.
That's surprising.
Me either. So we'll have to let the people decide on
I've been
that.
to one or two, but I've not been to enough to be like, oh man, H-Town has I've been to a ton of H-Town. I've been to not all of them, most of them in H-Town in my time. You know what I mean? Not anymore.
Yeah.
No. I'm a father. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Never again.
Never. Oh, I don't know about that. Never say never again. Come on.
Oh man, it's Creed versus Third Coast Music.
Hey,
There you go.
exactly. Thank you, CB. Music is not even close. We agree with that. Music is not close. Food, I don't know. That might be a draw. That might be a push. I don't know because I know they got good food up there in DFW. I mean, it's Texas. No, really? Because Houston's got the Cajun influence, which is good. Now, you can get you get good Cajun food in Houston. You can get Chinese food in Houston. Because the Asian community, good barbecue.
Houston's more of an eclectic scene.
Yeah, so I think maybe Houston may have the food advantage in my opinion.
More of an international city.
Yeah, and I think Houston's fatter, which also means.
Oh, no doubt.
No doubt.
Houston has more moisture through the Gulf Coast moisture for sure.
Stinkier.
Dallas is very uppity. But
Dallas
you went to high school in River Oaks, Rod, so
Yeah, I did.
you know uppity.
That's the most uppity part of H-Town. That is no question.
You know, Highland Park, River Oaks.
Yeah, I think I don't know. That's a good point about I don't know which city's got. I think Dallas may have more money overall.
Do you know Highland Park in Dallas was kind of designed after what is it? Beverly Hills? Beverly Hills.
Are
Yeah,
you serious?
Yeah, architecture is very similar.
Wow.
Yeah, the rolling.
I
neighborhood.
don't think I've ever hung out in Highland Park.
I've never been invited. I went to a wedding in Highland
Oh,
Park
is it
one
gated? You got to be invited. Is it like a gate?
I went to one wedding, actually pretty recently in Highland Park. It's nice. It's chic.
I bet it is nice.
It's nice.
I mean, it's one of the most affluent communities
It's
in
nice,
the country,
yeah.
right?
That's where Jared Jones lives, and the Jones kids.
Yeah, I think the richest part of Houston is River Oaks. So I don't know. I think Dallas has got a richer parts of their,
Oh man! So here we go. We got Metroplex. We got H-Town. Let's go. World Series is on the line. That's all. Just
they do
get
have
into
the
the World
TV
Series.
show too. That's what Dallas really
Dallas
separated
has
from
the
H-Town with the TV show. I mean, you got an iconic TV show named after the city. So
And you got the Cowboys.
Yeah, no, but the TV show, I'm telling you, really took it to a whole nother level. In terms of,
I've never seen Dallas TV show.
I know, but I'm talking about just like for the brand of the city, it took it to another level because that was like the most popular TV show in the country. It really was at one point.
Hey, how about
Dallas?
How about this though? Not to bring it all back to Jerry Jones, but in
J.R. Ewing,
in Dallas,
Ewing.
the Stars, Mavericks, and Rangers have all now played into their league's conference finals in the last year and a half to 2 years, and the Cowboys haven't been there in 25 years. Thank you very much.
Hold on, give me that again.
Well, the Stars, Mavericks, and Rangers have now played into their league's conference finals,
Okay,
Final Four,
yeah, you're right.
in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
All three of them.
That's a good point.
Cowboys have not in 25. Yet they're still America's team somehow, and we'll play Monday Night Football this week. Sorry to bring that up.
Yeah,
And
why would you do
I'll
that?
immediately get hey, how about the Oilers and Texans? But as I've said, if you go look at the history of the Texans and the Cowboys since the Texans came into existence, the franchises are almost the same.
Yeah,
The
that's
number of division titles,
that's not good.
conference championship appearances, which is 0, Super Bowl appearances, which is 0, selling hope, which is a lot, but never getting there. But obviously the baseball teams, basketball teams, and hockey team, pretty good in Dallas. We'll come back. We're just getting warmed up. We got all today and tomorrow to preview that big series into Game 1. We got the college football weekend starting tonight. The Longhorns' next opponent will be in full effect. We'll talk about that. Also, the NFL game, Chiefs and Broncos, seems like a total mismatch on paper, is it? Also, what the facts for the end of the hour. It is a Thursday. Weekend is here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Indeed. Texas on center stage in Major League Baseball. Just like Texas OU took center stage last week. Over 11 million people watched that game, Rod. It was disappointing for Longhorn fans for sure at the end, but a lot of people watched. A lot of people will be watching this series, Astros-Rangers, in the ALCS starting on Sunday. And here we go. Looking forward to it. What a weekend. And the weekend starts on a Thursday here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. We've got football tonight. We told you we're in the middle of 50 days, 50 straight nights of football. Sam Houston got beat last night, Rod.
So they're 0-6 now?
0-6. New Mexico State smacked them around.
And this is their first year in the newer FBS level.
Yeah.
It ain't working out for them right now. It's okay.
0-6.
Period of adjustment.
0-6.
Period of adjustment, man. Over.
And tonight it's kind of a scouting and recon mission. You'll be watching college football tonight in addition to the Phillies and the Braves, in addition to the Chiefs and the Broncos. West Virginia plays at Houston tonight. The Cougars, 6:00. It's an early kick.
It'll be fun.
But it's one of those. It's kind of deep dive, Rod. You'll be watching that game for
yes, sir.
What the Longhorns will be dealing with a week from Saturday in that same stadium, TD-ECU Stadium down in Houston. Somebody asked earlier in the week how much, what's the capacity of that stadium? 40,000. 40,000. New stadium, though, was built while Tony Levine was there. Tony Levine was the coach when they got that thing built, and then Tom Herman came in. And
they've done some renovations, upgrades since then.
Yeah, I mean, Tillman Fertitta is the billionaire.
He's a sugar daddy. He's their sugar daddy. Every program needs a sugar daddy. He's their sugar daddy.
He owns all the Landrys and the restaurant magnates, and also owns the Houston Rockets.
He'll be at that Astros-Rangers series. I'm sure he'll be hanging out there at one of them.
And I'm sure he'll be at the game tonight.
Yeah.
And
right.
look, this is Houston with Dana Holgorsen. They're at the bottom of the Big 12. They're 2-3. They're not very good, and West Virginia comes in 4-1. And this is kind of a problem for Dana Holgorsen because he was hired away from West Virginia. Remember, he was in a Power 5 conference at the time, left to go to Houston, which was not in the Power 5.
Mm-hmm.
Because Houston had the hope of dreaming big to land in a Power 5 conference, which they are now. But the idea was, by the time we get there, because we're going to get to a Power 5. That was Tillman Fertitta's big push, right?
Yeah.
We're going to get there. Remember, they fired Major Applewhite.
Mm-hmm.
In pretty unclassy, in a very classless way, in my mind. Not that Major was doing a great job; it was just the way they handled it. I thought was very poor. And but they hired Dana Holgorsen to have them ready when and if they made it to a Power 5 conference, and they're not ready. They're not very good.
They are not ready.
They're not very good. They're 2-3, and if they lose tonight, they're 2-4.
But they're a sleeping giant because they're in Houston, which is one of the most fertile recruiting grounds in the country. Houston is top 5 in, if you look at metro areas that produce the most NFL players, NFL draft picks since 2020. They're in the top 5. So Houston is U of H is a sleeping giant in football. Just, we've seen it actually multiple times when you get the right coach, and they know that. That's why they're like, well, Major wasn't the right coach. They thought Dana Holgorsen was the right guy. Looks like he may not be the right guy.
Jeff Traylor. Jeff Traylor might be that guy.
Jeff Traylor, don't pass up on that gig, man. They offer it to you, take it.
Yeah, because now you can recruit, kind of like the Longhorns have won a lot of recruiting battles based on moving to the SEC, right? We've heard that from our Jerry Hamilton, our recruiting insider, says, look, the Colin Simmons, Arch Manning, all these big commitments they're getting. NIL's part of it, but the move to the SEC has been gigantic for that.
Yeah. Because
those kids want to play in the SEC. The Longhorns are now going to be in the SEC. Houston, in that city, can now recruit to the Big 12 and you can play for a national championship.
Yep.
In the city of Houston, in the Big 12, like TCU showed you last year, if you win, you can play for the national championship. There's nothing keeping you back. And so the best players, and Jeff Traylor down in San Antonio has done a pretty incredible job of selling that to recruits.
You got a sugar daddy
in the 2-1-0
for NIL that'll help you with NIL.
Yeah,
Tillman Fertitta.
Right, yeah, he can help pay some people.
That's basically what
create some endorsement opportunities.
Yeah. And there's money in Houston. I mean, that's
big money.
Yeah, it's big. Yeah, so I'm not saying that they don't have it, but they have somebody who will personally.
Well, and
help them out.
Kelvin Sampson's done a great job with the basketball program. They've been in the Final Four of late, and they're one of the top basketball.
Is that baseball program pretty good? No,
it is. It is.
And that track and field. Track and field is actually world class. That track and field is respected internationally.
Their baseball program has been real good. Now, last year, you're not as good, but it's strong. But now that they're into the Big 12 too, I mean that will also be big for them for that baseball program. But yeah, that'll be fun to watch tonight. You have to have multiple TVs tonight because you need to watch West Virginia play because West Virginia's a team the Longhorns need to see take a loss here, right? I mean, you'd almost like to see Houston win that game just to knock them off and give them a conference loss. So you don't have to worry about the whole tiebreaker scenarios down the road. It also features Houston has the big quarterback Donovan Smith. Remember him?
One who beat Texas at Texas Tech.
Yeah, he was at Texas Tech last year.
Oh, yeah.
All the fourth down conversions and Longhorns couldn't tackle him and all
he
those
runs,
things.
He runs a little bit, but he's a power runner almost at quarterback
guy.
instead. Big guy, hard to bring down. Not because he's shifty or anything, because he's just big.
Yeah, but this Houston team has a loss to Rice on their resume. I mean, Texas saw Rice week one.
Hey, we respect Rice though now. Maybe people respected Rice after Texas.
Yeah, their
played
wins
Rice.
are UTSA and Sam Houston,
They had
the
a good game
aforementioned,
plan.
and then
Yeah.
their losses are to Rice, TCU, and Texas Tech.
I'm
49.
surprised they beat UTSA though.
I know.
That was a surprise.
17-14 was the final
'cause
score of that game.
Speaking of Jeff Traylor, it's a good program.
All right, so we got football on the brain. Any chance this Broncos-Chiefs game is worth a damn?
Taylor Swift is probably going to show up. That's what TMZ is reporting. Taylor Swift, too. She's
It's
going to
prime
attend
time,
the.
Rod, it's prime time.
Oh, yeah. her
I think she
publicist
was
told
really
her-
going to Minnesota at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's prime time now, bro.
You're damn right. You're damn right. As I say, she understands the drill. She gets it. Right, she understands the assignment. So, that's probably the big storyline. Broncos defense is historically bad. We probably can get to that in what the facts, but it's one of the worst defenses in the history of the NFL. I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not exaggerating. It's that bad statistically. And so now going up against the Chiefs with Taylor Swift in the building, oh Lord, this could get ugly. Get real ugly.
That could, yeah.
You think it'd get ugly?
If your fantasy football stardom or sit-ems, you're starting all the Chiefs in this game.
Oh man,
Patrick Mahomes should have a big game against this. This is the Denver defense that gave up 70 points to Miami.
yeah.
Doesn't like to tackle people. They're kind of allergic to tackling.
Hey, USC is too.
Yeah, USC.
They also
Hey,
allergic to
some
tackling.
text on our text line, and we told you we got a contest coming up. We're going to tell you about how you can win through the text line. The new number, 447-3776. So throw it in your speed dial. We're going to be giving away here between now and next week a pair of 3-day wristbands to the U.S. Grand Prix, the Lenovo U.S. Grand Prix out of Coda. So be getting to know that new text line. This says, guys, more like 27 years for the Cowboys. Well, who's counting? 25, 27. This says Dallas, only place where a grassy knoll is infamous. Ooh, smack talk.
Well, yeah,
I grew
that's-
up in Highland Park, moved to Austin in 97. Much prefer Austin over Highland Park.
Oh yeah, I did look that up actually. Speaking of Highland Park, DFW, 18th wealthiest city in the world,
Damn.
according to a study looking at the top 20 wealthiest cities. 6 American cities made that list of the top 20. 2 were in Texas, DFW and H-Town, but DFW ranked ahead of H-Town. Actually, DFW was ranked 8th. On the 6 of the 6 American cities, New York ranked first, Houston ranked 8th. Houston was 8th. Sorry, 6 American cities. DFW also, looking real good on that list. So there you go.
Well, and as we said, if you're in Dallas, because this says, hey, guys, Rangers are more Fort Worth's team than Dallas. There you go.
What?
Isn't Arlington. It's actually closer to Arlington, to Fort Worth than it is to
Okay,
to
so
Dallas.
the Cowboys Fort Worth team then, because they're right next to each other.
Just I'm reading the text to you, Ty.
And, well, that's a stupid.
Just telling you what
text.
you're saying. They are the Texas Rangers. They're not the Dallas
You don't
Rangers.
like that. Ty did not like
I
that.
didn't like that.
Mm-mm. He didn't like that little jab.
But here's that story, Rod. So the same architect and the developer who developed Beverly Hills out in Los Angeles developed Highland Park.
That's wild.
Isn't that weird?
Damn.
And if you ever drive through Highland Park, it does have a very Beverly Hills feel.
I've
The winding
driven-
streets, the trees,
I've driven through Beverly Hills a
the
little before.
architecture, the majesty, the grandeur, they say.
Texture says, I grew up in Highland Park, moved to Austin. Prefer Austin. Right?
prefer Austin,
Hey, this
yeah.
zip code we're in right now is technically richer than Highland Park, though, right?
You know, we are doing a show from the richest and wealthiest zip code in all of Texas, right here in the 78746.
Correct.
78746.
4-6 for life.
The DFW area has 18 billionaires last checked.
Is that all?
Ain't that many billionaires out there?
Oh, sorry. They're growing, actually.
Yeah, but no, it got more millionaires, but 18 billionaires, just based on this list here from this study. Houston actually had more billionaires, but fewer millionaires. And when they looked at cities, top cities who were the fastest growing millionaire populations, Austin was the standout, number 8 in the world, number 1 in the country,
Thank you. Thank you
and
very much.
growing amount of millionaires
Thank you.
coming to Austin. So the millionaires really like it here, man. They love Austin.
Hate to say I'm not one of them.
Yeah, that's not good for the pores like
Yes.
me.
Yeah, Austin has 11 billionaires that live here, according to the study.
Nice.
How about that? It's pretty good.
This is Urban Cowboy greater than the show Dallas. There you go.
Yeah, see, that's where the
Urban
rivalry.
Cowboy.
That's where the rivalry kind of started. So that Dallas TV show, because J.R. Ewing was a different kind of cowboy.
Yeah.
He was a cowboy that wore a suit.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? He would sip on, what was it, some expensive
White
whiskey,
collar cowboy.
whatever. Yeah, you know what I mean? He was a business guy, the oil baron kind of cowboy. And he
Like
wore a
Jerry.
suit with the. Yes, exactly. It is kind of like Jerry. And then in Houston, they had the urban cowboy, which was the rodeo cowboy. Wore the jeans and the act, you know what I mean? The rodeo
Gillies,
cowboy.
going
And
to Gillies,
and that's where the real.
riding the mechanical bull.
Yeah, and the biggest rodeo in the world
Bud
is what?
Davis. Give me some Bud Davis up in here.
Isn't that one of the biggest rodeos in the world in Houston?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so it was two different kind of cowboys, and then San Antonio, you know, they got their own kind of cowboy.
Yeah. Yeah, remember Bud Davis and Urban Cowboy, the John Travolta character from Spur, Texas?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, see, that's where the real Cowboys live. But either
See,
way.
there you go.
Houston v. Dallas. Let's go. It's on ALCS. This is it's also in the guys' National Gumbo Day. Ooh, gumbo sounds good right about now.
Oh,
Dallas
man.
leads in crime. Thank you very much.
Houston's got better gumbo than
Dallas
Dallas.
has more crime than Houston.
That's what it says here.
I gotta see that
I'm gonna-
study
I gotta
because I wouldn't have
fact
thought that. I'm from Houston. I wouldn't have thought that. But you probably could be right about that. I'm just saying. I would have thought because Houston can be a concrete jungle sometimes. Some places.
Oh, well,
some
Houston
parts
has
of it.
Houston is greater than Dallas in the number of like loops,
Dallas is
like
safer.
freeway loops.
Oh, Houston has a better. I think Houston has a better freeway system than Dallas. Dallas' freeway system makes no damn sense. At least Houston's makes sense because
Well,
it's
they
just,
got a bunch of loops.
It's just
610 loop,
it's like
Sam Houston loop,
it's like 3 loops and the loops
Grand
all,
Tollway.
Yeah,
They got
And
3
it's,
huge
it's like
loops.
small loops and big loops, and then they got the freeways going east and west, and then north and south. But Dallas makes no damn sense. I can't figure out the freeway system. Like who made this? Who constructed it? It
Gotta
makes
get
no
over the
damn
Dallas
sense.
Tollway, then you got to go over
Oh
75.
man, it's
and
all over the place.
45, 35. It's all, yeah, okay. All right.
Houston is, by the way, a lot more dangerous.
Thank you very
I
much.
consider it's 50% or 13% more violent crimes per
In
year.
Houston,
Yes,
I could believe that. Actually,
it's actually the second most dangerous
Hey,
city in
I
America.
totally believe that. I'm not I'm a Houstonian, and I totally believe that number.
At least,
I grew up there. Trust me, I
as
believe
this
it.
texter says, at least Houston plays in Houston, not in Arlington. There you go. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
Downtown Houston, as a
Says-
matter of fact. Not.
Texas says San Antonio has rancheros
That's right.
or vaqueros. Isn't the vaqueros like?
yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Boom. Yeah, that's why the cities don't like each other. It's all about the cowboy in that community. You know what I mean? The cowboy culture.
And what's the cowboy in Austin?
Oh, the hippie, like the weed smoking.
That Willie Nelson.
Yeah, the Willie
The
Nelson
outlaw.
cowboy.
Yeah, keep Austin weird, man.
Yeah, that also. Yeah, exactly.
But
Yeah,
actually, as we just went through, keep Austin weird has become keep Austin wealthy. That's what we're known for now is wealth.
that is true. You're right about
Wealth.
that.
The weirdness is worn off. You got to go to like
the richest man in the world lives here.
yeah, you got to move to like Buda or something to find some weird stuff.
Oh man,
it's all
we're still
can't
kind of
afford to be weird here.
That is true. Yeah, you go to jail. You too weird. Go on, to jail now.
Think artists can afford to live here? For
Back
crying
you
out
talking about back in the Leslie days. That's when Austin was
Oh,
weird.
yeah,
That's
absolutely.
weird. When he
Oh.
was like a local celebrity, it was like
back in
that's weird.
the
That's weird.
Willie Nelson's early days, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We'll continue the rivalry. It's good stuff. Lone Star State on display in baseball. Also, what the facts coming next? It's a Thursday. Weekend starts here on Hook 'em Up. Yeah, what you saw last night in Arizona created a scenario in our What the Facts segment, Rod, that has never happened before in the history of Major League Baseball. Dodgers and Orioles both won over 100 games in the regular season. Both got swept in a single postseason. That's never happened before, where two 100-win teams get swept, not only get knocked out, but get swept.
Broke out the brooms.
Over.
Like, how the hell does that happen?
Yeah, Dodgers won 16 more regular season games, but lost the series 3 straight. That's baseball. Thank you very much.
That's why people are looking at this new format.
Yeah.
And at least having a debate about it, which I think is a healthy debate about it.
Astros buck the trend because, well, the Braves can still buck the trend, but they're on the ropes right now.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Orioles.
They're struggling a little bit.
Because the Orioles had the week off, Astros had the week off, Braves and Dodgers had the week off, not playing in the wild card series, and 2 of the 3 are out, 2 of the 4 are out, and one's on the ropes. Astros have advanced though to play the Rangers coming up. So yeah, Dodgers just you kind of look. I thought whoever won this Phillies Braves series would play in the World Series. I thought that was essentially for the World Series, but I didn't think the Dodgers would get swept by the Diamondbacks. The Astros swept the Diamondbacks in the last series of the regular season to clinch the division, and the Diamondbacks were playing a lot of they had kind of clinched ahead of it, so that Sunday game for them didn't matter much. But still, I mean, Diamondbacks are now 4 wins from the World Series, and who would have guessed that 2 weeks ago? That's baseball. That's sports.
That's how baseball go.
That's how baseball goes. Rod, what do you have in What the Facts?
I'll match us since we're talking about things that have never happened in a Major League Baseball postseason, maybe or any season. Yesterday in Major League Baseball, 73.9% of the runs scored came on home runs.
Ooh, yeah. Well, the long balls, man, have been flying
Isn't
out.
that crazy?
Well,
That's the highest percentage on any day with at least 3 games in Major League Baseball history out of more than 23,000 such days, regular season or postseason.
Chicks dig the long ball, and they were flying out at a high
crazy?
rate.
That's awesome.
Astros had 2 big ones. That's all their runs came from Jose Abreu and Michael Brantley. Phillies had 6 home runs, 2 from Bryce Harper, 2 from Castellanos. Trey Turner hit a dinger. And then the Diamondbacks hit a bunch of home runs last night of their 4 runs. How about this, Rod? The most consecutive LCS appearances since 1969. Astros with 7 now.
Nice.
Braves, 8, 1991 and 1999.
Not bad.
That was the Smoltz, Maddox, Glavine Braves.
Man, they were so consistent.
Tormented the Astros back in the day and everybody in the National League. The Oakland A's in the early 70s had a 5-year streak of trips to the Final Four in Major League Baseball. Astros have now done it 7 times, and they're trying to get to their, would be their 5th World Series?
Oh, man. That Braves one is so unique because what was the broadcast network they were always on? Was it?
TBS.
TBS?
Superstation.
WTBS. That's really what kind of made that run. It made it stand out even more in your mind because you saw more than you saw a lot of other teams.
Cubs too, right? Cubs were on WGN.
You saw.
But the Cubs didn't win at a high level like the Braves did.
Yeah, exactly. The Braves were good, but you say I remember a lot more of their players because you saw more.
That's why they're the team of the South, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people in Texas love the Braves just because they grew up.
When you were growing up,
they didn't grow up in Houston or Dallas, so they grew up watching the Braves.
Yeah,
without a doubt. But yeah, now they're on the ropes in a big way. Bryce Harper and the Phillies are coming after him. But yes. Okay. Also from What the Facts.
Well, I got another one for you.
Go for it, Rod. Go for it, Rod.
All right. What the Facts. How about this? We got the Denver Broncos are playing tonight. Patrick Mahomes has never, ever faced the last ranked scoring defense in his career.
Broncos country, let's ride.
He's never what?
He's never faced the last ranked scoring defense, ever. He's never first faced the worst defense in the NFL statistically. This is the first time in his career he's going to face the worst defense in the NFL, which is Denver Broncos. And I'll give you another stat about them and how bad they are. Most points per game allowed in a single season in NFL history. The 1921 Tonawanda Cardex.
Who?
Exactly. You got to go back to, but in the Super Bowl era, the Cardex, they allowed 45 points in one game. That was only one game though. The 1920 Muncie Flyers. This is way before the NFL established like a real league. Right? You're talking about individual professional leagues. Muncie Flyers allowed 45 points in one game. 1950 Baltimore Colts. Now we're actually getting to the NFL as a organized league. They allowed 38.5 points per game. That's probably the most that the NFL is going to say ever was allowed in a single season, but this is from the NFL front office. The most points per game allowed in the Super Bowl era through an entire season, 35.8 points per game. Right now, the Denver Broncos are at 36.2.
There you go.
So they're right now the worst defense statistically in the Super Bowl era. And maybe even in NFL history, we talk modern history if we go all the way back to 1950 and they keep this pace up.
One other fact on the game tonight in the NFL, the Chiefs, since the last time the Broncos beat the Chiefs, the Broncos have had 6 head coaches or interim head coaches. 6. This is their 6th tonight.
Wow.
Since they've beaten the Chiefs. There you go.
That's crazy.
And here's an off-the-nose fact that is completely non-political, Rod. You know our president, Joe Biden,
Yeah.
was born closer to Abraham Lincoln's second inauguration than he was to his own.
The Joe Biden,
That's
Joe
fact.
Biden
That's
jokes.
not a political statement. That's a fact. Joe Biden was born closer to
No.
Abraham Lincoln's second inauguration than he was to his first.
But you are feeding the people with political opinions.
There's no opinion there.
About Joe Biden. Oh, no.
That's a fact, Rod.
People believe his age affects his ability to lead.
Oh, I didn't say that.
I know, but the facts, some people would say the fact actually
I'll say
lends
it.
some
Put
credence to
a
that.
cap on it. Come on.
Term limit time.
Yeah. But Trump's pretty old, too.
Yeah, they got him all jacked up on something.
Yeah, but people just they seem more spry at a later. We talked about this with Nick Saban and Pete Carroll and those guys. They're like in their 70s, but they seem like they're more spry. Yeah, got more energy.
Hey, relax. It's almost the weekend, y'all. It's almost the weekend.
You about to get the text line with the light up with some political.
Just giving you just the facts. It's absolutely the fact. Also, like there's an eclipse coming this weekend.
There you
It's
go.
Friday the 13th tomorrow.
Nice,
All kinds of stuff happening.
like that.
Relax. Let's get to the weekend. Let's hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. We'll roll back. We're going to get the headlines.
What the facts?
Talk more Texas football during the bye week. And get you ready for college football and the pro football weekend coming. Plus, oh yeah, Rangers Astros, LCS. The 4-2 win in the desert. About 4 home runs in 1 inning to provide their offense. 6-seeded Snakes now await the winner of the Braves-Phillies series. Phillies now up 2-1. They smoked Atlanta yesterday 10-2 in Game 3. Bryce Harper launched a pair of home runs. Nick Castellanos went deep as well twice. 6-dinger night for the home team. Phils now have the 104-win Braves on the brink of elimination for the second straight year. They can close it out with a win tonight. Also tonight, NFL Week 6 kicks off in Kansas City. 4-1 Chiefs hosting the 1-4 Broncos. Major mismatch on paper. College football weekend kicks off tonight as well. Big 12 matchup down in H-Town. Houston Cougars will host the 4-1 West Virginia Mountaineers. Dana Holgerson facing his former team. Team he left several years ago when Neil Brown took over. Texas Longhorns get a good look at their next opponent as well. Also tonight, SMU at East Carolina. And the high school football weekend opens tonight as well.
If you could pick one player from the Astros and the Rangers, because Todd is picking the Rangers, I'm assuming, to be the MVP, who would it be? You're going to predict
Yordan Alvarez.
It's Yordan, right? It
And
seems
Corey
like the
Seager.
easy pick.
And Corey Seager. I mean, those are the best 2 players on either team. I mean, obviously, that's part of what makes it such a fascinating series because there are so many contenders for that, right?
Oh, yes, it's all-star. I mean, you got all-star lineups pretty much.
You do. I mean, the Rangers led a baseball with the most all-stars this year.
Yeah, and the Astros.
Astros have all-stars up and down their lineup,
exactly.
whether it's this year or previous years.
But I'm with you on the Yordan thing. That seems just pretty easy because he's been killing it.
Yeah, he's the new Mr. October. I mean, we suck. Now everybody's calling him the new Mr. October, but he's just so clutch and has been so clutch so many times. And you know what? The thing about the Astros, Rod, they're as healthy as they've been.
Mm-hmm.
Because Michael Brantley's back. He missed most of the year with that shoulder. They were patient with him, and now he's back. Hit a big home run last night. Speaking of patience, Jose Abreu has been he was in a terrible slump to start the season and finish the year batting. What was he? Final regular season bat average was like 230. But this time of year is when you're paying Jose Abreu hit big home runs, and he certainly has. Abreu ended up batting 237 for the season and only hit 18 home runs. That was not the production they were looking for, but he's producing right now. So yes, I mean up and down both lineups, any number of guys. Kyle Tucker, it was a 30-30 guy this year, right? And a guy that he's batted 143 in the postseason so far, but it wouldn't surprise you to see Kyle Tucker jump up and have a good series. As for the Rangers, same deal. I mean, it could be Seager, could be Simeon, could be. How about it
How do you go with Josh Young?
Yeah, Mitch Garver. Mitch Garver with the big grand slam in the Orioles series.
He was the MVP of the last series.
Yeah. I mean, that's the beauty. And then you got a young guy like Evan Carter for the Rangers, 20 years old, jumping into the lineup and giving them a jolt. El Bombi, Adolis Garcia could certainly be in that conversation. But, yeah, it's a fun series because it's just loaded lineups, know one another. And as I said to start the 6 o'clock hour, Rod, the only real advantage you see, because they're very even, the only real advantage is Houston's bullpen. Houston's bullpen is just on paper, and even in production in this postseason, significantly better than the Texas Rangers bullpen. And, a lot of times it does come down to those last 3 to 6 outs of a baseball game. I would give Houston the edge in that conversation.
If you look at highest slugging percentage in a postseason series, minimum 15 plate appearances, right now Yordan is 4th all time behind Lou Gehrig, Juan Gonzalez, and Babe Ruth.
Juan Gon, I haven't heard that name in a long time. That's nice.
In 1996, ALDS.
Yeah.
For Juan Gonzalez.
That's pretty good company right there.
World Series for Lou Gehrig in 1928 and the World Series for Babe Ruth in 1928. Damn! Babe and Lou went off in the 1928 World Series.
If you're in Lou Gehrig, Babe Ruth territory.
Exactly. You don't even need to know the stat. Just be like, hey, he's 4th behind Lou Gehrig, Babe Ruth. Okay, good. Yeah, you go.
Yeah.
In any stats.
How hard did pitchers pitch back then?
How hard?
That's a great question. You got to ask a seam head. A seam head might be able to tell you that. I don't know. Because it's almost like people
I don't think
understand
they had
football.
radar guns. I mean, you were guessing back then, right?
Yeah, like that's a great point. Like it's like football. They talked about the weights of all the linemen and stuff. I was like, man, how big were those guys? It's like actually
they weren't keeping 40 times back in the day. In the
you know
NFL.
how big. Yeah, exactly.
You kind of had to just watch, but. They had hard throwers, but nothing like the specialized pitching they have now and the development of pitching and all the things we see. It is completely a different animal. That's a dead ball era too at times, and that was back when players had real jobs during the day, right? They were playing baseball for kind of a side gig.
Yep.
The side hustle, playing some baseball
Right.
even back then.
The best fastball pitcher in the 1920s probably threw in the mid-80s
There you
through
go.
most estimates.
Yeah. Well, the
Wow.
equipment
Now,
was different.
you can't. Now you got high school kids.
Can't make it if you're not in the 90s.
Yeah.
By the way, to my point about the bullpens, postseason what matters. Rangers had a terrible bullpen in the regular season, but right now they have their postseason ERA is 2.20.
Ooh.
Better than Houston's.
Hey, Ty, how you feel about that? And if Scherzer comes back, Texas says Scherzer to the bullpen.
I'm counting on Dusty Baker to blow the series.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
Bruce
It's
Bochy,
just
that's
insulting.
the advantage that I'm looking at. Is
I mean, that's
manager.
fair. That's fair. Dusty finally got one last year.
Dusty
By the way,
gonna blow it.
postseason OPS, which is the offensive stat, Houston at 900, Texas at 865, the top two teams. So best two offenses squaring off, and man, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I would give the managerial advantage to Dusty to Bruce Bochy.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'll
But at the same time, Dusty Baker's been with his team for a number of years. Think about game 3 of the Twin Series. They won it in 4. How many managers would have left Christian Javier in the game with the bases loaded in the 5th inning and let him pitch out of it? In baseball today, you almost always go to the bullpen. Dusty Baker went to the mound, looked at and talked to his pitcher. Christian Javier said, "I got this, coach," and left him in. And he ended up getting 2 strikeouts, got out of the inning, and they got the Astros through it.
Yeah.
He knows his team. There is no doubt about that. So Dusty Baker has been a playoff failure at times, but last year they won the World Series. So I don't know how much of an advantage that is, but but Bruce Bochy has 3. Dusty Baker has 1. So there's your advantage. But yeah, it's going to be, man, the subplots of this series are through the roof.
Yeah, they got storylines everywhere. It's great.
Pretty good.
It really is. I'm telling you, when you get to game like 4 and 5, those home home field advantages, or at least the environment, will pretty much rival a state rivalry, even in college football, like a Texas A&M game, or
That's what it feels like.
It really will. I think it'll be that much of a charged environment.
Well, because it divides households.
Oh,
and
man.
It's going to divide this show.
And so much, yeah, exactly. And there's so much on the line.
7 games. Oh, man, we'll come in angry at each other. Here it is on our text line. It says West Virginia for the easy win tonight. Tell your cousins. Thank you very much. This says Scherzer to the bullpen. We'll talk about that. We'll get some insiders on tomorrow for the Astros and Rangers to preview Game 1 to get some details on Max Scherzer. I'll go to work on that to make sure we've got some folks to come in and talk about this series and where is Max Scherzer. I'll look into it because he was supposed to throw a simulated game yesterday, Rod, which is just see where you are, get a little test run. And we'll get some updates. But yes, tomorrow on the show, you can expect several guests to preview that big series, plus the college football and pro football weekend. Before we get to Rod's rant, let me tell you about F1 Experiences. Listen, we told you, starting today, we're going to get you details on how you can win weekend wristbands to the F1 race, the U.S. Grand Prix, on our text line. We're going to be giving those away between now and next week, so be listening and locked in. But if you want to go to the race and get behind the scenes like never before, Rod, F1 Experiences has got you covered. This is crazy. I know a lot of you think, man, I can't get tickets. It's full. It's sold out. No. F1experiences.com/Austin. F1experiences.com/Austin. And you get to go there, and they have a list of choices. You can choose the best grandstands, world-class hospitality, unprecedented exclusive track access, which includes pit lane walks, driver appearances and meetings, track tours, and more. If you are immersed in F1 and you love it, how about getting behind the scenes, behind the curtain like you never thought possible with F1experiences.com/Austin. Secure your official ticket package today. They're still available as we sit here this morning, but going quick. So get in there, see Formula One, get behind the scenes with the fastest sport in the world, and experience it like never before with F1experiences.com/Austin. That's F1experiences.com/Austin.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around!
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, now we're going to do a couple of different topics in Rod's Rant of the Day. The first one is about C.J. Stroud and his development. I heard a piece of audio yesterday C.J. Stroud addressing media about the last go-ahead touchdown drive they had in the Atlanta game before they lost the game, ultimately because they gave up a game-winning touchdown drive on defense. But they had a go-ahead touchdown. C.J. Stroud led the team down there, threw it to Dalton Schultz, actually, to Dalton Schultz, and it ended up being a play they thought would be the game-winning touchdown drive. It turns out they lost the game. But C.J. Stroud, through 5 games, he is 3rd in yards per game, passing yards per game. He is 9th in passer rating, 10th in touchdowns, 4th in yards per attempt. He's 4th in first downs. If you look at turnover-worthy plays, or at least the rate of turnover-worthy plays, he's top 10. All right, so he's really, really responsible with the football. Doesn't throw the football away, at least throw it to the other team a lot, and he's not careless with the football. So you talk about right now, top 10 numbers as a rookie in a new system with a rookie OC and a rookie play caller and a rookie head coach. But this audio shows me that C.J. Stroud is right now at an advanced level, not only because the stats tell you that, but just the way that he is thinking through the game on a cerebral level. He talks about how he suggested to Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator and play caller for the Texans, what they should call and actually the play design of the what they thought would be the go-ahead touchdown. It was a go-ahead touchdown, ended up losing the game, though. Here's C.J. Stroud addressing the media when being asked about that play to Dalton Schultz.
I don't want to give out all my secrets, but I just had I think it's like a gut feeling that you get in between the games. So me and Bobby had a conversation on the sideline about a certain route that we wanted to do, and we didn't have it in at practice. I just felt like in those big time situations, the guys that Jesse Bates is a great player, super good, really instinctive. He almost picked me off on the he did some weird 360 turn. The first time I've seen that, so now I got it in my bank. Hopefully, he don't ever get me again. But playing against him keeps you honest, and I knew that he was going to try to make the play of the game and try to take it away. But previous film study, I was watching film on a big time 3rd down situation, and seeing that they're in this quarters matchy cover 4 look, and I told Dalton to do a certain thing in his route that I thought would get us not only the first down but a touchdown. So we were on the same page, and I'm literally trying to break down exactly what I want from him in the huddle. And at first I don't think it registered, and then he was like, okay, I get it. So Dalton's really smart and made a hell of a route. But yeah, man, just being instinctive, just trying to put my guys in the best position to make plays and win games. And that instant, it was really special. And Bobby and them were really happy on the sideline. And he was a part of that too. Talking on the sideline with him, I told him that I was thinking about doing it. And he was like, man, if you're feeling it, go ahead and make a play. So made the play, and is what it is.
Dang.
There you go.
They drew up a play in the dirt? Is what that
basically,
is?
dude drew up a play right there on the spot, based on film study and recall, and then the sample size of information and data that he had acquired during the game, and went, all right, guys, I think this will be wide open. Okay, here we go. This is what we're going to do. Man, I got to tell you,
good.
I got goosebumps. I got giddy. That is next level. That's what you want Dak to do. He's doing stuff that Cowboys fans I want Dak to do that.
Yeah.
I want Dak to see what the 49ers are doing or what the defense is doing and go, all right, you know what, guys, this is not in the playbook. This is not actually something we practice. But listen, guys, it makes sense. Let's do this. And basically what he did, based on what I could watch, he basically told, and his Dalton Schultz is Dak's favorite target, ironically. What he did was basically he told Dalton Schultz to run a fake a dig route. And a dig is a deep in route, a deep crosser. So you probably go between 9 to 12 yards, and then you run a deep crossing route. And he basically faked that.
The dig and go.
Yeah, pretty much. You want to call it that.
If you saw the play, it was that, and Jesse Bates jumped it. And then CJ essentially threw him open to the other shoulder.
It was brilliant.
And it was a really good throw, too. And that's the thing about CJ Stroud. His accuracy is, when he decides he wants to make a throw somewhere, it is almost always right where it needs to be.
Yep.
Remember coming out in the draft through the combine process, he called himself a ball placement expert.
I agree with him.
And he can do that.
Yeah.
And the thing the Texans have said about C.J. Stroud is he doesn't make the same mistake twice. If he makes a mistake,
doesn't make many mistakes.
right. Well, if he makes one, he doesn't make it again.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really the high level conversation about C.J. Stroud. Can I play something for you and Rod's rant?
Please do, brother.
On the other side, because you mentioned Dak. Listen to this after the Niners game, or actually this week. This is a member of the media talking to Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb.
Oh no!
Listen to this.
What's the identity of this offense?
I don't know.
Should you 5 weeks into the season?
I guess so. I don't know.
How do you guys find it?
I don't know.
There you go. That's thanks to
Wow.
TikTok. Thanks to TikTok for the cool music.
That's gotta hurt to Cowboys fans.
You
They
hear
don't
that?
know. That was a
Yeah.
Tex Coast offense.
That hurt me. No, I haven't seen that.
So that was CeeDee Lamb. The question was, what's the identity of your offense? And he had a quizzical look on his face.
He
and
was
said,
confused. He's like, I don't. What? Oh man! And you got this rookie in H-Town drawing up plays in the fourth quarter for go-ahead touchdowns in clutch time. That's good point, Texter. Where are all those reports about Stroud not being able to read a defense? I think it's clear now that somebody was trying to drop his draft stock. We just don't know who had the incentive. It could have been the Texans. Hell, they probably didn't want the Panthers to go after. Maybe the Panthers, because it seems like now the report is that Frank Reich and ownership may have liked two different quarterbacks. Maybe Frank Reich was a C.J. Stroud guy. And then so the Texans throwing out some reports that the conspiracy theory that maybe they could have been the ones trying to drop C.J. Stroud down to them could have been a team behind the Texans trying to get the Texans, disinterested in C.J. Stroud. Pretty clear the cognition test and all that stuff. Whatever those reports are, they were either blown out of proportion.
Somebody got like a 50 on it or whatever.
Yeah, they were blown out of proportion,
38.
or they were just straight out lies.
Or they were lies, yeah.
Period.
But yes, I mean that's encouraging. And look, the Texans are 2-3, and they lost that game because their defense couldn't stop a field goal drive. And Desmond Ridder, you shouldn't be giving up 300-yard passing games to Desmond Ridder.
Yeah.
So they got to get that defense. But the Houston's now in a building process and a rebuild. But we know now they have their quarterback and they have their centerpiece of where they're going, which is pretty good. Cowboys,
it's unbelievable.
Still not sure. If you're 5 games in and your quarterback's in year 7 and your coach is in year 3, and you ask your star wide receiver, hey, what's the identity of your offense, and he doesn't know?
He doesn't know?
Yeah, that's kind of a problem.
That's trouble.
Yeah, what is the identity of the Cowboys offense? What are they good at offensively? What are they really good at? Because you know what? You mentioned Dalton Schultz. Dak Prescott misses Dalton Schultz in big moments. Brandon Cooks has produced very little. Michael Gallup doesn't get off press coverage. He doesn't have that explosion that he did as a young guy before that knee injury. CeeDee Lamb takes a lot of extra coverage. And Tony Pollard does not look like the explosive running back we saw last year. So he had a foot injury and broke his ankle in that,
I got
playoff
some
game.
numbers on that too. That the stats now back up your eye test. That he is not as explosive.
Doesn't
He's
feel
not
like
the same.
Oh, because you see it when Rico Dowdle comes in. He's more explosive. You're like, wow. Yeah. That's some juice right there. All right, we'll talk about it. There's Rod's rant, good stuff on football.
Oh yeah, and C.J. Stroud does have the record to start a career of most pass attempts without an interception, surpassing
Dak. Dak. And that was back when the Cowboys knew exactly what their identity was, right? It was Zeke Elliott. It was Zeke Elliott running the ball behind a big offensive line.
That's a great point.
All right, Cowboys play Monday Night Football against the Chargers. Texans play Sunday against the Saints. That'll be a good game. Only one matchup in the NFL this weekend of 2 teams with winning records. It happens. We all saw this coming. Detroit and Tampa Bay. The only game of 2 teams with winning records this week in the NFL. There are 4 ranked matchups in college football. We'll start to preview those, and certainly talking Rangers-Astros in the ALCS starting Sunday. Full previews coming. Bullish or BS for the end of the hour. It's Hook 'em Up on Ian Rod B.
Up 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Quick update and then some breaking developments. The quick update is Max Scherzer did throw a simulated game yesterday for the Texas Rangers. Earlier reports were optimistic, but obviously they're going to monitor today how he recovers from that. If there's any issue, they won't know that until later today when team trainers check him out and how he feels after a simulated game. I don't know what the number of pitches was not revealed, but he did. And he was quoted as saying, "I can't wait to pitch in the ALCS, where the Rangers are headed to face the Houston Astros." You think about the subplots and the plots of this series, Rod, which starts on Sunday now. What if you got a Verlander v. Scherzer? I don't think we will because I'm certain Justin Verlander will start game 1 for Houston.
Yeah, you should.
And I'm also pretty certain Nathan Eovaldi will start for the Rangers. So those two will go head-to-head. But in a 7-game series, who knows? Who knows if we get however, based on how good. I mean, a lot of times you'll start Justin Verlander game 1. Hopefully he can start maybe 3 times in the series if you need him to. And the Astros will go Verlander, Valdez will be the way that falls, and it'll work on time. Closing out last night allows them to not worry about reshuffling their starting pitching staff for the Houston Astros. Rangers are going to get to go on full rest with Eovaldi on Sunday, and then we'll see about Max Scherzer, but that could be a big lift because the Rangers will go Scherzer, Jordan Montgomery, and then Dane Dunning would likely be the game 3 starter. But if Scherzer's, because again, the next, once you've determined that he can pitch and he's healthy enough with the shoulder, then you try to determine, is he going to be a starter or are you going to use him in the bullpen and be a guy that can, because I've said the Astros have the real advantage in the bullpen, but if Max Scherzer were to join the bullpen, okay, well now we're talking a little bit of a different thing.
Now you upgrade it.
Yeah.
But you also said that they've been better in the playoffs though.
They have.
The bullpen has been.
Well, the Rangers have just, bashed their, 32 runs, 31, 32 runs in 5 games.
For that.
They did, and it did get a little shaky. Ranger fans will tell you, even against Baltimore in game 2 in Baltimore, they were up like 11-2, and it got to 11-8, and it got a little closer than it needed to be. But they got out of it. Aroldis Chapman got a big save in a close game there. So again, look, Ranger fans that know the game aren't going to argue with me that their bullpen has been a huge problem, and it doesn't mean it's solved because they've mowed through the playoffs so far. It's still, you're still going to you would still trust. Ryan Presley and Jose Abreu and Hector Neris right now in the late innings of games a lot more than you would the Rangers guys. But still, and it's a whole new season. Whatever's happened doesn't matter. But going just on paper, as you're trying to evaluate the series, Astros have a big advantage there. But Max Scherzer could tip that closer into the Rangers' favor for sure. Everywhere else, it's very even lineups.
It's going to be a great series.
Really starting nines, offense and defense, very even. I think the managerial and coaching staff is even. I mean, I just think it's a very even series, and it may come down to those bullpens, those final couple of outs. And that's usually the difference in these series. And right now, I think the Astros have that advantage, but Scherzer could be a difference maker. Hey, here's our breaking news, Rod. Breaking news. It's time.
Uh-oh.
Give me the breaking news sounder, Rod. And TY, it's time to start our contest. If you would like,
let's do it.
To be at the U.S. Grand Prix.
Who wouldn't?
Next weekend.
Come on.
A pair of 3-day wristbands from us to you for the Formula One Lenovo U.S. Grand Prix. 3 days of racing, 2 epic concerts, The Killers and Queen.
It's beautiful.
October 20th to the 22nd. Here's all you have to do. Remember we told you recently we changed our text line number, and you've been so good at adapting to that, 447-3776. All you have to do, Rod.
Thank you, fine folks.
Is text the word RACE, R-A-C-E.
That's it.
To that number, 512-447-3776. The text system will send you a registration, and you can get signed up. You don't have to register for anything else. Just sign up for the contest. You'll receive a registration link to win a pair of 3-day wristbands. All you got to do if you want to win those, Unforgettable Weekend, Killers and Queen with Adam Lambert on the super stage there at COTA, all you have to do is text RACE to that phone number, 512-447-3776. They're not going to be given away today, by the way. We won't give them away till next week. So we're going to give you all week between now and next Wednesday, I believe, to get yourself signed up for that. But text the word RACE at any time, and you will be ready to get signed up for that. RACE to that phone number, 512-447-3776.
I like it.
Good luck.
All right. Yeah. So some of y'all, and y'all have been great, but I know some people are still using the old text line. It's a real simple change. It's a couple of numbers. Really is.
And now, Rod, we're going to see about 1 million race texts.
It's good.
And just know when you send that, it's going to send you a registration link, and all you got to do is sign up to say yes, I would like to win those tickets. That's it.
I don't know if we've been giving away a prize that good in a long time.
No.
3 days. Talking about this an international event.
Yeah, we dug deep.
That is deep, man.
No, that's awesome. I mean,
you ain't got to be a race fan to enjoy that. I mean, it's pretty much a spectacle.
I went last year, Rod, and just for the race. I went for the Sunday race, and it was spectacular. Because I had gone a couple of previous years, and boy, the crowd last year was so intense. It was so packed. I mean, it was really cool.
It's gonna be packed
and
again.
The racing was great, and
the weather's gonna be nice. Well, is it? Let me check the weather. Actually, I said that.
The weather's gonna be good this weekend.
I think
for
it's
ACL weekend.
Yeah, but then that weekend, I wonder if it's gonna be good.
Well, you hope so, right? Because it is October. You never know these days. But yeah, look at the gosh dang.
I think
it's gonna be raining during our event today.
Raining?
No, it's just
what's our
overcast.
Event today? Basketball shooting?
It's overcast, I think. Well, that's what it says on my weather app.
Yeah, I don't see any rain in the forecast.
Yeah, it's overcast, which is good. Y'all ain't gonna be sweating, out there. It's gonna be cool, nice. You can't use the heat as an excuse for your terrible shooting.
I got ice in my veins. I don't sweat.
Oh, I like this. Look at this texter. Rangers are about to boat, and then look at race in all caps. By the boat, race the Astros with race in all caps. That's creative. Good for you. Does that work, E? Would that work? You probably need to
I don't know.
Text again.
I don't know the rules of the game.
But we appreciate you being clever there.
Just to play it safe, I'd probably text it.
Yeah, but you know what?
Text it again.
Still, though, I appreciate the pun. Punny. Nice.
This says a bunch of cars making left turns for 5 straight hours. There's a lot more than left turns at Circuit of the Americas, by the way.
I mean, this isn't NASCAR.
Lefts, rights, up and down hills.
Yeah, you're right.
But the NASCAR race is coming back, Dakota.
I've told you, I got in NASCAR this year.
you
Thanks to
did.
Rodney Rodriguez.
So you were gambling.
Well, I mean, it's still like
you
it's
got
exciting.
into it, though.
It's exciting. The last 20, 30 laps are very exciting.
So everything else is just kind of a build. Everything else is foreplay leading up to the last few laps.
I'd compare it.
It's like an NBA game
to watching a Sunday round of golf.
Okay.
If you watch it throughout the day, you can kind of sit back. You can leave the room. You can cook some food, go get some lunch, but then you come back for the last 4 or 5 holes.
I think that's
very
fair.
Exciting.
Yeah, because I mean, like if you're
NBA
a big golf fan, you'll watch starting on Thursday, but most people aren't watching the Thursday round. But Sunday back 9 is when it gets very. I mean, and that's the case unless you're like for really any sport. You can watch fourth quarter of a football.
That's what
game.
I said. Fourth quarter NBA games is what I've been like.
3
Fourth
innings of a
quarter,
baseball
let's
game.
go.
But that's the casual fan really for any sport. There. Hey, how about this, Rod? Speaking of breaking news, before we get to our bullish or BS segment at the top of the hour, a single ticket sold in California last night for the $1.76 billion Powerball. $1.76 billion.
Good for them. Man.
Single ticket. I think that's back-to-back California wins, isn't it? Damn. Didn't that happen in California recently, too, in this fall? Or right at the end of the summer?
I know somebody won that 1-point-something billion. Man. Oh, man, that feels good. I'm happy for him.
And California's going to take like 80% of that from them.
That's right. That's right.
Still got a nice chunk left.
Yeah, I'd take it.
Nice chunk of change left.
High-end money laundering going on there, right? Kind of the way that goes.
Hey, man.
Hand it out and get it back.
I'd love to be a part of it.
Me too. I'll take what's left.
I want to be a part of it.
I'll take a little bit of what's left, my friends.
Oh, man. Good for that person, whoever it is.
One ticket.
1.7
I believe back in August or September.
I remember you saying
they
this.
had a big Powerball. And remember, it's sold down like in inner city LA, like down in like Compton or something, like in a rough part. What do they call it? Not even Compton. It was called whatever they call.
God, I should know this.
What is it? South?
No, it wasn't.
South Central.
It was like Shanty Town or something. Like literally where a lot of the homeless live. Is where the Powerball was sold. It really was.
And that gas station gets money too.
Yeah, the gas station gets like $1 million
1%.
or something. Yeah, so Powerball, good luck. Congratulations to whoever that is. Somebody's very happy today. Everyone else is sad.
I need to open up a gas
else
station.
Is sad.
That's how you make. I need to open up a gas station. That's how you make money.
In the right place, you can, because in the right spot, you can clean up. You really can.
They're always.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They're always packed. Gas stations.
I mean, you got to have some money to start one, but.
Once you do, then you can start cashing, straight cash home. Cashing in, man. I know. I'm with you on that. All right.
Hey, by the way, why is Buc-ee's always so crowded? How is that?
And they have
any time of day,
and they have so many damn pumps,
and they're always full. I just went by there on the way to Dallas. Remember, I went to Dallas and back for Texas OU last Friday.
Well, even
the one in Temple. It's like what?
Even if the people who aren't filling up. they park at the pumps to go in and buy stupid, crazy stuff in the store. Like nuts and
you can literally get anything. That's the
oh, you can get anything in there.
I walk in there, I don't even know what I want, but I'll walk out with 10 different things.
Yeah, you go shopping.
And now people actually they go in there because it is that kind of a tradition that if you're on a road trip, you go to Buc-ee's and you buy crazy stuff and you take pictures with it and then you put it on social media and show all the weird stuff they sell at Buc-ee's. I don't get it. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's great. I just don't get the thrill of it.
My last 2 girlfriends have both been from out of state. And Buc-ee's to them is like Christmas Day.
Exactly.
There.
Is that right?
Like, yes.
No, people out of state were like, can we go to Buc-ee's? I'm like, can you go to Buc-ee's? It's a gas station. It's a truck stop. It's a really nice one, but it's a really nice truck stop.
And you could look this up, bro. There's a guy online. Buc-ee's tried to stop him, but then they realized they couldn't. He is selling stuff online that he goes to Buc-ee's and buys and then sells it to people from around the country, and he's making a fortune doing it.
Oh, yeah, because they look at them as like collector's items and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's like,
because they can't get it. And they had like some cease and desist, but then they realized, well, he's not doing anything wrong.
He's a customer. He's buying.
He's buying it all.
They'd be like suing somebody who buys Longhorn stuff to turn it upside down. It's like, well, he can do what he wants with it.
He goes and buys a ton of it, spends his own money, and then he turns around and puts it online for sale, and he's selling it for more. So he's making a nice profit, but Buc-ee's can't do anything about it because he's just selling their stuff.
You know why they shouldn't? Because it's just marketing.
Oh no, they realize
it's brilliant marketing, and that's what all this is. They're just a marketing company. All the peanuts and pretzels and everything they sell, that's all stuff.
Bucky balls.
Yeah, that's just all part of the business model. But they're a marketing company and branding company, and they've done a brilliant job of it.
Listen, you know me. I went to Dallas last Friday, went up after the show, and came back after 7:00. And so I was coming through Temple at like 9:00 at night, packed. That one right in Temple.
It's unbelievable.
Packed. I didn't need to stop. I look over and I'm like, holy cow.
I almost always stop.
It's like a mall on Christmas Eve or something. It's unbelievable.
I think I've stopped when I had to a couple of times. But you're right. People just stop to stop. They don't even need gas. They're like, no, I'm just going to see what's in Buc-ee's. Like,
Christmas shopping.
Yeah. No, I'll give them credit because I'm with you. Every time I see one being built, I go, what? They building that place in the middle of nowhere. There's no way they're going to be able to fill up their pumps.
That was like the Hillsboro outlets back in the day, though.
Now they're empty.
Yeah,
I know. That's sad.
Yeah, because you go by the Hillsboro outlets, there's no one there.
Blame Jeff Bezos for that. That's the Bezos impact. He's the one where all the malls are empty. And now, know what he's doing? He's buying malls and turning them into warehouses. It's brilliant. He took his business model, put the malls out of business, and now he's buying them up for cheap and turning them into warehouses.
Yeah. And all the Bed Bath & Beyonds are becoming pickleball courts indoor. Hey, all right, this says Skid Row. Thank you very much for the text. That's what it was called.
Is that what it was?
The $1 billion winner was on Skid Row. The Skid Row in L.A. won the billion.
Oh, did we ever? I wonder if they were
Skid
like.
Row. I love that.
Oh, I wonder what their status was.
I don't know.
They were like, you know what I mean?
Well, I think most people now stay anonymous when they win that, right?
Yeah,
They hire a lawyer.
I don't even want my family to know I won that damn thing.
No, heck no. That's the last people you want to know. Just send them nice gifts.
My wife, I might tell her. I might keep it from her too, and tell her later on.
Would you show up to work?
No, I'll just shower her and everything she wants. She doesn't need to know where I got the money.
Hey, we come back.
I got a raise at work. We're doing really well, babe.
Yeah,
we're killing it over there at the Horn.
Yeah,
should know I was lying.
Hey, we'll come back when we do Bullish or BS. Is it okay for an older guy to marry someone as young as his kids? I'll ask Rod that question. Also, the best game of the weekend, college and pro. Bullish or BS coming next.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Oh, nice text on the text line. Thanks to everybody that's getting qualified or getting registered for the race, the U.S. Grand Prix wristbands, 3-day wristbands. We're giving those away next week, so get signed up. Send a simple text, the word race, to our text line, and you'll get an immediate response with a registration. Easy to do. It says, guys, the lady who won the Powerball lottery on Skid Row had TV cameras in her face when she found out at the store. No hiding from that.
Oh, no.
There you go. Pretty funny. Hey, Rod and Ty, bullish or BS on this. Bullish or BS time here, brought to you by your champion Austin Gamblers. Austin Gamblers, they won the regular season again, Rod. Won the regular season.
I like it. I like it. The playoffs. Right?
Now the playoffs, Vegas, around the corner. But how about this? You guys bullish or BS on this? You know Billy Ray Cyrus?
Mm-hmm.
Miley Cyrus's dad?
Oh, yeah.
Achy Breaky Heart back in the day. You wouldn't recognize if you saw him today. He's got this real long hair. He doesn't look like you ever would have remembered Billy Ray Cyrus looking. But the 63-year-old Billy Ray Cyrus, who has 5 children, his oldest being 36 years old, in addition to Miley, who's 30, has remarried. He and his ex-wife Tish got divorced. He's now married a 33-year-old Australian singer named Fire Rose.
33.
Is it okay to marry? Are you bullish or BS on marrying someone who is younger than your children?
So 30 years.
30.
Right?
That's fine.
30 years older.
She's old enough to where she knows what she's doing. She can make that decision.
Is it weird to have like a wife who's the same age as your children, though?
So how old is he? He said
He's
63.
63.
Yeah, that's fine.
His oldest daughter is 36.
Yeah.
He's got a son, 34.
They're all grown adults.
Yeah,
his daughter's Miley Cyrus, so I mean, she does weird stuff all the time.
Yeah, I mean, she is weird.
Also, Noah Cyrus, who's 23, the youngest, he is a singer himself.
Her name
Noah
is
Cyrus.
That's a girl.
That's Noah. A girl. Yes,
Noah.
I said he. Yeah, Noah is the girl.
Yeah, I think Ty's got a good point though about how old she is. Though she is, if she was in her 20s, I think people would they would frown upon it.
She was 23.
People would frown upon it, but yeah, people figure when you're in your 30s that you've lived, you got some experience, you got some wisdom.
She knows what she's doing.
You're not being conned or anything.
I'm not
you're
saying
30.
that. I'm just saying for Billy Ray, it'd be odd to me. I'm 50 now. I mean, that's not something I'm
his
reality.
Doing. His reality is a lot different than our realities.
That's very
true. Because he's achy breaky heart. Maybe
how much younger is your wife than you?
She's older.
She's older. My wife is 10 years younger than me.
Okay, my wife is 3 years old.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say that.
I should get specifics.
Well, you asking me that on the radio.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying, like, for me, my wife was much younger, so she was 10 years younger than me, and I could have easily seen myself going another 4 to 5 years younger. Let's be honest. That could have easily happened to me, so I can't judge this man too much. I mean, when I met my wife. Yeah, I mean.
This is a no judgment zone, this show.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, she was like 22 when I met her, something like that. I got her, I was pretty young.
Damn, Rod.
Dang, Rod.
Nice.
We've been together for like 12 years now, 10, 12 years. So that's what I'm saying. Like, so people would have probably looked around and be like, Rod, what you doing?
To the drag, just trying to pick up chicks?
I mean, I caught her pretty young, so now I'm looking at this guy, I'm like, well, I can't judge him that much because I caught mine pretty young. But I wasn't 30 years older than her, but I like him.
Guys, the rule of thumb is half your age plus 9. Half your age plus 9. I've heard that before, too.
Really?
Yeah. So that qualifies. He's good. Hey,
he's good. He's good. Like, that's the rule. Like, when did that rule come up? Nah, that's the rule.
I don't know.
That's good.
Rod, what do you have in bullish or BS on Thursday?
Actually, I got some sound from the Kelsey brothers on their, what's it called? The New Heights?
New Heights
simulcast they do. They're talking about the tush push here, and Jason Kelsey is basically throwing out his conspiracy theory as to how the NFL is going to fight against the tush push. Bullish or BS on this?
There really haven't been that many injuries on this play.
Yeah.
But if there's a way that this play is going to be outlawed, this is how it's going to be.
This is it, yeah.
Yeah. And what I'm worried about is if I'm a defensive coach, any of these that I can have a guy go up limp on because I'm planning ahead for next year to try and stop offenses. I'm telling you, I swear, I guarantee guys are going to start faking injuries. It's going to start off minor injuries at first, but they're already thinking about how can we get this outlawed for next season? Because that's all they're doing. They're just complaining. And now guys are going to start faking injuries, just like they fake injuries in situations to stop you from going bolt. And it's nonsense. It's not a play that has been historically a higher injury chance of prevalence.
Well, we don't want to get you riled up
There you go.
I love how their chemistry. We don't want to get you riled up. But yeah, so bullish or BS. Jason Kelsey says teams are going to start faking injuries to stop the tush push.
Won't surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Because all rule changes, not all, but most rule changes come as a safety precaution. So, yes, why wouldn't? Because if you can't stop it, then you got to get it outlawed.
Mm-hmm.
And no one can stop the tush push. And
Nobody
as this guy says,
it.
tush push sounds like a bad night in jail. See, that's not nice at all.
Texas, the Longhorns could use the tush push on the goal line.
That's what I don't understand.
Maybe they should have tried.
I understand it. Not everybody is built to. We've had several people since the Longhorns couldn't get a yard from the 1 yard line say, why don't they have Malik Murphy in a tush push role?
Because he's not Jalen Hurts. He's not a powerlifting quarterback. And actually, Malik Murphy's not as athletic as y'all think he is. He's got a big arm.
He's a big
just
boy.
big, but he's not that athletic. He's the
worst runner out of all three.
Yeah, he's the least athletic, actually, of your top 3 quarterbacks. He's just big.
But if the bullish BS question is, are you bullish that it's going to start happening? I would agree with Jason Kelsey on that. Because that whole conversation started because they were talking about Travis Kelsey's injury because he turned his ankle, and they were talking about turf and outlawing the turf and going to grass fields to help the players, and that led to that conversation. But I think that will start happening. And hopefully he's getting – I'm glad Jason Kelsey's getting that out there to make people –
he's right.
Oh, concussion.
Yeah.
Oh, my head.
Because that's his play. I mean, he's
a huge part of their offense.
He's the second or the first or the most important piece to that tush push as the center. And by the way, nobody has a future Hall of Fame center like Kelsey to make that play happen too. So,
well, remember the Longhorns tried to do the tush push against Alabama, and it didn't go well.
Went all types of wrong.
Well, but not on purpose.
Not on purpose.
Not the way they wanted it to.
Jonathan Brooks jumped on the ball.
Exactly.
Came squirting out like a bar of soap.
Seriously.
Yeah, it's not. They executed it at a very high level. If it was that easy, everybody would do it. And if everybody had the personnel to do it, everybody would do it.
Yep.
So I tend to agree with Jason Kelsey. You decide, bullish or BS on those topics. Also, we're all bullish on Astros Rangers in the ALCS. We'll preview coming next and how it got there. Thursday on the Horn, the weekend starts today. And what a weekend it will be. It is a take a breath time for Longhorn football fans. No Texas game with the bye week. Coming at a good time, get healthy, fix some issues, including the red zone. Tackling needs to be addressed. But getting healthy is probably the number one thing. And you'll get to watch the Longhorns' next opponent tonight in the Houston Cougars face the West Virginia Mountaineers. Longhorns play at Houston, that same stadium that you'll see tonight on Thursday Night College Football will be where the Longhorns play next Saturday, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But you get to do it tonight. Also, the NFL starts Week 6 tonight with what appears to be a mismatch. And we'll have to wait till Sunday, Rod, for Game 1 of the American League Championship Series, a Texas showdown in the ALCS.
Might have to meet somewhere and watch that one together.
Which one?
The Rangers game.
I think we got to make a bet on it.
Yeah, we need a bet. We got 2 days to come up with a bet. If you want to suggest
come up with something, yeah, we need a bet.
Rod and I are H-Town. Ty is Metroplex, Dallas.
And I'm also a grown man, so don't mean nothing crazy. Like we ain't. No, I'm not doing. It contains anything too crazy. Yeah, I'm not shaving my hair. I'm not. No, that's not happening. No, not
no
shaving
tattoos
my hair.
Involved.
No, none of that. Nothing extreme. Just talking about sensible bet payoffs. Sensible ones. Okay, get rational. You know what I mean?
I'd get an Astros tattoo on my body, but I don't want a Rangers tattoo or a Bruce Bochy picture of Bruce Bochy's face or something.
I was thinking if the Rangers won the World Series, I was going to get a Rangers tattoo.
Wow,
I don't have any ink.
That's committing to the bit. Yeah.
Would you get a Rangers brand?
I already have the Texas brand.
Yeah, the Texas brand is cool.
I guess that does count.
That does count. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about it. Yeah, I mean, you love your Rangers though, so you can get that tat.
I've been thinking about getting some like.
Some ink?
Some more ink.
I want some too. I want the long. I need to get my Longhorn tat. I don't have a Longhorn tat, and it's gonna happen. I just don't know exactly what kind I want. I had a shirt that had a Longhorn, like it had a beautiful design on it, and I kept the shirt. I don't know where it is because I want that design. I just don't know where I want it. You know what I mean? Back or chest.
Yeah, I think I'm going legs next.
You going legs with their like whatever it is?
I want to get the Dallas, like the City of Dallas logo. Like the D with the 3 lines with the tree.
Interesting.
I think that'd look cool.
Yeah, that would look kind of cool. I know a lot of people that got the H for the H-Town.
You live in Austin, though. You lived in Austin your whole life. Why would you get the Dallas?
I'd get some stuff. I'd probably get the Capitol with the Austin skyline too.
Oh man, you talking about
my family. My whole mom's side of the family lives in Dallas.
There you go.
That's my second home.
Second home.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to get some more.
Too bad the Rangers don't play in Dallas. You know what I'm saying?
If the Longhorns win the Big 12 title, I'll get it right after the Big 12 title game.
Oh, there you go.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I already have the VY 10406 on the wrist. So if Texas wins the national championship, I'll probably have to get.
And what'd you get? Just QE
with the date.
I don't know what I'm going to get. I want to get like something really cool, a cool Longhorn tattoo, but I haven't gotten it. Like I said, there's a design that I like, but I don't want it to be too extravagant. It needs to be pretty simple, and I need to find a tattoo artist I like them. That won't be tough, but they got some really good ones.
Would you do like Dak Prescott and do like your entire leg?
No. I do subtle
be
tattoos.
Sedated for 12 hours.
All of my tats are hidden, like the wood one. I mean, unless I wear shorts, which you guys know I never wear shorts, so you never see my legs. I got Child of God on my back, but nobody ever sees that because my back is usually covered. And I do want to get my daughter. I want to get my wife on because I never wear my ring. I never wear my wedding ring. I don't. And she's cool with that. But I want to get like a thin needle tattoo of her initials on my ring finger.
There you go.
Just like real small. And then I want to get my daughter's name somewhere. I just don't know where. Probably over my heart.
The issue for me is a lot of the tattoos I want to get, you have to be kind of in shape to get.
That's
what
why.
Do you mean? Why in shape?
I mean, I don't want to have like a chest thing and then hanging off my right boob. You know?
Your man boob.
I need to start working out.
Hey, they're all gonna sag at one point, bro. They're all those tags.
I don't want to get it and then have it sag instantly, true. Though.
But they will all look bad at one point. We all get to be like 70 something. None of those tats are gonna look good. It's just the way it is.
My grandpa, he had one tat. He was in the Navy, so he had the anchor on his arm. And it looked pretty.
Looks pretty badass.
He was like he didn't say a cuss word or drink. I never saw him do anything my entire life. But before I was born, you could tell from some.
He partied hard.
Oh, yeah.
He was saved by the time he You came along. You was
I think
like,
I might have.
I'm
When
a new
I was
man.
born, he's like, all right, I need
to shape it up.
Shape it up a little.
That's
this
good.
says, will E walk to Arlington if the Rangers win the World Series? Because we know the Cowboys will never win with Jerry as the GM. That's probably true. I'm not doing that, though. Rod has to sit down and try every white condiment.
Okay. I like that.
That's solid.
I would entertain that one, actually. That I would probably have to have a puke bucket nearby because I'd be so disgusted, but I would entertain that one. Yeah.
I like that one.
No, that's not bad. Or at least try like a few of them. Like the more popular ones, like just vanilla ice cream, which I've never tried.
That would not be a punishment. That would be wonderful.
For me, it would be a punishment.
Whipped cream.
Oh, I would. Oh,
like right out of a Cool Whip thing. The mayo would be gross.
Mayo, ranch. Oh, blue cheese.
Yeah, blue cheese would make me throw up.
Oh man,
I'm not down with that.
All those seem like
Alabama
really
white sauce.
I just can't right now. Literally, I have a bad taste.
White gravy.
Thinking about that.
White gravy.
I don't like white gravy. And nothing against white gravy. I'm not a gravy racist, but I think you have white and brown. I hate when restaurants only have one or the other. Come on, people like white and brown gravy, man. You know, both of them.
And ice cream's not a condiment, by the way. It's a dessert.
That's true, but any white liquid or semi-liquid, I don't really like.
Any white food, huh?
No, not white. White food is okay. Like with
white
Blanco
bread?
queso, I'll eat.
Okay, that's kind of white bread, like Wonder
Yeah,
Bread.
white
Eat
bread.
some Wonder Bread.
Yeah, I like white liquor, white bread, white parts of the chicken, the white meat.
Oh yeah, not the dark meat.
The other white meat. I'll eat the dark meat too, but the white things that I do eat.
Right,
I'm not
so
even going
send
to
us
make
your
a
bet
joke there.
suggestions. We're going Houston versus Dallas. We were going to be digging on each other for the next 2 days and 2 shows before we get to that first game. And boy, it's going to be fun. Because how about this? We'll come in on Monday and we'll have a game in the book so we can talk smack about either way. And then we'll be getting ready for the Cowboys game with the Chargers that night.
Ooh.
And then all next week, you'll have playoff games, Rangers and Astros. How good is that?
And then I believe in Houston, won't one of those games be right after the Longhorns play Houston? In Houston?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can 2 for there. If you're an Astros I guess an Astros Rangers Longhorn fan, right? It'll be like a game. What?
That would have to be Game 7.
Would it be Game 7?
No. Let me look at the schedule.
Yeah,
Starts
I guess
on
we gotta see the
Sunday.
schedule. But I know. I mean, it might be pretty close. You might have a chance if you are a Longhorn fan, but also a fan of one of those teams, and you could see the playoff game whatever it is, 6 or whatever, and then also have gone to the Longhorn.
No, the schedule is this.
It's not gonna
Game
work
1,
out?
Sunday, Wednesday, Friday, Monday. Am I right about that? No, it's Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday.
Oh, so it'd be Game 6.
Game 6 would be Sunday.
So Game 6. It's in Houston, right?
In Houston, yes.
Okay, so
Sunday,
that would be your chance then.
Sunday and Monday in Houston.
So do you get
Games
that?
3, 4, and 5, which would be Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in Arlington. Sunday would be Game 6. I'm guessing Monday night would be Game 7 if necessary. So
I got a good bet idea.
You couldn't double dip the Astros and the Longhorn game because that's Saturday afternoon at 3:00.
So
no times have been determined, by the way.
How about if
we're not in the same day, but just same weekend?
Yeah, you're right about that, Rob.
If the Rangers win the series for 1 hour on whatever the next show after the series is over, you have to be in here and I sit in your chair.
Okay. Well, I'll agree to that.
Hold up, what is it again?
He has to produce the show for an hour.
That's how I started in this business. I've done that before many times.
That's
For an
tough.
entire show.
That's hard, man. I know I couldn't do it. I'd break down. I really would. I wouldn't be able to handle it. You're doing like it's the ultimate in multitasking. You're doing like 5 different jobs, 5 different things. And if you want to talk on air, which you do, and do well, it's a lot.
Yeah,
it's not that bad.
Well,
I haven't done it in a long time, but I've done it before.
I've never done it. I couldn't do it.
How about a spoonful of horseradish for Rod? Oh, man.
I've never had horseradish in my life.
It's good stuff.
So I don't know. Rod B, milk. When I was a kid, obviously, when I was a baby, I had to drink milk from the teat. But my mom says I took myself off the teat.
The teat?
Yeah, I basically rejected it. And I was like, I'm down with that. And then, so after that, not a lot of milk. I probably should have drank some more milk. Had a lot of broken bones in the league. It would help me.
Did you really? I've
I've
never broken a bone.
My shoulders, I shattered my clavicle.
Have you tried your wife's breast milk yet?
Oh.
No, but I've been told that it is like
good for you.
super. Yeah, like it basically can heal a lot of stuff.
Are you curious?
Yeah, I am curious. Got a lot of HGH, and she's just started like pumping stuff, so we'll see. I might.
Right.
I mean,
Just a little.
She doing the pump thing?
She's about to start. Yeah, she's about to start. She's She's got a lot of it.
Hey, Rod will do this behind the burnt orange curtain at the bottom of the hour. Well, that's good. That's good for the baby.
Yeah, it is, man. Yeah, it is. Can sell on the black market. Make some money.
Yeah.
You can. Bodybuilders buy that stuff, man.
Oh, you go down to
going around the gym.
Lifetime Fitness. Put on Lifetime Fitness.
It'll come out back.
Hey, bro, I got it. I got that in the parking lot if y'all need it. The biggest jacked up dude. I got you, bro.
Rod's walking around with like frozen breast milk. Hey. In a cooler in his Yeti.
Oh, y'all laughing, but it might be a source of revenue. Come on now.
Why wouldn't you? It's like go to waste. If
Come on now.
Baby doesn't drink it.
There you go. Just saying. Just saying.
Hey, somebody said, wait, did Ty ever get his tire fixed? Good question.
No.
You haven't?
No.
Hold up. What?
I'm still riding on
You
the
still
spare
haven't fixed your
tire.
tire?
How long has it been?
It's been like
Come
a
on, we
month.
got to grow
I
up.
need to advise you against like
I just
being
don't,
on
I
that thing
don't
for
have
like
any
more
money.
than a week.
I got paid yesterday, and I have like $50 in my bank account.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, yeah, that is the schedule. Rangers, Astros. It's Sunday, Monday, Wednesday,
Hey.
Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday.
When my window got broken into, we had a listener suggest a great glass place for me to come. I think they actually work there for me to come out there. So if anyone owns a tire shop that wants to hook me up, please help me.
Discount tire.
Please.
That's like don't they sell like
I mean, I have the tire in my bag. I think it could be I don't think I need a new tire.
Let's
You need to get it
I
fixed.
can do it myself. I need to do it.
Let's
Need to grow
go.
up.
Instead, we're
need
going
to
to
do
shoot. Instead, we're doing an online bit shooting baskets today after the show.
Maybe Ty should go fix it.
Maybe I'll fix your tire while you guys shoot baskets. Can we go to
there
the
you go.
headlines, trending topics, to get you caught up as you start your Thursday morning? Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring it to you. Start with the Major League Baseball. And yeah, the first All-Texas American League Championship Series or Texas Astros series of any kind. It's clinched last night as the Astros won a tough, tight one in Minneapolis. Game 4, 3-2. The Astros got a pair of big home runs and some outstanding pitching to clinch their 7th consecutive trip to the ALCS, where they'll face the Rangers in the first ever meeting between the Lone Star rivals in the playoffs. Michael Brantley had a big second inning home run. Then it was Jose Abreu homering for the third time in 2 games. A 2-run rocket gave the Astros a lead they never relinquished. Jose Urquidy and 3 relievers combined to allow just 3 hits on the game. How about the bullpen for Houston? Hector Neris, Brian Abreu combined for 5 strikeouts and 2 1/3. Ryan Presley struck out the side in the 9th for Dusty Baker and the Astros. Game 1 of that ALCS, as we said, set for Sunday. National League is one half of the way set in their final 2. Upstart Arizona Diamondbacks finished off a stunning sweep of the LA Dodgers, 4-2, the win last night in the desert. 6-seeded Snakes now await the winner of the Braves-Phillies series. Phillies now up 2-1. They crushed the Braves yesterday, 10-2. 6-homer game for the Phillies there. Bryce Harper had 2 of them. Nick Castellanos had 2 of them. Trey Turner hit a home run, 6 dingers on the night. Phillies now have the 104-win Braves on the brink of elimination for the 2nd straight year. They can close it out with a win tonight. NFL Week 6 kicks off tonight in Kansas City. 4-1 Chiefs hosting the 1-4 Broncos. Major mismatch on paper. Also, from the world of college basketball, the Kansas Jayhawks men's basketball program and coach Bill Self won't face any additional serious punishment stemming from that 2017 FBI investigation into their program. As part of the Wednesday ruling yesterday from the independent resolution panel, Jayhawks were placed on 3 years probation. Will have to vacate their 2018 Final Four appearance and wins from that season due to Silvio De Sousa's participation that year, but no further punishment for Bill Self. Always shoot you straight, Rod.
Always shoot you straight. Man, I got to tell you, this college football weekend, some interesting, because Texas won't be playing, all right? So you can actually dive into some other teams. Going to be some interesting matchups. You have the big marquee game, which is Oregon versus Washington. But I think in the Big 12, actually, there's some randomly interesting matchups, too. Of course, tonight, you have the U of H West Virginia matchup. That is interesting just because West Virginia is the big surprise team in the Big 12. There's one every year. They're the surprise team. And honestly, I haven't really watched enough of West Virginia to tell you how they're doing it. You said they're doing with defense, so you've watched them a little bit. This is my first time actually watching West Virginia to see how they're winning these games. But that's interesting because we saw U of H. U of H plays good at home, and I think is that U of H or at West Virginia?
It's at U of H, yep. Same
U of H
stadium.
plays a little bit different at home. They play their best football at home. And even that win over UTSA for U of H was impressive. They've had some lot of inconsistent play. Donovan Smith, who's got a win against Texas on his resume, he's their starting quarterback. I just, and he hasn't been terrible this year either, by the way. He hasn't been terrible, but I got to figure out how West Virginia is a contender in this league when not everybody, most people pick West Virginia to be a cellar dweller, the bottom of the Big 12 conference, and yet they found a way now to be right behind Oklahoma and right behind Oklahoma, I think, in terms of the conference play, because Texas has a loss in conference play. They do not.
Well, it's a weird team. They're third in scoring defense in the Big 12. They allow just under 20 points a game behind. In scoring defense, they're behind Oklahoma and Texas, who are 1-2 in the conference. West Virginia's third. But their offense, they're like sixth in rushing. They're last in passing yards.
Right.
In the Big 12 per game. 155.
How's that possible into a modern game to be that bad in the passing attack?
155 yards per game. They're 50 yards behind number 13, which is Kansas.
That's amazing.
Per game. So they're doing it with defense. They're doing it with low-scoring games.
That's amazing. Like I said, I don't know how they're doing it, but yeah, I got to watch it, check it out, see if they're a real threat. I don't think they are. I think they're a good team, but I don't know if they're a threat to Oklahoma or Texas. I think the drop-off between number 2 in the Big 12, the second-best team, and the rest of the league, because the league is down. This is one of the worst years we've seen for the Big 12 competitively. I mean, it's probably as bad as we've seen it. Honestly, I don't know if we've seen a worse Big 12 competitively. Taking Oklahoma and Texas out of it, of course, because we're looking at them as SEC members going forward. I don't know if we've seen the Big 12 look this weak.
Yeah, agreed. 100%.
Across the board.
That's Texas and Oklahoma put on a show on Saturday. Disappointing end for the Longhorns, but it was a fun football game. And those two teams, I think, are competitive with anybody in the country. But the rest of the conference is weak. But so for West Virginia, they have a running quarterback named Garrett Green.
I remember him. He's been there a while, too.
He's thrown for 540 yards, and he rushed for 200. He's their second leading rusher. Now, C.J. Donaldson is their running back. Remember him?
He's a good player. He got hurt in the Texas
big
game.
Back. Yeah, big back.
Yeah.
So they try to run the ball, control the game with their quarterback and his legs, and then they play good defense. I mean, that's really their recipe at West Virginia. Houston is Dana Holgorsen, so you know what that is, right? Air raid, Donovan Smith, the big quarterback who transferred from Texas Tech. And so, they're 2-3. This is not a good spot for Houston because, remember, Dana Holgorsen left West Virginia to take the Houston job, left the Power 5 to go to the non-Power 5 at the time, and the idea was he was going to be the coach to help them move into a bigger conference, move to the Power 5, and right now they're not ready for prime time for sure. West Virginia's beaten the likes of Duquesne, Pitt, Texas Tech, and TCU.
And some close games.
Close games, yeah.
Like
17-6,
one score,
20-13.
One score games.
Yeah, they're winning with defense. And their 3 Big 12 wins, they've allowed, as we said, 6 points, 13 points, and 21 to TCU. And that was on the road. That was a win in Fort Worth.
And which means they're not built to play from behind, and they're not built to get in a shootout.
No.
And what you want to do with them is, even though they got a good defense, is turn the game into a shootout and make them play from a double-digit deficit or a 2-score deficit. Because then their model to win falls apart.
Yeah, and the Longhorns obviously don't play West Virginia this year, so you're not.
No, you
just like to see them take a loss, so you're not worrying about, because they're the only other undefeated Big 12 team. So Texas would control their destiny against everybody else in the Big 12, I believe. West Virginia needs to, and they'll lose at some point. They play Houston tonight on the road, but they have won in Fort Worth, so they've shown and they're coming off their bye week. Both of these teams tonight were off last weekend.
K-State at Tech is interesting too, because Will Howard has not progressed the way people assumed. Even we thought K-State would be, second, third best team in the Big 12, and they still may end up being, who knows. But we thought that would be because of Will Howard taking a step forward, because he looked great last year at times. And then when K-State on their way to winning the Big 12 title, he was the big reason for it. He's been inconsistent. I think he has been turnover prone so far this year, and they really do miss Deuce Vaughn on that offense. They don't have as many weapons offensively in the defense without Julius Brents, without Enudike Uzoma. They're just not as formidable. So Kansas not the juggernaut that people thought they would be in the Big 12, and Texas Tech just been a letdown. But they are playing at home. It's at Tech. But I don't know I used to think K-State would be a team I would pick in most of these Big 12 games, but right now, the way things are going, Tech may be trending, actually.
Yeah.
Tech's playing much better than they were. They started out really, really slow and dreadful. They've actually now, put together a couple of impressive wins.
Well, and Joe McGuire's a good coach. I mean, and they lost that tough game in overtime to Wyoming to start the season, and then turn around and played an Oregon team who's top 5 or 6 in the country, and they get a big showdown with Washington this weekend. So I don't think there's any. And that was a really good game, the Oregon game, and it was competitive.
38-30.
Yeah.
Because Tech can score.
Tech can score.
Yeah, they can score.
But remember, their quarterback Tyler Shuck is hurt, so now they're down to Baron Morton to being their starting quarterback there. So that's an interesting game too. Obviously, biggest games, the ranked matchups in college football: Washington and Oregon, the center game at 2:30 on Saturday from Seattle. That's a huge football game. Notre Dame USC on Saturday night, and keep an eye on North Carolina in the ACC, Rod, because if Mac Brown's team beats Miami, they host Miami. Miami would be undefeated if not for Mario Cristobal's ridiculousness last week. It would have been a matchup of 5-0s. Instead, it's 4-1 Miami at undefeated North Carolina with Mac Brown. Drake May, that's an interesting game on Saturday night, too.
Yeah. No, Mac Brown's got a good quarterback. Mac Brown's teams usually not only win double-digit games, but that's when they contend for championships. And he's got one of the best quarterbacks in the country. Now he's got one of the better wide receivers back, too, off of that NCAA suspension that Mac called out the NCAA on. So I'm with you. I think that, this might be the year for Mac to try to make a move there in the ACC.
All right, Rod. Before we get to the timeout, and we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain coming up, I want to tell everybody about BetterHelp and BetterHelp.com. We are busy people, Rod. You got a new baby at home. You're working your fingers to the bone over there, maybe selling breast milk over at the Lifetime Fitness, whatever you might be doing. That's how it rolls. I had kids early. It's a stressful life for guys, right? You're working hard. You got bills to pay. You got relationships, and it's always good to talk. Licensed therapy is available to you with BetterHelp.com. They understand at BetterHelp.com that you have busy schedule. When am I going to do this? Where am I going to find time? That's where BetterHelp. It's online at your schedule therapy and psychiatric work, just to talk to somebody about your mental health, your peace of mind. Maybe you stay up nights thinking about paying bills and how you're going to make it all work. This is where you can talk to a licensed therapist in your state. You can receive the therapy and the conversation from anywhere at any time. You set it up on your schedule. You can once you have the therapist that you're grooving with and talking to, you can message that therapist anytime if you have a question. They'll text you right back. It's an easy appointment schedule. And if you're not jiving with the therapist you first start with, you can switch anytime at no cost. It really is a great way to go to take care of. It's one thing to take care of your physical health and work out and exercise, and that's important. But your mental health is just as important, maybe more. And BetterHelp.com/thehorn is the way to do it. Go to BetterHelp.com/thehorn. If you use the horn, you get 10% off your first month as you move forward. It's BetterHelp.com/thehorn. That's BetterHelp.com.
And they were all asking themselves the same question.
All right, we'll get behind the burnt orange curtain coming up next hour, Rod. All right, so there's some college football, and we got the baseball coming. We're taking your suggestion on bets for Rod and I v. Ty in the Metroplex v. Houston ALCS. Some good ones have come in. Rod's going to maybe have to eat some condiments. We'll decide that. I may have to walk to Arlington, but I'm not doing that. I might walk somewhere. We'll figure that out.
Maybe, you ain't got to walk to Arlington.
Maybe walk to the Dell
My
Diamond
goodness.
because the Round Rock Express are the AAA affiliate of your Texas Rangers. I'm not doing that either. All right, we'll come back. When we do, we'll talk more about that behind the burnt orange curtain. Off the record before the end of the hour. Stories you maybe haven't heard but need to. On this Thursday morning, hook 'em up with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Oh, man. Several suggestions on the text line, 512-447-3776. Also, thanks to everybody. And a lot of you have gotten registered to win those wristbands. 2 wristbands for 3 days for the U.S. Grand Prix and the weekend, next weekend at COTA. All you got to do is text RACE to our text line, and you're going to get a return registration right back to you. And but a lot of people weighing in on the conversations of our Thursday morning. This says, since Ty only has $50 in his bank account, does that mean he's a successful gambler? ?
Not last week.
He had a bad week.
Kind of comes and goes.
My teams let me down last week. It was all I was.
That's why you shouldn't bet on your teams.
I think that's sound advice. Shouldn't be bet on because then too emotional.
Yeah,
it's an emotional bet.
Emotional bettors.
The Rangers got me there.
Bettors.
The Horns and the Cowboys let me down.
The Horns actually were. I'm with you. It seemed like a smart bet.
It did.
It seemed like a smart bet, but that's why rivalry games or emotional games.
Throw the records out the window.
Yes,
sir. They were both undefeated.
Yes, sir.
If the Astros win, we should all get to watch Ty change his tire. Yeah, maybe.
That'd be a riveting video.
Yeah, well, kind of like us shooting baskets today. Hey, Ty, Broadus, Chevron, B-Cave, and Mopac. Great people. They can plug a tire. $20. Great people. Always get my car inspected there.
I'm seeing that Discount Tire does it for free.
They do. If you bought the tire there.
Okay. No. Did not.
Well, then they still might.
A discount?
I went there the other day, the one off B-Caves, the Discount Tire. That was a Goodyear, actually. And they were like, we can't get you in until Sunday.
And that's
damn.
And that was like 3 days. And I was like, what?
Well, because Goodyear does everything. Tires just do tires. So they can move them pretty quickly.
That's true. And you make appointments there, too.
I can do it myself. I had done it before. I can do it myself.
And remember now, if the hole or the leak is not in the middle of the tire, if it's on the rail of any kind, you're not going to be able to plug it.
It's in the middle.
Okay, well then let's take it to discount. They'll plug it in 10 minutes.
He's right. They will.
Come on, man. There's one right here on your way down 71 right there by the Blazer laser tag.
And
that Blazer laser tag still there?
Oh, yeah.
My kids used to love going to that place.
I went there like not too long ago with my little cousins, actually.
Had my 10th birthday party there.
Yeah. Place is iconic.
My kids had some birthday parties there too back in the day. Mm-hmm. Iconic Blazer laser tag.
It really is, man. That thing keeps you in shape. I ran around there with those little kids. I was worn out by the end. I was like breathing out hard. I was like, this is actually good cardio.
Yeah, man.
The kids in shape in that thing, man.
Hey, congratulations to Longhorn defensive tackle Tavondre Sweat.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday, Rod named a Senior Bowl midseason All-American. Senior Bowl, the Jim Nagy and the Senior Bowl have named, he's the only Longhorn to make the midseason All-American team.
Pro Football Focus has him right now as their highest rated defensive tackle in the country.
Wow.
Remember, he had that he had a great play in that Texas OU game where he basically pushed the offensive lineman back with one arm. You remember this?
Yes.
Kind of manhandles him and then ends up getting the pressure on the quarterback. It was a great – that will be on his draft highlight reel, I guarantee you. That will be on the draft highlight reel.
Well, and that would be a surprise to a lot of people if you said, okay, who's the one Longhorn that's going to be on the senior – remember, these are for senior players that are eligible to play in the Senior Bowl.
Yes.
So keep that. That's a specific to them. But who would have guessed that, right? I mean, probably would have guessed some other Longhorns before him. But either way, Tavondre Sweat is playing great right now.
Yes. Well,
and they need that to continue.
Except when he's a fullback on the goal line. I kid. It's a joke.
Hey, I see what you're saying there.
I'm kidding. No, he did a great. If they'd have given Tavondre Sweat the ball, refrigerator Perry style, he might have scored. But
yeah.
Maybe that's the change up for the goal line for Texas. Could be. Who knows?
Or a little play action. Send him out in the flat.
Something less predictable than just, running it behind the jumbo package 3 times in a row.
I want to see him do that ball where, the quarterback hides it.
Oh.
Typically turns around, come back, and then.
I want them to steal the Ben Johnson play from the Detroit Lions where Jared Goff is under center and they snap it between his legs, wildcat it to the running back behind him, and then run it. That's what I want to see.
Well, and the key to that was Jared Goff was acting like he was communicating with a receiver down the line. So
it was brilliant.
It was just, that little half second to catch the team off guard. And where'd he go? And then Dave Montgomery's running for 12 yards. That's a smart play.
Loved it. It's a great play.
So Jim Nagy, the director of the Senior Bowl, had a tweet saying Tavondre Sweat developing serious pass rush moves this year. Coach Bo Davis.
Oh, that's it. That's the play. I'm looking at it right now. That's the play Jim Nagy. Yeah, I mean that play will be on his draft highlight. He pushes the lineman back with one hand.
left arm, and then tackles.
Get 5 yards back,
and then separates and hits on the quarterback.
Yeah, hit Dylan Gabriel.
And still make the play. That was a hell. I'm telling you, that play was so impressive in so many ways. So is he? If you could right now look at all the players across the roster for Texas, is he playing at the highest level of any player at any position?
Devondre consistently.
Him and Jonathan Brooks probably. Jonathan Brooks is playing at a really high level too.
Yeah, and I think Xavier Worthy has too. I think Xavier's been really good all year for Texas. He's dropped a couple punts, but either other way, he's been electric on the outside. But yeah, Sweat's been awesome for Texas. We'll run through some of the names on that list. These are the guys that the Senior Bowl is watching, because they're going to probably invite these guys to their bowl game. So underclassmen not qualified for that midseason All-American team. Hey, let's go behind the burnt orange curtain. Texas not playing this weekend, but still Texas conversation always here on Hook 'em Up.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
Okay, so the latest, how about this? I was going to get into something else, but we can continue the conversation we were having about Devondre Sweat. So I'm looking at Pro Football Focus mid-season All-American teams.
Yep.
So for their interior defensive lineman, they don't have him as the starting interior defensive lineman. They got him second team to Devondre Sweat, but they have Byron Murphy third team. So they got, in terms of interior defensive linemen on their mid-season Pro Football Focus mid-season All-American teams, they got Devondre Sweat second team and Byron Murphy second on the third team. So just letting you know how deep that Texas interior defensive line is. They got him out there pretty deep.
Okay.
And so I think last week he was the highest graded interior defensive lineman last week, but now obviously one of the top 3 to 4 highest graded defensive tackles in the country. He is right now playing at an elite level. No question. And Byron Murphy's playing really well too. Those guys obviously didn't play well enough to dominate the lines of scrimmage against Oklahoma, but I expect them to pick up where they left off once the bye week is over. All right, so getting back to Texas football in general, I was thinking about the red zone issue for Texas, because I think we're all trying to figure out how Texas, the perplexing issue of how Texas can remedy their red zone inefficiency. Right now, they're 122nd in the red zone, and that's worse than they were when they came into the Texas OU game, where they were 108th in the country. And it is flabbergasted. It is like mind-boggling that they, with all the talent they have, still struggle in the red zone. Could it be the offensive line? Could it be the scheme? Could it be, the route combinations they run in the red zone? Could it be the lack of physicality with the O-line? It could be a number of different things. There's one thing that I want to suggest for Texas, though, in the red zone. Really not just the red zone, but more overall. I think they should increase the usage of this concept. The 6 offensive line package. I've been tracking this concept for a while, since Sark introduced it last season. And when they run with they call it the Big 11 or the Big 12, that's when they throw out the 6th offensive lineman, Malik Agbo. When they go Big 12, it's 1 back, 2 tight ends, and he's the extra tight end. When they go 11, he's just a 6th offensive lineman out there, and they have 3 wide receivers on the field. And by the way, against Oklahoma, that was the first time that I can remember them breaking out the Big 11 package, actually, was versus Oklahoma. And they hadn't used it in any of my notes in any of the previous games since they introduced the second O-line package. I hadn't seen them use the Big 11. And I think that's because of the JT Sanders injury, is why they're diving a little bit deeper there. Gunnar Helm has been really good, but Gunnar Helm is no JT Sanders. JT Sanders is the biggest matchup nightmare on that offense, and Gunnar Helm is more than serviceable, and I think he's actually improved a lot. There's only so much you can do with Gunnar Helm. The possibilities for JT Sanders are almost endless in terms of where you can move him and the matchup advantages that you have. So when you don't have 100% JT Sanders, or maybe he's not even 85%, it does decrease the potency, right, of those matchup manipulations that Sark likes to use and move around, and he's hunting matchups with a guy like JT Sanders. They're obviously not as effective if he's not as effective. So I think Sark is using more of the Big 12, Big 11 package, because JT Sanders is just not right now, because of the injury, not the matchup nightmare that he was prior. And that was the adjustment in the Kansas game. When JT Sanders got hurt, they used more of the Big 12 package to supplement the offense and the productivity. And we didn't see it as much in the Oklahoma game, but we did see the Big 12 and the Big 11 package. And when they ran it, it was easily their most successful concept in my opinion. Guys, they averaged over 8 yards per rush with the 6th offensive lineman out there. over 10 yards per attempt with these 6 offensive linemen out there, over 9 yards per play with these 6 offensive linemen out there versus Oklahoma. That to me is, and I said I've been saying that they should use it more, period. But I even think it would translate into the red zone. I'm going to go back and break down and dissect my notes and try to see how often they run that package in the red zone. But I bet it would work better in the red zone. I bet it would translate. But there's no doubt Sark should run more of it. It seems crazy to think, oh man, you would run, some of those sets and you would take JT Sanders off the field. You don't have to do that. You can take Gunnar Helm off the field. But Gunnar Helm right now is your healthier tight end. I think Sark is making the determination that 100% Gunnar Helm is better than a 70% JT Sanders. That's debatable, but I think he makes that determination on certain plays because Gunnar Helm is playing more now that JT Sanders is dealing with the injury. But Big 11, Big 12, based on the research that I've done, I don't know if there's a more successful concept for Texas or a successful personnel grouping for Texas so far this season than using that 6th offensive lineman out there. It just puts defenses in a hell of a conundrum where they have to decide whether they're going to match your numbers and match mass in the box and defend the run. And to do it, you better go all in. And if you do go all in to stop the run, especially with Jonathan Brooks running so well and that running game finding its form, then you're going to leave X-Man, you're going to leave A.D. Mitchell, hell, even Jay Witt if they go Big 11, or you're going to leave Gunnar Helm, that other presence in the passing game, you're going to leave them with favorable matchups. And if it's JT Sanders, he's a favorable matchup too. So I think that's why it's been so effective. And I would, if I was Sark, I would study and explore using that 6 offensive line package because it's been so effective everywhere else, using it in the red zone a little bit more. That's what I would do out there. It's been, like I said, it's been effective every time you've used it at a high rate, and you just started using it at a high rate when JT Sanders went down versus Kansas. But since then, even in the Kansas game, 7.7, you are over 7 yards per play. You're averaging over 14 yards per attempt in that game when you threw the football out of 6-0 line package. You were under 5 yards per rush in that Kansas game. It's kind of weird that you didn't run the ball more effectively out of that package in the Kansas game, but I think you were focused on throwing the football. There's no doubt you can run it out of there. You proved that versus Oklahoma, averaging, almost over 8 yards per rush.
Yeah. Well, and it occurs to me that the red zone has been an issue most of the year, but specifically since JT Sanders got hurt, right? I mean, that was right early on in the Kansas game. It had happened right about the 10-yard line when he got rolled up on from behind. They had to settle for a field goal on that drive, and really every time they've gotten in the red zone since he's gone down, they've been much worse in the red zone than they were before. They weren't great before, but really you can signal and circle that injury, which happened as they were in the red zone in the early part of that Kansas game. That's when the issues, because obviously as a defense, you're always going to wonder where JT Sanders is in the red zone.
Have
area.
to. Man.
Because he would be your number one target outside of Xavier Worthy or the run game. So,
I think in the red zone, he might be a number one, even a higher target.
So it's not
high priority target.
But it was not great before, but then when he got hurt, it really exacerbated what they are. And that's what you need to be doing this, because you assume that JT Sanders will be pretty close to healthy by the Houston game.
Yeah.
With 2 weeks off and get that ankle right. Same time, he's a big factor to them, and that's. Look, you don't know you have a problem until it's pointed out to you, and the Longhorns were exposed on several things they need to fix. But they're all fixable, right? There's nothing that is just glaring that can't be fixed. If they fix them, they'll be heavy favorites in every game the rest of the way.
Yep.
And can make up for it, get back and get that Oklahoma team again, potentially Oklahoma in that Big 12 title game. All right, good stuff in Rod's Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. We'll come back, go off the record, stories you maybe have missed on this Thursday morning but need to know. Also, after the top of the hour, Rod, our buddy Mike Craven will join us. Dave Campbell's Texas football.
Nice.
His thoughts on the Big 12 weekend, the Houston matchup with West Virginia tonight. His thoughts on Texas OU, and how much trouble is Jimbo Fisher in down at Texas A&M, if any. All that coming in our 9 o'clock hour. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Off the record time, and here it is, Rod. Here's the video I just tweeted or X'd or posted to X. People on a train in southwest Colorado may have spotted Bigfoot.
I saw that video. That's a dude in a suit, man.
It isn't a bear. What is that?
That's a dude in a suit walking on the mountainside. I don't know
What's he doing out there?
Why is he in the middle of nowhere walking on a mountainside? I have no idea.
Where else is Bigfoot going to be?
What does a dude in a suit? There's no way that's big. And he sits down. He sits down just to chill. Come on, man.
You don't think so?
I don't
you know
think
me,
that's
I'm a
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot skeptic.
I know you are, exactly. Usually, you're the realist here. I'm the one that's
It does look like a dude in a suit, but if it's not, what the heck is it?
That looks like a dude in a suit. But
Why is a dude in a suit out there just walking around?
Now, that's the thing. Why is he in the middle of nowhere walking around the mountainside in a Bigfoot suit? That would be the question. Yeah, I would do, because, and where's this, Colorado? We need to find out where the nearest residence or residential town is near this very rural area. Because, yeah, maybe that would be interesting if he's out. If there's not a town around for hundreds of miles, and he
it's pretty secluded out there, man.
I know it is. That's wild, man.
Southwest Colorado down to the 4 Points
That's
area.
Wild.
Wow. Listen,
I don't like it. E.
I don't know, man, because I'm a skeptic. But I've always said, well, everybody's got cameras now. Everybody's got a phone. Why can't we get a picture of this thing if there is indeed a Bigfoot or Sasquatch or whatever they call it? And there it is. I don't know. It's a long way away, and that's a big thing. That's a big dude in a suit if it is.
No,
I mean, think about it. There's species on this planet where there's only 20 of them left or less. It could be in that realm of possibility.
Oh yeah, no, I totally agree. No,
just never being seen.
I agree. I know, Ty, you're right. That scientifically, I believe we're probably at the point only 70% of the species still have been not undocumented. Hell, the ocean alone.
I mean,
it's like 80%.
The ocean's only been 30% of the ocean's only been explored. 70% of the ocean is unexplored. We have no idea what the hell is in there or down there.
It's vast.
Yeah, and I can see that being the case for a lot of species on this planet that haven't been documented. So it's possible. I'm not saying it's plausible, but it's possible. Scientists have estimated that there are around 8.7 billion species, and they've only documented a little under 2 million.
Okay. Well, I tweeted it from my Twitter, my X account, at Aaron Hogan, ERINHOGAN. You can go look at it, and you can decide.
Yeah.
You can decide.
That's from National Geographic, by the way. So
Thank you very much.
Are we checking me?
Thank you very much. What else do we have in Off the Record, Rod B?
Ty, you got this piece of sound here, this piece of audio? All right. This should be in Who Said That, but we're going to use it in Off the Record.
Give me some audio.
A little under 2 million.
Okay. Well, I tweeted it from my Twitter.
Oh, yeah,
that's me.
That's not what we're playing. Jada Pinkett Smith, she revealed to the world that her and Will Smith have not been together for 6 years. Here's the audio.
There are so many surprising things in the book, but the thing that surprised me the most, that I actually had to reread it because I said, is this true?
Right.
Was that in 2016, you and Will decided that you were going to live completely separate lives.
Yes.
It was not a divorce on paper,
right,
but it was a divorce. So from the year 2016, which is 7 years ago now,
yes,
y'all have been
7 years.
God, she seems like the worst person.
Oh, she's a gaslighting skank. Why did he slap Chris Rock then?
Yeah, so Chris Rock got punched for nothing.
So why did he slap him then? It's like he wouldn't disrespect your wife because y'all not even a thing. He just was faking it.
And he said, "Why keep my wife's name out your?"
He said,
"Keep still we're married though. That's still technically his wife and legally his wife
on paper, but they were. It was a sham. Man, that's I don't know. Does this make Will Smith look better or worse?
Worse.
Worse, dude. What are you doing?
I don't know, man. I don't pretend to understand that whole situation.
That is a crazy relationship, man. That's
and why is she writing a book, and who would want to read it? Would be my next question.
She loves attention.
Yeah,
she's not famous for talent anymore, so she just wants to be famous for being famous.
Was she ever famous for?
Yeah, she was. She was an actress at one point, and a pretty good one. She was.
She wouldn't be this famous if she were still just Jada Pinkett and not Jada Pinkett.
She stopped acting though, basically when she got deep into a relationship with Will Smith.
Yeah, I don't get that at all. Hey, looks like Taylor Swift will be at the Chiefs game tonight, of course. It's prime timer.
Yeah.
Looks like Taylor will be there in the box with probably Travis's mom and Who else knows? It's the primetime game. There might not be anything to tune in for except for Patrick Mahomes exploiting a terrible defense.
He's never played the last-ranked scoring defense in the NFL in his career. This will be the first time he plays the worst defense in the league. So, yeah, fireworks.
And they played the Dolphins, and the Dolphins scored 70.
70.
Hey,
And they pulled up, too. They took their foot off the gas.
off the record, Rod,
What's that?
in Australia, as a joke, a group called something. They were running a campaign under the Beer Party moniker, the Beer Party, and the campaign promised to allow bars to stay open 24/7 and a free keg per month for every adult in Australia. They started as a joke. They're polling at 12%.
You damn right.
And on the rise.
Free keg per month? They do some damage here in that political
Recent
arena.
polls say they're up to 12% and rising.
Do we know what kind of beer it is? Is it like a specific kind of beer or just any beer? What are we talking about here?
The Beer Party. I'm in. No, I don't. Your choice, I guess.
You know some beer company is looking at this going, guys, we need to sponsor this. This thing sponsored the Beer Party. Come on.
Yeah, so if it's free, that means the government's paying for it.
The government paying for beer. What a beautiful idea.
Well, that means people are paying for it.
Thank you very much.
Great point. Way to bring it full circle.
12%.
So is it really free?
No, it's not.
Nothing in life.
Nothing in life is. That's right. We'll be back. You go see the Twitter and decide if that's Bigfoot or not. Mike Craven coming up talking college football. Yeah, hook 'em up, hook 'em up. 2 more hours to go on this Thursday edition. Talking bets and wagers based on the Rangers-Astros series starting Sunday now. Astros took care of business last night.
Astros.
Great pitching. Jose Urquidy. Jose Urquidy is the pitcher's pitcher, man. That guy, big spots. He's not these guys you think about as like a Cy Young guy. But, boy, how many times in the Astros runs here to the ALCS and the World Series has he come up in a big spot, pitched great, just like he did last night, locates very well. He's a Mexican. He's out of Mexico, and he is just a really good pitcher. Technician of the position, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then as I say, you got 2 days to preview this big series, and we'll get some insiders on tomorrow to preview both the Rangers and Astros side of this. Also get some bigger picture perspective. But first time it's ever happened. But Astros bullpen is their one big advantage in this series, if there is one, because I think it's a very even matchup. Both teams won 90 games. Both teams have kind of had ups and downs and roller coasters as this year has gone on. Both teams have battled significant injuries. Rangers may be getting Max Scherzer back, which would be great. He threw a simulated game yesterday. But, Rod, the only place where you look and there's just a glaring spot where one team is better than the other, it's the Astros bullpen. But the Rangers have pitched great in the postseason. These 5 games, they've been outstanding. So it matters what happens now. But I think all Ranger fans would feel a little nervous running the
Ty
Aroldis
feels
Chapman.
good.
Well,
Ty feels good.
He's watched this team this year. Remember, he gave up on this team. Don't forget about that. Don't forget, he mailed it in.
That's good. I think he was just ready for football season to start more than anything.
This is the most baseball I've ever watched.
He was quoted on this show saying, I've given up on the Rangers.
Well, because like Rod said, I was excited for football.
And then,
was a little disappointed in that little stretch they had there, and they honed it in, and now look at us now.
Yes.
They're playing great baseball right now, man.
And these games are fun to watch, too.
Yeah, because a lot of home runs.
Yeah.
I think that.
And the drama of every pitch matters.
It's the only sport where it's that one-on-one battle between the pitcher and the batter. Like, I can't think of anything else like it in sports.
You can't. I mean, it's playoff baseball is phenomenal. Rangers had 39 blown leads this year. They had 5 ninth-inning blown leads this year, which was close to the top. Only the Colorado Rockies and the Chicago White Sox had more this year. And the Astros, you were top 5 in the league in not blowing games, right? So
clutch.
And you saw it last night, and you've seen it in this postseason. I mean, the Astros had a 1-run lead. It was 3-2, and Hector Neris came in. One of the things that gives the Astros a big advantage is Ryan Presley, when he's locked in and not tipping his pitches. He was doing this for a stretch this year. He is really lights out. He's closed World Series games, right? He's closed big playoff games. Rangers guys, that's the other part of this. This is going to be a high pressure series. It's going to be a high intensity series with high leverage positions. How confident are the Rangers pitchers? Because they've had some struggles. The Astros guys, you feel like been there, done that. Hector Neris is he's been part of a World Series team and champion. Has Jose Abreu on a couple of occasions, and Ryan Presley. These guys been there, and Rangers are there for the first time here. So that would be the only place. Everything else, you might give the offensive advantage to the Rangers.
Yeah.
With the addition of Evan Carter and the return of Josh Young to their everyday lineup, they're as deep as anybody.
Right now, they're killing it. Yeah, it's going to mean didn't they have the most All-Stars this year?
They did.
Yeah,
they did.
I mean, the Rangers
and if Max Scherzer were to come back, I mean, you're not getting Jacob deGrom back, you know that. But if Max Scherzer could come back and he maybe help out that bullpen we're talking about, that would be huge.
And the Rangers are ahead of schedule. They're not supposed to be doing that, having this type of run this year. Right? Aren't they a little ahead of schedule? Isn't next year supposed to be the year kind of for them?
I would disagree with that. I would say that the ownerships, the trades they made at the deadline would indicate they felt like they needed to go all in this year.
But I think that when you look at the way they were building the roster,
oh sure,
I think they found out this year like, oh damn, with the start they had this year, they were like, oh.
Yeah,
we are ahead of schedule. Now let's speed up the timetable. But I think the long-term vision was maybe next year would be the year that they don't have a lot of weaknesses. And you just pointed out their bullpen is an obvious weakness.
And as we started and broke camp, we knew the Rangers were really good, right? They went out and made the investment in the pitching staff. Even though it didn't work out with Jacob deGrom, Eovaldi's been great. Andrew Heaney's been really good for them. The investments have paid off, and Seager and Semien were the investments 2 off seasons ago.
Yeah,
huge dollars, and they've paid. And we've told you the Rangers have this this farm system that's coming, and now you're seeing the fruits of that with Evan Carter and the addition of Josh Young coming through that system after being a high draft pick out of Texas Tech. I mean, and that's what here's why I'll give the Rangers ownership a lot of credit. They've invested the dollars, and when it was time to make deals at the deadline, knowing they've got this really fertile farm system, they used it to attack the market and bring in Max Scherzer and Jordan Montgomery has been as big an addition as anybody has at the deadline, who they got from the St. Louis Cardinals. Big time addition. So now their depth of pitching is good. But remember, Rod, they played a series back in early September, right after Labor Day, and the Astros swept it and outscored them 40-10. So that still resonates, I think, that the Astros have to have a lot of confidence and that they can handle this pitching staff and know how to attack this pitching staff. Rangers are going to have to prove it because the Astros have I believe the Rangers won the first series of the year way back, and the Astros really dominated the head-to-head race the rest of the way. So, look, a lot of subplots, a lot of star characters, two experienced managers that have known each other.
A lot of familiarity, too.
Can we play this Dusty Baker that we've been playing this morning? This is pretty good. This is Dusty Baker. He knows his guy, Bruce Bochy. They've seen each other many times.
Well, hey, man, they know us, and we know them. And I know Bruce, and he knows me. And I know Mike Maddox, and it's going to be a heck of a series.
All right, there you go. Yeah, this says Nick from San Angelo says, how many blown leads do the Rangers have this postseason? What have you done for me lately? Just point out that's the one advantage I see on paper. Doesn't mean it's going to play out that way. I mean, who would have picked the 88-win Diamondbacks to sweep right through the 100-plus win Dodgers?
No, some people, but not most people. Not most, yeah.
And that becomes the next big conversation for baseball is, and by the way, credit to Rob Manfred. Every commissioner is controversial, right? Every commissioner is not liked in every major sport, I think. But the decisions to speed up the games with the pitch clock, which was very controversial, the shifting, getting rid of that. Think about the results of that, Rod. Games averaged 2 hours and 40 minutes this year. The games were down 25 minutes in length on a per-game basis, which makes it a better and more consumable TV product.
Mm-hmm.
Also, they wanted to move the shifts and the stolen bases through the roof. The OPS across baseball was up almost 80 points.
Home runs are up, too.
Home runs are up. It's a better game right now. And if you go all the way back to the spring and still the winter, it started with the World Baseball Classic, and that's where the pitch clock started. You saw it, and just a compelling product. And I think we're seeing it in these postseason games. And that's kind of the way we talked about that when the pitch clock was in. This is gonna be interesting. These high leverage games. Now you're seeing it. Pitchers got to get back on the mound and pitch, Rod.
Mm-hmm.
Batters got to get back in the box. You can't stand around and wait.
No, you can't gather yourself for 2 minutes or whatever it is.
Yeah. I mean, it's and these are the games where that matters most.
Adds more pressure.
It does. I love it.
And I think it's Rob Manfred's legacy. I know he is hated. I mean, all of the commissioners are, like you said. Maybe Adam Silver is kind of the exception to the rule. But I'll say this: Rob Manfred did a great job with that. And he was bullish on it. Speaking of bullish or BS, he was bullish when a lot of traditionalists were against him, and they talked a lot of trash about Rob Manfred and his leadership. I'm glad you gave him props because most baseball fans won't give Rob Manfred any flowers at all. They won't give him any praise.
I will.
Because they hate him so much. But that was so good for the game. You're talking about trying to make the game more palatable to the younger generations. That was their biggest issue. And the best way to do that for a generation that has the attention span of a goldfish, all right, is to shorten the games and also make them more offensively centric games. I make sure they're high scoring games, and that's what happened.
Showcase the athleticism and the talent of the players, which you got to do with a guy like Ronald Acuna Jr. Right, 40-70, still stole 70 bases, hit 40 plus home runs. Those are the guys that it's not just home runs and strikeouts anymore. You can put runners in motion, you can steal bags. The shifts have helped guys like Corey Seager and Kyle Tucker for the Astros and Rangers. Their batting averages are both up, and MVP caliber seasons for them. By the way, it says how many injuries to pitchers because of the pitch clock. I don't know how you would even be able to prove that or document that. I don't even know what that means.
I'm sure somebody's doing some exhaustive breakdown on it.
It's because of the pitch clock why pitchers get hurt. I don't know if I believe that. How about this? Speaking of commissioners and hated commissioners, Roger Goodell. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is nearing a new 3-year contract extension, Rod, that will push his career earnings over $700 million.
He'll be a billionaire before he's done. He'll
He's
be a
overseeing a
billionaire.
$20 billion operation.
He'll easily be a billionaire before it's all said and done. Just if he doesn't reach it in career earnings, like you say, it'll be at $700 million after the new contract is signed if they get a new extension.
$700.
But think about the investments and all the stuff that he's made. I'm sure he gets the inside scoops on a lot of great investments. He'll be worth $1 billion by the time he retires from the NFL.
And I would argue whether you like him or not.
Yeah.
NFL, whether you like him or not, and he's done a lot not to like. His most recent annual salary was believed to be nearly $64 million.
Yeah, remember Jerry didn't like that. Jerry thought he was overpaid.
Yeah. Well, that's essentially $2 million. He makes $2 million from every team, and he works for the owners, right? So they each kick in $2 million, and that pays for Roger Goodell to take the arrows and
he's increased
the criticism.
He's increased the revenue share. Pretty much every year he's been there. Maybe COVID or something was a little bit different, but every year he's been there. He's increased the revenue share. And now with the partnerships with all the gambling casinos and entities and gambling websites, that revenue pie is about to grow even more. And the new broadcast and streaming deals about to grow even more. And you got to give Roger Goodell credit. You may not like him because of some of his decisions, and not all of them have been very popular, but all the owners care about is increasing the revenue. That's all they care. They all those issues about, the one issue that they did care about other than revenue was the Colin Kaepernick issue and the protest during the national anthem. But that was only because it was affecting their revenue.
Bad for business.
It was like, this is bad for business, man. We don't like it. So that's all they care about. And that's why they love Roger Goodell.
Right.
And no matter how much Jerry don't like him, even though he's the president of the Owners Association, it don't matter because that revenue, man, straight cash, homie. That's what talks.
Coming up, we'll get Rod's rant, second of the day, coming up bottom of the hour. But look who it is on the Vaqueros hotline. He is our friend Mike Craven, Dave Campbell's Texas Football, the senior writer covering college football at a very high level. Also my co-host on the Eyes on Texas podcast and multicast that is out again this week, a full Red River rivalry recap. You can find that on iTunes, Spotify, and, of course, at the YouTube channel of Dave Campbell's Texas Football. Also on Twitter at Eyes on Texas FB, Eyes on Texas multicast. Mike Craven with us. Mike, how are you, bud?
What's up, Mike?
Doing good, guys. How are y'all?
Great, brother.
Hey, you were at, before we get to your thoughts on Texas and OU, because I know you have a lot of them, but you were at Texas A&M last week and saw the Aggies lose to Alabama in a game where Aggie fans rightfully frustrated, where their team probably outplayed Alabama, but Jimbo Fisher aggravating, I think, to Aggie fans what they saw last Saturday.
Yeah, I think when you combine what was in front of them, with those decisions, you beat Alabama at home and you're all of a sudden in the driver's seat for the SEC West. You're a top 20 team. There's talk of like college football playoffs and SEC championships and all that kind of stuff after a 5-win season last year. Instead, you punt 3 times in plus territory. You settle for field goals in situations where I think a lot of people wanted you to go for touchdowns. You misuse your timeouts. You kick the onside kick late. After kicking a field goal to keep it a touchdown game. And so it felt like one of those ones that got away from A&M. It wasn't one of those games where Alabama was clearly better and A&M had to upset them. I mean, A&M was just as good, if not better, as a football team on Saturday against Alabama. And because their coach kind of played not to lose, they ended up doing just that against Nick Saban.
Yeah, disappointing. And 108,000 though. You were there. That's quite the scene when they pack that place and the press box starts swaying, and that's as good. I mean, between that and what we saw at the Cotton Bowl, that's as good of college football Saturday environments as you can find.
Yeah, I haven't gone around to a lot of the country. I've never been to Death Valley or to Neyland Stadium or anything. But for my money, a home atmosphere, it doesn't get better than Kyle Field. Like, there was 108,100 and something people there. It's just absolutely insane what goes on at Kyle Field. I can't wait for Texas A&M to get back playing again so we can see that more.
Totally agree with that, Mike. Hey, Mike, let me ask you just real quick, because I know you keep up with all the teams here in the great state of Texas. The next opponent for the Longhorns is going to be U of H. U of H is going to be in action tonight, facing West Virginia. Tell me about the Cougars, why they're struggling a little bit. Give me your thoughts about U of H.
Yeah, I think they are struggling a little bit for reasons that, you're moving up to the Big 12 where the offensive line, defensive line is going to be better. And they have some good players there. Like Patrick Paul, their left tackle, is one of the best offensive linemen in the whole Big 12, maybe in the whole country. He's going to be a top, first round, second round draft pick. But they don't have a lot of depth after that. They've lost 11 offensive linemen to the portal over the last 2 years. Some of that, on purpose, where they're trying to get rid of some guys. Some of that, because other schools are coming in there and taking them. And so they're going to have to get bigger on the offensive line. They're going to have to get bigger on the defensive line. Think Texas when Steve Sarkisian got here, right? Like just the idea of not having as many bodies, trying to transform from an American conference roster to a Big 12 conference roster. If you ask the coaches there, they feel pretty good about their first 40 players. It's that next 40 where they're going to have to get better and better and exchange some, old G5 level talent recruits with some new Big 12 talent recruits, and then give them a couple years to develop and become Big 12 caliber players.
You've been around that program, Mike, down at Houston with Dana Holgorsen. Of course, he left West Virginia to take that job and try to take that program to a higher level. What's the level of comfort do you have in that they have in him with Tillman Fertitta, who's kind of one of those guys that wants results and maybe not seeing it? Is how safe is Dana Holgorsen, win or lose tonight?
I honestly think he's pretty safe. I mean, you never know with college athletics, but they're investing so much money into other stuff. It's hard to imagining them coming up with the money to buy his buyout. He was given an extension and a raise after that 12-win 2021 season. They had a really good year. And then they kind of fell off a little bit last year, but still won 8 games, which I think was pretty good for Houston. And so they knew that this first year was going to be tough. I mean, they didn't know it was going to be this tough. I think really for them, it was losing to Rice. It hasn't been their results in the Big 12 that have raised some eyebrows. It was that loss to Rice. But, they're building a new end zone facility. They're building a new practice facility with like offices and stuff. Tillman Fertitta, is kind of re-energized into their Houston Rockets. And so I think that he's going to be safe, going into 2024. And then that's going to be the real year where we decide this stuff.
Hey, Mike, let me ask you about Texas State. I keep seeing all these great stats about Texas State, and that offense is actually one of the most explosive offenses in the country, and they've had one of the biggest leaps of improvement offensively of any offense in the country. Tell me about the J.G. Kinney offense, personnel-wise, what makes it so unique, schematically, what makes it so prolific?
Yeah, I mean, another guy to mention there is Mac Leftwich, their offensive coordinator. Kenny and him kind of, mad scientists, that thing. They're both under 33 years old. It's kind of just a bunch of young guys getting together and drawing up their favorite offensive plays and going and running them. It's kind of like, it reminds me of like, this is going to sound blasphemous, but kind of like Mike Leach early in his career when he had Dana Holgorsen, Sonny Dykes, and all those guys in the same office, and they were young. Nobody really knew who they were. They were doing all these weird stuff. I think what's cool about their offense is it's kind of a mismatch of a bunch of different stuff. Like it's got air raid principles. It's got that veer and shoot principle stuff. They do some option things off of it because of Kenny's time with Gus Malzahn. And so they're just really creative in the running game. They're really creative in the passing game. And I think one of the things that they do well, and this is because they're, pretty much all of them are former quarterbacks, they kind of figure out what their quarterback can do, what their quarterback can't do. And then they just kind of throw away all the stuff they can't do. Like, hey, this guy can't run in plays. Like, we're just never going to run them. And so they put their guys in positions to win. They call plays that they know suits the strengths of their team, and they're pretty good at adjusting on that.
Yeah, G.J. Kinney, kind of a rising star at this point after what he did in Incarnate Word and now early on at Texas State. They had a tough loss on Saturday, obviously, where they gave up 2 touchdowns in the last 5 minutes and lost to Louisiana, the Raging Cajuns, but it seemed like they were in control of that game. Mike, before we talk about more around the state, give me your thoughts on Texas and OU. We talked about it a lot on the multicast. One that got away for Texas, their own mistakes, right? What you said all year, and I think we all have. The only team that can beat Texas is Texas, and on Saturday you ran into an inspired and passionate Oklahoma team, and Texas kind of beat themselves.
Yeah, I think it's a double-edged sword for Texas. On one hand, you made all those mistakes, you lost the game, and that's a bummer. But on the other hand, you turned the ball over 3 times, you had a goal line stand get stopped, you had a penalty on a punt that extended an Oklahoma drive. It was basically 5 free drives for Oklahoma in that game, and you were still ahead with 1:11 left in the football game. And so, if you're Texas, you're just trying to get back to that rematch, and you think if you can play a clean game, you're better than Oklahoma. I believe that as well. And so for Texas moving forward, I think it's just, the same thing, right? Like limit the turnovers, play good defense, run the football. Texas is one of the best teams in the nation. I think we all can agree on that at this point. It's just going to come down to execution, motivation, and just discipline, really, the rest of the way out, I think.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that, too. The Big 12, let me ask you this really quickly, Mike. The Big 12 is if you take Texas and Oklahoma out of it, of course, because they're looking forward to the move into the SEC. Is this as down as you've seen the Big 12 ever?
Yeah, I can't think of another time. I mean, honestly, whoever wins this Texas Tech Kansas State game this weekend is probably the lone challenger remaining.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of think about that, just with how Tech has played this year and what Kansas State has been. It's definitely a down year. It's a bummer. I'd imagine if you're Brett Yormark and you gave him some truth serum, he wouldn't be too excited about having it this year, right? As the down year, he wanted this year to be one where maybe somebody could spoil that party. But it doesn't look like it. Tech is still in a second year on a head coach. They need another year or two to kind of get better in the trenches. Kansas State lost, Deuce Vaughn, which, I think everybody thought they would just be able to replace him, but you just don't replace a playmaker like that. And so it doesn't look like Texas or Oklahoma have any real challengers. And I would bet most of my next mortgage on the fact that those two, have a rematch in Arlington in a month.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Early December. Yeah, K-State, Texas Tech this weekend. Jones Stadium in Lubbock is a big one. Kansas is at Oak State in the Big 12 this week. Also, West Virginia and Houston tonight. That's the Thursday night game. What about TCU, Mike? You've seen them. You've been up close. You wrote the cover story on Sonny Dykes for Dave Campbell's Texas football. They're 3-3. They lost to that West Virginia team we're going to see tonight. They obviously not the same year as last year. We knew they were replacing a lot of players. They're going to play BYU on Saturday afternoon. What's going on in Fort Worth?
Well, they can't score. I think the defense has been on par with what the defense was last year. Not great, but definitely not bad. Winning. You can win in the Big 12 with that kind of defense. But last year with Garrett Riley as the offensive coordinator, with Max Duggan at quarterback, they had Quentin Johnston out wide. They were much better along the offensive line. They lost their guard starters from last year to the NFL. And so, I've heard people joke, like, pick your favorite TCU player from last year, and he's not there anymore, right? And so they were always going to take a little bit of a step back. You weren't going to go 12-0. You probably, were going to be an 8-7 win team because of all those losses that you had and the turnover on the coaching staff. But I think it's been disappointing because they thought Chandler Morris was going to be better than he was. He thought this offense was going to be more explosive, and they just haven't come up with playmakers. They haven't been as consistent running the football. They've had success running the football, but they've been really bad in the red zone. I think they're like 120th in the nation in red zone touchdown percentage. Like, they're worse than Texas in the red zone scoring touchdowns so far. That's just been a big problem for them. They were able to win all of those one possession coin flip games last year. And then this year they haven't. They lost 2 of those where they didn't lose any of them last year. And so I think it's just thin margins for a team like TCU, and it only takes a player or two or a bounce or two to go from 12-0 to 8-4. That's just kind of the parity in college football.
Feels like it. And last thing, Baylor, what a mess. I mean, Texas Tech, made it look easy, kind of like Texas did when they went to Waco. Dave Aranda, not in good favor with the Baylor fans, especially with Joey McGuire coming to town and beating them around pretty good. Mack Rhodes, their AD, says he doesn't think the team has quit at all. What's your read on what's happening in Waco with Dave Aranda?
Yeah, I think this is just the result of, not poor recruiting, but not the recruiting they were doing when Matt Rule, Joey McGuire was there. They don't have Terrell Bernard. They don't have Jalen Petrie. They just don't have guys like, they don't have an Abram Smith. And so when they were winning the Big 12 championship in 2021, they weren't scoring a lot of points. They were playing really good defense. They were running the football, and they were winning close games. You flash forward 2 seasons, and Baylor can't run the football. They don't play good defense, and they're not winning close games. That comeback against UCF seems more like an aberration than a proven point, right? Like, it wasn't a turning point of their season. And so I'm always concerned when the head coach's side of the ball isn't good. Like, if you're Steve Sarkisian, the offensive side of the ball needs to be really good. If you're Brent Venables, the defensive side of the ball needs to be really good, even during down years. Dave Aranda is a defensive guy, and the defense has fallen off of a cliff after 2021. It hasn't gotten any better. They don't have a lot of playmakers, and that's always a bad sign when that's going on with your head coach's side of the ball.
Yep. Yeah, giving them up about 38 points a game in Big 12 games so far this year.
That's crazy.
That ain't good, for sure. Yeah, about 38 a game. Hey, Mike, always appreciate it. Great stuff. I know you're on your tour, going to 13 different stadiums over 13 weeks of college football for a coffee table book you're putting together with Dave Campbell's Texas Football. Where are you going this weekend?
I'm going to Texas State. Going to see Texas State versus Louisiana Monroe. A fun fact about this tour: I've now been to 6 different stadiums on this tour. The home team has lost every single time.
That's good.
Yeah, you're the
nuts.
kiss of death, Mike. You're the kiss of death for the home team.
Yes. They may not let me keep coming to these games. But Texas State is a 17-point favorite, so we're going to really test that theory this weekend.
All right, buddy. All right, Dave, Mike Craven, check out the Eyes on Texas multicast. Also, all of his stuff at Dave Campbell's Texas Football, the Republic of Football Texas Network, man, covering all the teams, 13 of them now in the great state, including Sam Houston, as they've joined the fun. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, my
Thanks,
friend.
Mike.
Later, guys.
All right, there's Mike Craven. At
Man,
Craven
knows his
Mike
stuff.
on Twitter. He does. It's always good to get he's covering these coaches and talking to these coaches and teams daily. We microscope Texas, but keep an eye on what goes on. Mike has got the deep dive around the state of Texas. All right, we'll come back. When we do, Rod, you ready to give us a rant?
Yes, sir.
Good rant. What are we ranting on today?
There's a couple of topics we could. I want to play that C.J. Stroud sound again because I think it was so
Let's
good.
do it. C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, he's next level quarterback, and this audio proves it.
Yeah, we'll have that. And Cowboys fans frustrated with their quarterback right now and their team. We'll hit it all. Coming back. Rod's rant on Hook 'em Up. Weekend starts on Thursday on Hook 'em Up every week, and we're looking forward to it. It starts with college football tonight. We mentioned West Virginia and Houston. That'll be the Longhorns' next opponent, and get a look at this West Virginia group. Also got NFL football. I just read this, Rod. You said the trade's about to go down or with the Denver Broncos. Denver plays at Kansas City, but how about this, Rod? According to meteorologists, severe storms and wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour could impact tonight's Thursday night football game.
Oh, where's that storm at?
It's up in the Midwest.
Oh,
there.
wow. Okay.
As of Thursday morning, Weather Channel forecasts partly cloudy conditions around kickoff at 7:15. Chances of precipitation increasing to above 10% later in the night. But the forecast includes steady winds of 15 to 20 with gusts up to 40 miles an hour.
Well, that'll probably help the Broncos defense because they need all the help they can get.
Yes.
And the Broncos defense, strange enough, it's one of the worst in the Super Bowl era. Matter of fact, it might be the worst defense in the Super Bowl era once everything is said and done. And they're trading some of their, top defensive pieces, some of their top players. They traded Randy Gregory. Remember, they traded him to the 49ers. Talk about the rich getting richer. Like, they need another pass rusher. And now Field Yates is saying that they are going to trade Frank Clark or release him. He said they can't find a trade partner. They're going to release him. He took a pay cut earlier this year of about $3.5 million. And I guess the pay cut wasn't enough because they might be ready to cut him, period, if some team doesn't step up as a trade partner.
Yeah, that is.
That's wild. So I don't know what's going on in Denver. Their defense is bad. Maybe they figure we're bad paying out. We're spending a lot of money to be potentially the worst defense in the history of the NFL in the Super Bowl era. Why don't we just be the worst defense in the history of the Super Bowl era without paying all these guys this big money?
That's right.
We're bad with them. Why the hell am I paying all this money and we're bad? Let's just be bad. At least be cheap and bad, not expensive and bad. That's worse. Right?
You wonder if this new ownership group is kind of looking at Sean Payton and saying, "Okay, let's get in this rebuild mode. We didn't do the deal for Russell Wilson. That wasn't us.
We inherited
you didn't
that.
do it. We
Yeah.
inherited this problem, and let's move forward because they're historically bad. And as I've said, Sean Payton is their sixth coach or interim head coach they've had since they beat the Chiefs last. That's how long it's been.
That's a wild stat actually because it couldn't have been that long since they beat the Chiefs.
That's what it says.
It can't be that long, right? They won a Super Bowl with Peyton Manning, what was that, 20, what year was that, 2013, 12? When was that? When was the Peyton Manning Broncos Super Bowl?
That was
all right.
Gary Kubiak.
And that was Gary Kubiak, exactly. That was Koob. Koob ended up winning you a Super Bowl there. And it's his first year, wasn't it? They got Koob. Because they had John Fox before that, and it was Tim Tebow. They won a playoff game with Tim Tebow over the Pittsburgh Steelers. Remember that?
Yeah.
And Gary Kubiak won it in 2015 or 16.
Well, they've gone from Vance Joseph to Vic Fangio to Nathaniel Hackett. Jerry Roseberg was an interim. Sean Payton is now
so
there.
So since they won it, that was just we're talking about 8 years ago.
Yeah, John Fox was the coach before that, right?
That was the Tim Tebow
Super Bowl was 2015.
The Tim
Kubiak
Tebow playoff win was John Fox, I believe.
Yeah.
And then Gary Kubiak comes in. That's when Peyton Manning comes in, and then they win the Super Bowl. And then since then, Vance Joseph, Vic Fangio, Nathaniel Hackett, and Sean Payton. Good Lord.
And Jerry Rosberg was an interim coach in there, too.
I can't believe that. That's crazy. And the defense is – I mean, they just had Vic Fangio not too long ago.
Yeah.
So that defense shouldn't have been that bereft of talent, but they allow now guys on average 450 total yards per game.
Ouch.
That would be the most allowed by any team since 1950.
Well,
this defense is dreadfully bad.
They are. And
terrible.
I know we came in here after they gave up 70 to the Dolphins, and I was like, look, the Dolphins are good, but that was a lot on the Broncos, too. They weren't trying. They were not trying.
I guess that's why they're cutting these guys.
Yeah.
They're like, dude, I ain't paying you that.
Yeah, and then they went to Chicago and got down to like 4 touchdowns to the Bears. Like, the Bears weren't moving the ball on anybody. Well, now, then they beat Washington last week. All right, let's get Rod's rant. It's twice a day. We get you the rants from Rod. It's always deep dive conversations on interesting things in football.
I know, seriously, the Broncos' defensive stats are so bad, they're funny.
They are comical.
Every quarterback that plays the Broncos is completing at least 78% of their passes. That is what their defense allows on average in terms of completion percentage. Every quarterback that plays the Broncos has at least a 133.9 passer rating. That's what they allow to opposing quarterbacks. And if you throw the ball 10-plus yards downfield on the Broncos, they're allowing 76% of the passes thrown 10 yards downfield to be completed. 76%! The nearest second highest number is the Bills at 64%. Man. They are just, I'm telling you, it's historically bad. It's terrible. All right, let's talk about something that is not historically bad, something that actually was historically bad at one point, the Houston Texans, who now have found their franchise quarterback. Actually found franchise pieces on both sides of the ball. We got to give Nick Caserio some credit here because I went and looked at the numbers for Will Anderson, and Will Anderson's actually playing really well too. He's 5th in pass rush win rate. Say that 5 times fast. He's 4th in double team rate. 1st in run stop win rate. He's 1st in double team win rate. And he's basically right now considered to be one of the best young pass rushers in the league already. And so give Nick Caserio credit, give DeMeco Ryans credit. They paid a lot of draft capital to go up and get their 2 foundational pieces on both sides of the ball. But it looks like the one on defense is working out. And there is no question C.J. Stroud as the future of the Texans organization, the future face of the Texans organization. He is right now exceeding expectations. I mean, you go look at it right now. He's 3rd in passing yards per game. He's 9th in passer rating. 10th in passing touchdowns, 4th in yards per attempt. He's 4th in first downs via the pass. And if you look at turnover-worthy plays, he actually is right now 8th in turnover-worthy plays. And that's top 10 as well. So you're looking at right now, he's playing like a top 10 quarterback. And yes, he just set the record for pass attempts, most pass attempts attempted to start a career without an interception. So most consecutive pass attempts to start a career without an interception. He has that record, by the way, passed up Dak Prescott. But none of those statistical achievements and nuggets really impressed me more than the audio I heard. It was early this week. I think it was on Monday. I heard this audio, him speaking to the media about their go-ahead touchdown versus the Falcons. Now, they lost that game because the defense didn't hold up. They thought they scored the go-ahead touchdown on the last offensive drive for the Texans, but then the defense gave up a score, and they lost that game to the Atlanta Falcons. But C.J. Stroud was describing what he saw throughout the game that led him to speak with the OC Bobby Slowick, who, by the way, is a rookie OC, rookie play caller, and obviously the offensive coordinator for a rookie head coach in DeMeco Ryans. So you got a lot of inexperience there. And so he talks about what inspired him to go talk to his OC and essentially diagram and design his own play so that they could score the go-ahead touchdown in the game. By the way, 2-1 Dalton Schultz. Here is C.J. Stroud talking about, as a rookie, right, how he took kind of ownership of that offense and took the lead on not only being able to lead them to a go-ahead touchdown, but actually he's the one that came up with the play.
I don't want to give out all my secrets, but I just had I think it's like a gut feeling that you get like in between the games. So me and Bobby had a conversation on the sideline about like a certain route that we wanted to do, and we didn't have it in at practice. I just felt like in those big time situations, the guys that Jesse Bates is a great player, like super good, really instinctive. Like he almost picked me off on the he like did some weird 360 turn. The first time I've seen that, so now I got it in my bank, and hopefully he don't ever get me again. But playing against him like keeps you honest, and I knew that he was gonna try to make the play of the game and try to take it away. But like previous film study I was watching film on like a big time 3rd down situation, and just seeing that they're in like this quarters matchy like cover 4 look, and I told Dalton to do a certain thing in his route that I thought would get us not only the first down but a touchdown. So we were on the same page, and I'm literally trying to like break down exactly what I want from him in the huddle. And at first I don't think it registered, and then he was like, okay, I get it. So Dalton's really smart and made a hell of a route. But yeah, man, just being instinctive, just trying to put my guys in the best position to make plays and win games. And that instant, it was really special. And Bobby and them were really happy on the sideline. And he was a part of that too. Talking on the sideline with him, I told him I was thinking about doing it, and he was like, "Man, if you're feeling it, go ahead and make a play." So made the play, and is what it is.
First of all, I love that Bobby Slowick and the coaches are empowering this young man, right? You see it. You've been doing the research. You've been studying. You're playing the game. Yeah, let's go with it. And not only did that inspire confidence in him, but I just love the football IQ here, breaking it down. And you see it. There's a bunch trip set to that side where Dalton Schultz is on, and essentially he's asking Dalton Schultz to run it's a double move. Essentially, he's going to fake the dig route, which is at about 10 to 12 yards, a deep end cut. He's going to fake the dig route, safety bites, jumps that fake dig route, and then he basically continues to run the seam right behind the safety, opens up a void, opens up a passing window, and he delivers the ball right on the money. And honestly, I hate to make this comparison because I'm a Dak fan. But look at, talking about CJ Stroud and his, development and the maturity at, in football IQ as a rookie. Like I said, with a rookie play caller and him making those types of decisions and having that type of executive control of the offense as a rookie, and then having the IQ to be able to diagnose and decipher and break down defenses. This is kind of what we want to see, people want to see from Dak as a 7th, 8th year quarterback, and they're not necessarily seeing that level of a football theory, right? Not seeing that level of football acumen and football IQ from him as a veteran quarterback, and yet the Texans are getting that level of play from CJ Stroud as a rookie. It is phenomenal, but like I said, making the comparison to Dak, it is definitely one of the reasons Cowboys fans are so frustrated, and I think the connection with Dalton Schultz being Dak's former favorite target probably links it even more, but I think that's the frustration is that, man, Dak Prescott, looking at him, we should be playing that cut with Dak Prescott talking about a play he made in the 49er game. Well, that he made that check in that audible and not CJ Stroud. But I'm happy as a Texans fan that it is CJ Stroud.
Yeah, well, you're right about that. And that's, they're seemingly watering down the offense more for Dak. And making it simpler. And remember, the all off season, it was talked about how he had more control of the plays and which plays he liked and which plays he didn't. And obviously, the results so far have been not good. And the results, look, the Cowboys are 3-2, Texans are 2-3. But big picture, I think you'd rather be going with the Texans signal caller than the Cowboys
is
right now.
CJ Stroud a better quarterback than Dak Prescott? Would you take CJ Stroud over Dak Prescott? I know what Ty's going to say.
Right now,
today, right now.
For one game?
After what you've seen right now from C.J. Stroud, would you take him over Dak Prescott?
For one game or to start a franchise?
For your franchise.
Franchise.
I'd take C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I think
I think I would too. I mean, it's a small sample size.
If it's one game, I probably still lean on Dak to win one game.
We'll see after the rookie year of CJ, because that's usually when the film is out on a player, and then you can, got to come up with adjustments. And they'll come up with blueprints to stop a player and scouting reports. But early on, it just seems like C.J. Stroud is way ahead of his, way ahead in terms of developmental rate and his trajectory as a player. We just did not expect him to show these types of signs of maturity. Guys, he's diagramming plays in the huddle in clutch time of NFL games as a rookie, telling the OC, hey, OC, I think it's going to be open, Bobby. It'll be open. I don't remember many, guys, I study a lot of football, and I love the NFL. I can't remember many examples of plays. Patrick Mahomes actually had a couple of these types of plays in his early years as a starter. I'm not saying he's Patrick Mahomes, but I'm just saying their ability to have executive control over the offense. It is truly a quarterback-friendly offense, but also a C.J. Stroud-friendly offense, as we see.
All right, they will play the Saints this weekend. Cowboys, of course, playing Monday night against the Chargers. We'll come back, a little round of Who Said That on a kind of dreary Thursday morning. Let's hook them up. Who said it, Rod?
Who said that?
Who said it? Who said it? That's right. Who said what? We're going to play some audio. I got some good stuff for you today, Rod. I got some good stuff for the folks out there, the people. And we try to guess who it is. Let the audience guess as well on the text line. Remember, that text line is not just a way to communicate with us. It's also a way to win yourself some tickets.
Damn
wristbands,
right.
2 wristbands to the U.S. Grand Prix for 3 days, starting next week. Of course, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, all the races, all the qualifying, 2 concerts, The Killers and Queen with Adam Lambert. That's going to be on the super stage there. And all you have to do is text the word race to our text line, and you should immediately receive a kickback sign up. And that's why we changed our text number. We told you we wanted to be able to do contesting with you, not just on the phone lines, but also be able to do it right through the text line. And you can do that at 512-447-3776.
Nice.
So text race to that text and then get signed up. Nothing more than that. That's all you have to do. And we'll have a winner next week of those wristbands. And you'll be having a great time at one of the great events of the year in this country.
I was going to say, I want to say it's one of the great international sporting events, period.
Yes.
Like around the world. Yeah.
Around the world. What do you have for us, Rod, and who said that?
All right. I sent sent some of this to my man Ty. Ty, you got one of those ready for me. Who said that?
I had to wrangle him down. Big old Dak. Just something about Dallas. Unfortunately, I hate to say this. I grew up a Cowboys fan. I mean, ever since they didn't draft me, I'm like, hey, y'all had your op, and now you got to see me. They tried to motion CD to kind of see, all right, it's a man zone read. I knew that they love slants and they love crossing routes to try to, when we're in man coverage, if they want our guys to run into each other as their guys are kind of crossing to knock them off. And so I'm popping and I'm kind of looking in my peripheral to see if they're crossing. I see CD coming across and the tight end. And so I literally just had to try to jump in front of both of them to knock them off just to make sure that they didn't rub the.
Ooh, wow. That's some high-level defense
Yeah, this
right there.
dude. Yeah, okay. First of all, who said that?
I don't know.
Oh, really? I thought you'd have known. You know who it is. When I tell you, you're going to be like, oh, I should have known that. Fred Warner.
Fred Warner, okay.
Yeah, exactly. You described the play. We were talking about the play, actually, one of the breaks. He was basically describing how he defended like 3-4 plays in one play.
And then sacked Dak.
And then sacked Dak. Right?
And he took away the crossing route, then took away a dig route, and then attacked and he took away Dak's run.
Yeah,
then
he jumped up, and Dak tried to throw it, so he blocked the passing lane and then sacked him. It's like, so he basically defended 5 different plays?
On one play. On one play.
He's a freak, man. He's
Fred
a freak.
Warner.
Yeah.
3rd round pick for, they built that team so steady and so through drafts, trades. They picked, the draft picks have panned out. Of course, the trade for Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams, their left tackle, drafting the guys like Joey Bosa really high.
Yeah.
Fred Warner was a 3rd round pick out of BYU, turned into one of the best linebackers, if not the best linebacker in the league.
They haven't missed much.
Now, here's another one of their all pros, Rod. Who said this? Two of them.
So when the Detroit tight end scored, I texted George. I'm like, did you see the flea flicker? He texted our tight end coach right away and said, we're going to do it better.
Yeah, so we've had it installed since week 8 of last year. We just never called it. I'm watching Laporta play. Actually, I'm sitting there with my agent, who's also Sam's agent. He goes, oh, look, Sam just had his 2nd touchdown. I'm like, yeah, we have that play in tonight. I hope we still call it because, sometimes coaches see stuff like, oh, well, we can't call that now because they called that.
And so I think George had more yards.
I was very thankful that we did call, and I think I had 3 more yards on it, but Sam had what a day for that guy.
There you go. There you go. You know who's there. There's several people there.
Yeah, that was Kittle at one point, George Kittle, the tight end for the 49ers. I'm not sure who the other 49er guy was, maybe one of the coaches or something. Maybe
fullback.
a fullback. Was that Juszczyk?
Juszczyk.
Oh, that was Juszczyk. Okay.
Juszczyk.
Yeah.
And, of course, the Lions and the 49ers ran the exact same play on the same day. It was a trick play, flea flicker to the tight end coming back down the sidelines. And, of course, Sam Laporta and George Kittle both went to Iowa. They're part of that Iowa tight end farm.
Man, so many of them.
Iowa tight end farm.
Some great ones.
T.J. Hawkinson.
Oh, it's like 7 of them that have played in the league.
Noah Fant.
Yeah,
they got another one coming.
It's unbelievable.
They got another one coming. I mean, now tight ends go to Iowa to go to the NFL.
I almost started tracking it, and I was trying to figure out if it was the same coach. But they've had 4 different coaches in that time, too. So it's not the same coach. It's like a cultural thing.
Kirk Ferentz, yeah.
It's really
believes in it. And obviously Kittle, the best of the bunch, but man, pretty damn good ones in the National Football League. And that was a nice play. Sam Laporta,
But
the
it
rookie
does show
with
you
the
that
Lions.
they do a lot of stealing plays. Shano is one of the only coaches that admits openly that he steals plays from other coaches. He gives them props. They're like, oh, I stole that play from Mike McDaniel. I stole that play from Sean Payton. A lot of coaches don't want to admit they steal plays. Shano openly does, and I think his players embrace that because they look for plays to steal. They're like, oh, no, Shano steal that play. Let's steal that play. Let's do that play. And he talked about stealing what they call the cheat motion from Mike McDaniel. That's one of the things that makes his offense really great is that if he sees a really cool concept, he's going to steal it and add it to his repertoire. Most coaches won't do that, or at least they won't admit to doing it. He actually brags about it.
All right.
And running it better.
Give me another one, Ty. Who said it?
Start off with Coach Venables. You know, a lot of people don't know, but he's actually our scout team quarterback. And for your head coach to be the scout team quarterback and, you know, pick apart the defense, because realistically he built the defense. So when he's out there slinging the rock, you know, kind of embarrassing these dudes, you know, we have to bring it every single day. And, you know, that's the type of dude you want as your head coach, man. Someone's out, he'll lower the shoulder, you know, he'll run you over.
Is he in pads? Is he in pads?
He's not in pads, man, but you'd be surprised, man. Coach V's a guy waking up at 5 a.m. to run stadiums. And he actually hurt his meniscus, and he was still at practice, you know, slinging the rock, man. Doesn't take any days off.
Hold on, he's in the training room getting his thing. He's got his ankle. He's getting his ankles taped before practice. How you doing, Stutzman?
Who said that?
It's Danny Stutzman, the linebacker at Oklahoma. I saw he was on the Jim Rome show yesterday too.
He's making the rounds.
He was making the rounds. He was on Rome in the noon hour yesterday here on the Horn, and then it was on McAfee. And yeah, I didn't know that Brett Venables is a scout team quarterback.
No, it worked.
Come on, man.
They were ready. They lead. I think they're tied for the leading interceptions in the country.
Yeah, they're
so
number one in scoring defense in the Big 12 right now. And offense, by the way. Oklahoma playing pretty well. They've got that big win they needed. Hey, one more. Who said this, Rod? And it's about a conversation we had just yesterday.
Really high-level quarterback last week. I think Todd Monken is doing some really good things with route concepts at the intermediate and vertical levels. I still think they have to work some things out. They have some spacing issue at times with their routes, and I think that's because it's a new system that you just have to work out how all that goes together. But I thought Lamar played really, really high-level quarterback last week. He saw it. He knew where to go with the football. He had full field reads. It was a joy to watch. He played really, really well.
There you go.
Yeah, that's easy. That's Greg Cosell.
Yeah, and he's talking about. We talked yesterday about their record says 3-2, but don't sleep on the Ravens. If they get their catching the ball ability cleaned up, they're going to be a handful. Because you and I, you were on the Todd Monken can bring this offense more. Build it around Lamar Jackson. I wasn't so sure, but man, so far. It's not because of Lamar. Lamar is playing really, really well. His receivers have to catch the ball.
Yep.
They've lost 2 games they shouldn't have lost at this point. I think the Ravens are a team to watch in the middle of the season into the end of the year because Lamar Jackson's playing at a high level.
Boy, and Cincinnati's not going to be the threat that we all thought they were. They're getting better, but they're struggling a little bit. And the Ravens' defense, actually, you brought this up yesterday. Man, they've had a lot of injuries on defense. Basically, they've still been able to keep a high-level defense, and they've had multiple injuries, been decimated by him. Mike McDonald, the defensive coordinator there, who's one of the best in the league, he's essentially the Ben Johnson of defense in the league right now. If there's going to be a defensive coordinator that's considered a fast riser that'll be considered for a head coaching opening, it'll be Mike McDaniel, the defensive coordinator for the Ravens. They've allowed the fewest offensive touchdowns through week 5. Fewest, only 4. And they've had a ton of injuries on defense.
Lamar Jackson and the Ravens are in London Saturday or Sunday morning playing Tennessee. Tottenham's Hotspur Stadium.
Oh, yeah, they'll beat the hell out of Tennessee.
That's the, you got to get up early.
If they catch the ball.
8:30. If they catch the ball. They should have beaten the Steelers bad, but they can't catch.
Yeah.
Aguilar dropping babies. Aguilar, Bateman, Andrews.
Come on. Did Duvernay have a drop?
I think he did. I think he did. If they don't get that fixed, they'll keep losing games. But I think it's kind of like the Longhorns in the red zone. I think they can fix it. But there are professionals who are paid. It's not like they're paid to catch footballs. That's what they're paid to do.
That's your job, man.
It's not like you're asking the offensive lineman to catch footballs.
It might be better.
Maybe it can't be worse. All right, so little Ravens, little NFL, Dak Prescott, C.J. Stroud coming back. Back to the baseball. Astros, Rangers, Game 1 Sunday. We continue to preview. Also, our man Drew Sanders will join us, Vandergrift head coach. They're off to a powerful start. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Yeah, Django Walker with a little hook 'em up. Getting us rolling there on the fabulous fifth quarter, which will include a visit with Vandergrift head football coach Drew Sanders. They're 6-0. Having a great season so far. We'll talk to Coach. Also previewing Astros Rangers, trying to come up with a good wager. We got until tomorrow for our end of our show tomorrow to come up with a wager. Rod and I from H-Town and rooting for Houston. Ty, of course, all Rangers all the time, and that should be a heck of a matchup, heck of a series. And a lot of all-stars, a lot of all-star, Hall of Fame managers both. Hall of Fame players.
A lot of Hall of Fame, future Hall of Fame players anyway.
I mean, you're going to have to project with some of them, but we know Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander are going to the Hall of Fame.
Jose Altuve's probably
Jose Altuve. I mean, Corey Seager's on that kind of trajectory over his career. Gosh, what Yordan Alvarez is doing.
Yordan keeps it up, man.
There'll be several of these Astros. Well, Justin Verlander, one of them. How about him? This is a quote he had to The Athletic after the win last night, after they celebrated the win over the Twins, on what's allowed this team to be that consistent. The organization, 7 straight trips to the ALCS, which is amazing. That's the Final Four. So 7 years in a row, you've been among the 4 best teams in baseball. Obviously, the trips to the World Series and the championships. Says Justin, it really started when Justin Verlander got there. Remember, they traded for him, and that really started the dominance. And he said there's been a culture established here that hasn't faded away. It's still very present, and that's a testament to the guys that were here before, the guys that have remained here, and the guys that are the leaders of this ball club. They don't allow slacking off, but they do it in a respectful manner. They expect the best of everyone because they're giving their best every single day. I think our culture is something not tangible. Funny that for most baseball analytic forward teams in baseball, something that makes them special is something that's not measurable, which is, I think, pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Did you see his
something equality?
His rant here, like after the game in the locker room.
I saw that
FS1 played where he dropped like 12 F-bombs.
I would say expletive field
because Dusty Baker said, "I'll lead the celebration when we win the World Series. You get this one, Verlander," and so he led the way. They're pretty confident.
How did they not cut that off though after the first F-bomb?
I was gonna say he didn't mean for it to go viral. That's for sure. Because dropping F-bombs on there galore.
Well, I'll play you something else coming up because Carlos Correa was obviously in the other losers locker room, the losing locker. I shouldn't say losers, the losing locker room. But he's been in that winning locker room in Houston before, and he said something pretty interesting too about, it's a much talked about conversation among Astro fans, and that's Martin Maldonado playing catcher. El Machete catching when he doesn't hit very much, right? He bats 9th, and he bats under 200. And Yainer Diaz is this young catcher that they like, and he didn't get many at-bats. He DH'd a couple times in the series, but he's the better hitter, no doubt. But listen to Carlos Correa. He was asked by a media member of the Twins, hey, what does it mean? What do you take from this where you only had 3 hits tonight? You didn't hit at home in Game 3 either. There were 2 nights where you really did nothing offensively outside of a home run. Here was Carlos Correa taking baseball fans behind the scenes of how important Martin Maldonado is to the success of this Astros team.
I don't want to give credit to Maldonado because he'll bring it up at some point when I talk to him in the offseason. But he knows what he's doing behind the plate, and he knows every hitter's weaknesses, and he's going to try to exploit. And he pitches against the expected slug, and he does all that, and we knew it. And still, it was hard to make the adjustments. The way he was pitching backwards, hitters counts, he will go off speed, and then counts where you throw off speed regularly, he will go fastballs up, and they did a good job of mixing matching, and we just gotta get better, and we gotta have a better plan. And there's a lot of things that could have gone better for us, and they didn't. That's why we're here right now talking about this loss. But yeah, I wanted to serve as fuel for the guys for next year because
there you go. There's Carlos Correa, and that Astro fans talk about that a lot. But there's a former Astro saying, yeah, Martin Maldonado is a key part of why they are so good this time of year because he's
playing.
And and
he's out there.
He's great behind the plate. He calls great game. He knows every hitter's weakness.
Yeah, but Astros fans, they love to complain.
During the regular season, and Yainer Diaz had a really good year, and it's a reason to be excited for the future. And if Yainer Diaz can learn from El Machete about handling a pitching staff, and that's why Dusty Baker's so bullish on the guy. He's like, no, I'll put a 190 hitter out there if he can do that and help our pitching staff continue to dominate. And it's a big part of the Astros. Obviously, the Rangers like where they're at too. It's going to be a heck of a series. Both teams are playing good baseball. Rangers 5-0 in the postseason, outscoring their opponents and 200-win opponents. Big time, 3-1. so far in this series. Astros go right through the Twins. Did lose one game, but 3 out of 4, and they're the only one. That's going to become a big conversation, especially if the Phillies finish off the Braves. Rod.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the 104-win Braves, the Dodgers, the Orioles, all 100-win teams out. And surprisingly, how easy it was for the Rangers to go right through the Orioles, the Diamondbacks right through the Dodgers. And now here come the Braves and the Phillies. And
it's the old rust versus rest argument.
It is.
Essentially, these guys, right? Because essentially these guys are out of their routine where they get a week off. What is it, a week?
Yeah, because the end of the regular season was Sunday.
Did they get a week off?
And they had a week off. And the wild card games were played in the middle of the week.
That's a long time.
And remember, those series were supposed to be best of 3 series, but they only went 2 games each. So because those were sweeps.
Oh, you're right.
All
those
4
sweeps.
of them. They were all sweeps. So both teams had some time off. But, in a creature of habit routine sport where it's
162
day after day
games
after day.
after
and
that
then all of a
grind.
sudden you're not playing for a week. That, this could be a complete just coincidence that all 4 of those. I mean, these were the best teams in your league all year long.
I think you're past coincidence. You definitely notice. It's definitely a pattern. I don't know if you're at trend yet, but it's definitely a pattern.
I think we'll have to see it over time.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be one of those things that because this is a new format, and I think teams will pay more attention to it next year, right? They'll be trying to come up with things to try to keep you focused. I mean, gosh, you might do some simulated games with your AAA team or something, right? I mean, do something. That's
a good point.
Just to keep playing. But at the same time, you think you're getting the benefit of rest.
Do you want the buy? That's the question. Do you want the buy in the end? If you end up finding patterns that work against you or that are disadvantageous to having that rest.
Well, the Astros handled it. That's the one team that handled it.
But they're the ones who got a lot of championship DNA too.
That's right.
Right? They've been to the mountaintop multiple times. So they probably it is a new format though. So I'm not saying they know how to handle it because they haven't experienced it, but maybe they have better strategies in place.
I'll say this.
Than some of the other teams.
The game tonight with Phillies Braves, again, the intensity of that crowd in Philadelphia is unbelievable. And there's a new poster. Have you seen the picture of Bryce Harper staring down Arcia, the shortstop for the Braves?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is a classic picture. Somebody got a great shot of it from center field as Bryce Harper is rounding the bases, stepping on second base, and he is staring down.
If a face could give a middle finger, that would be it. Like, F you, man.
Picture worth 1,000 words. Because the reports were in the Braves dugout after they won on that crazy double play to end game 2. Word was Arcia was kind of popping off about bad base running by Bryce Harper. That was a big blunder, making fun of Bryce Harper because he did get doubled off, and he stared at him.
You know what? He took that personal.
He did.
He took that personal. That's what happens these days. I took that personal, man. When you said that about me, ever since MJ started that on the last day, I thought everybody takes it personal. Michael took it personal. Everybody, I took that personal. Dion took that personal, man.
Oh man, that picture is awesome.
I love the picture of him wearing the Dion stuff. You see the picture of Bryce Harper wearing like the Dion primetime stuff?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, and he is him. You know what I mean? I mean that Bryce Harper is one of those. If baseball has a LeBron James, it's Bryce Harper, right? He
is that guy.
He left high school early so he could start his career, so he could get to be the first pick and sign the huge contract with the Phillies. But you know what? That dude backs it up. That dude in the postseason is unbelievable, and one of the best hitters, one of the best bat to ball. Between he and Yordan Alvarez. And they're hard to find better than those two guys in a clutch moment. And a guy that's, I always say this, Brad, about baseball this time of year. You have to be able to hit good pitching because you're going to face good pitching. That's just the way the game goes.
Can't get to the playoffs.
You're every once in a while you're going to get a really bad pitch, but you can't miss the mistake, right? That's the key. You against a good pitcher, you may only get a pitch or two. You got to hit the mistake, and then you also have to be able to hit really good pitching, which Yordan Alvarez, Jose Altuve, Corey Seager. These guys absolutely can, and Bryce Harper is in that category. I want you to hear Bryce Harper, though. This is pretty good. This is when asked about the stare at Arcia, and did you mean to do it? Was that intentional?
Hey, let's get petty. We talked about how the pettiness is starting to infiltrate all the sports now. All the sports getting a little bit more petty.
Well, there's been many a stare down. Here is Bryce Harper, and he admired one of his first home run quite a while, and then the stare. Here's what Bryce Harper said afterwards.
Was there any motivation?
I mean, anytime anybody says something, right? I mean, that's what it's all about.
Did you enjoy staring him down?
Yeah, I mean, I stared right at him.
There you go. Come on now.
Yeah, stared right at him.
They'll play again tonight.
I'm down with his when he gets petty, man. I think it's good for the sports. People don't like it. It's not classy. It's not about sportsmanship. But the petty helps. It helps to build the drama and the storyline surrounding these games. So I'm glad that we said baseball needs to get a little bit more petty. The NFL is getting real petty. Now the NFL's got coaches talking trash to one another and players talking a lot of trash. NFL's petty. The NBA invented petty. Right? Golf started to get petty with the Live Tour and then guys talking trash. Now you got Rory going off on guys and stuff. So they're pretty petty right now. Women's college basketball got petty during their last championship game, and it was the most watched championship game in the history of women's college basketball. It ain't nothing wrong with Deion. Deion took petty to a new level with Colorado, calling out other coaches and got the nation watching Deion in Colorado. It ain't nothing wrong with a little petty. It does help the entertainment value of the product.
Well, and all great athletes are looking for an edge, right? They're looking for something to put a little more gas in the tank.
I took that personal.
I still don't get why Micah Parsons
took
the T-shirt personal,
hey,
not the losses.
They haven't fined Kittle yet either.
I think they did.
I'm waiting on that. I haven't seen it yet.
I'll look for it.
Yeah.
I think it did. But yeah, and by the way, Orlando Arcia, the shortstop, he was looking down, pretending like he didn't notice. He's like looking down. No, I didn't see it. I'll be tuned in tonight. 7:00. I'm more intrigued in that game than I am even the NFL game because one thing that come intriguing about the NFL is how many touchdowns Patrick Mahomes will score and throw, and how much the wind impacts that game. We told you earlier, the meteorologists are saying that wind could be steady at 20 to 25 miles an hour in Kansas City tonight with gusts up to 40.
So
that'll impact the kicking game and obviously the passing game.
I'll tell you this right now. I'm taking Broncos plus 10.5.
Are you? Yeah, but the
win. You taking the Broncos
plus 10.5?
Bro, have you been listening to me talk about how bad that defense is?
Have you been listening?
You ain't been listening at all, Luke.
I zig.
Bro, man, you need to zag on back. That defense is terrible. I'll give you the stats again. The Broncos defense is giving up on average a 78% completion percentage to quarterbacks. 133.9 passer rating on average. When you throw the ball 10 plus yards downfield against the Broncos defense, you complete 76% of those passes. The second highest is the Bills at 64.7%. They are on pace right now to be the worst defense in the Super Bowl era. They are allowing 450 total yards per game. That will be the most by any team in the NFL in its history since at least 1950. And the scoring defense has given up 36 points per game on average now. That is the most since the 1950 Baltimore Colts, who gave up 38.5.
Listen,
just saying, it's really bad.
That's
really
interesting
bad.
stat, but I would say this. They also gave up 70 to Miami, and against Washington, Chicago, and the Jets, three of the worst offenses in the league, they gave up 35, 28, and 31. That's a problem.
First time Patrick Mahomes has ever played the worst defense in the NFL.
Win could be a factor.
And Taylor Swift is going, so Taylor Swift's going to be there too.
T-Swizzle will be there. Nice.
To your point, though, Ty, they would have to, if the weather plays a huge role, they got to run the ball, and the Chiefs don't run the ball well.
They don't.
They just don't. They don't run the ball.
I double-digit spreads in the NFL. That's money for me.
And I'll add something else to your point. The Chiefs, wide receivers, terrible drop rate, and if it's going to be bad weather, they'll drop it even more. Rashee Rice leads all wide receivers in drop rate, 16.7%. Kadarius Toney is second, 15.8%. So even when they do throw it, if it's bad weather, their guys aren't catching the ball a lot. And Travis Kelce, who I love, I think he's great, but he's actually having his worst season. He's averaging a career low 8.2 yards per catch, a career low 6 yards per target, and a career low 4.7 ADOT average depth of target. So, to Ty's point, devil's advocate, maybe he's on to something.
Do you know who the Chiefs' leading receiver is right now?
Chiefs' leading receiver? I
can tell
Watson
or
something? Maybe?
It's Justin Watson.
Yeah.
With 17 catches for 217 yards.
That's crazy. I did not know that. I just guessed.
Chiefs 31, Broncos 17. Cover. 31-17.
I think they covered.
Yeah, it is 31-17. That's 14.
It's 10. Oh, so the Chiefs cover.
You said Chiefs cover.
So you don't believe in me?
I don't believe in you. I believe in the Chiefs at home.
Well, we'll see.
Because I think they'll force Russell Wilson into some mistakes, too, because they can score with their defense.
This is a legacy game for Russell Wilson.
Ooh.
You get blown out tonight, no one's ever going to look at you the same light. I'm already not, but I mean, I
Why would
sent you
tonight
the
matter?
stats earlier.
I've already watched him this
It's
year.
prime time, like I don't know.
Yeah, he's improved,
They got to
though.
do something.
He's 11 touchdowns, 2 picks this year.
I
He
did
has
not-
better stats than Patrick Mahomes this year.
I did not realize he had improved that much because I haven't watched a ton of Broncos. But you're
Sean
right.
Payton's getting more out of him, and but there are reports he and Sean aren't seeing eye to eye all the time because he doesn't run the offense. He likes to ad lib, which is
That's his thing.
kind of the way he plays
Yeah,
the
that's
game.
who Russell Wilson is.
Hey, we'll be back. When we do, we're talking to Drew Sanders, head coach of the Vandergrift Vipers, our weekly Thursday visit. And it's game night for the Vipers. They play a Thursday night game that we will preview coming next. Big one with Round Rock. Also some other high school. Plus Rod will take us behind the BOC one more time. We're loaded. And what's popping before the end of the hour? I think Titus gave us his What's Poppin' pick. We'll have that as well. Let's hook 'em up. Yeah, going to work. Our next guest is going to work. We're going to talk to Drew Sanders here in a moment, head coach at Vandegrift. They're off to a 6-0 start. Our visit with Drew Sanders every week brought to you by Brain Vault and the Brain Vault technology, irrefutable, backed by science that the mouthpiece, Brain Vault, the revolutionary patented mouth guard, has been proven to help the risk of concussions. 8 years in the NFL, 100 different players wearing it, no concussions reported. They have now gone to retail with a retail Brain Vault where you can get your young athlete or your team, like the Vandegrift Vipers are, fitted for and wearing the mouth guard, the orthotic that helps strengthen the neck muscles to have your jawline and your mouth positioned properly at the point of contact. That's what it's about, Rod. Reducing those concussive forces with you've made plenty of hits, and your teeth rattle together, and you can wear a mouthpiece that you just buy, or you can get the patented, backed by science Brain Vault technology that helps reduce, scientifically proven, reduce the risk of concussions. Time to play hard, but stay safe with Brain Vault. Go to brainvault.com to set up your fitting for your young athlete or your team. Not just football players, Rod, cheerleaders. UT cheerleaders are wearing the Brain Vault now.
All types of sports, man.
Lacrosse,
soccer, everything.
Soccer in a big way.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the Vaqueros hotline. He is the head coach of the 6-0 Vandegrift Vipers, Drew Sanders. Drew, good morning. I appreciate you doing it. It's game day for you guys. You guys are playing tonight on Round Rock.
What's up, Coach?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, good morning, guys.
Are you feeling good? I mean, you guys, I want to ask you about how you keep the edge. This team is off to a 6-0 start. Amazingly, you guys have outscored your opponents by 200 points, 257-57. You have to be proud of that, but how do you keep the pedal to the metal?
Yeah, I think it's pretty easy this week. When you're playing Round Rock, we know that, we've only had 2 district losses the last 5.5 years, and both of them were given to us by Round Rock. So, the guys understand how Round Rock is a great program, and we got to go to the Dragon again. This is my home away from home. Your opponent kind of helps you keep the edge, and so that's kind of what Round Rock does for us.
Hey, Coach, did I hear you say a couple of weeks ago that Alex Foster, who is just a fantastic defensive player, that he was dealing with some injuries? How's that going?
Yeah, he's out. He's out until probably last regular season game or playoffs. We're just kind of waiting till everything heals. He had an arm injury, but he'll be back and for playoffs and stuff. But yeah, we've had to have some guys step up. We were missing a starting linebacker too last week. And a starting nose tackle last week, and so it's both of those guys. Hopefully, we'll be back tonight. But we've dealt with our fair share of injuries on the defensive side this year.
No question, and but still 42-3 the win over McNeil last week. You heard it right here on the Horn. Of course, you'll hear the game right here on the Horn tonight at 7:00 with Vandegrift and Round Rock in Round Rock. And you said they've had your number a couple of times of late, but boy, your team has been really good, Coach. And you talked last week about these college scouts and coaches coming to your practices to watch your players. How does that go when a big name coach rolls in and is watching practice? Does that change anything for your guys, or just pump them up a little bit?
I think you're right on. You know how kids are. I mean, that they get pretty excited to see college coaches around, and I think that's pretty neat. We've had the last couple of years, we've had way more, than normal. We usually got, and nothing wrong with that. I played at Hardin Simmons, but we usually have a steady dose of Texas Lutheran and Hardin Simmons. But lately, we've actually had a lot of Division I schools come through there, and that's definitely an experience. And I think I mentioned it a couple weeks ago. But I've had some head coaches. Indiana head coach came by, and then of course the most famous person so far that's come by. I still have yet to meet the GOAT, Nick Saban, but I did get to meet the Michigan head coach, Coach Harbaugh, and he was a lot of fun. Oh. And you can see how outgoing he is and how he could immediately make you his best friend, because it was just a great conversation with him.
Hey, Coach, I don't know if you got a chance to watch the Texas OU game, but there was a big goal line stand by Oklahoma, which I'm sure they'll be playing for years to come now, because it was pretty iconic. Goal line stand might be one of the more exhilarating plays for a defense, period. I think I remember a few in my time playing. When was the last goal line stand you guys had, and can you rank something that is better in terms of more impressive for a defense than a goal line stand?
4 times.
Yeah, man. Goal line stands are the best. We as a defensive guy, man, you get somebody starting first and goal inside the 10 or so. I mean, it's just like it challenges your manhood. Yep. And when you stand tall in that situation, and we talked about this is kind of cool, because we talked about this like 3 weeks ago. Like, what do we change in the red zone? but you basically are just kind of rolling the dice on every one of your defensive calls. But if you just sit there, you know you're going to give it up. So you've got to force the issue, and that's that. This year we had a goal line stand against Midway, just physically just got them and knocked them back. That was really exciting. And of course, last year the most famous goal line stand was the Dripping Springs one, where we stopped them on fourth and inches from that, where the quarterback kind of got knocked back, fumbled the quarterback sneak. That was an unbelievable on fourth and inches. That was unbelievable. But I think the thing about a goal line stand is that what you learn is you learn about your defense, because literally everybody's once you get inside the 5, everybody's okay, this is just a foregone conclusion. This is over. And it just kind of just makes you remember no, we're gonna find a way to get this stop. And so you got to have in your tricks, bag of tricks, you got to have some choices there. That's a good defensive coaches have 4 or 5 calls that are going to just really cancel gaps inside and bring edge pressure, or maybe just trap a good receiver. You got to have lots of choices down there, because you never know where somebody's going to go.
Yep. Vandergrift and Round Rock tonight. Coach, you guys were in the state title game a year ago. Does that talk about fuel and motivation? How much has that pushed your guys to get back there and finish the deal this time? Is that something that has been a motivator for you guys in this great start you're having?
They every once in a while, I think somebody might mention or something, but I think we've, as a staff, have done a really good job of trying to keep these guys on the 7-step ladder that I mentioned before. We cannot skip over any step in the ladder or you'll fall. And, for us, this is step 4. And it's a big deal around here. We talk a ton about winning a district title. And this would be our 4th outright district title, because y'all know how hard it is for a high school to win a district championship. Just look at Texas and all the good teams they had. You look back at the Big 12 championships, they didn't really have many.
Right.
It's hard to win a championship in your league. And so we really, really focus on that during the regular season and talk a ton about that. And so I think our guys understand the importance of just staying in the here and now and playing a big game like tonight.
Hey, Coach, I want to ask you just kind of a football theory question. I got friends who are coaches, and some of them are willing to admit they steal plays from other coaches, and some are not willing to admit it. But I think all coaches do it to a certain extent. Do you, during the season, off season, are you taking plays from other football teams at every level, pro, college, and high school, or is it something like that maybe you're not willing to admit?
No, I'll steal everything. We actually put in a defense this week because I love Oklahoma's last play defense. And so they brought 5. I've never seen a 5-man pressure, no one for 30 yards, and then 6 people standing in the end zone. And so it was an overload pressure. They put all 5 guys on the right side, on the defensive left, offensive right side, and then crossed the nose all the way across to the other side and just wreaked havoc. And It was great. And so we installed that this week. We called it Victory Sooner, and kind of taught that a little bit. So that's an example of how coaches will just see something. I rewound it, got my pen and paper, wrote it down, and told my staff, hey, let's put this in. And they were like, I love it.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Nice.
Really cool. Yeah, and obviously you're watching a lot of film, so you see creativity on other coaches and other staffs, and rip and replicate. And replicate
right.
if it can help your
Yeah,
team win.
yeah.
Hey, Round Rock,
For
Coach,
sure.
you mentioned the rival that they are. They're 3-3, but they have won all 3 district games, so this becomes a huge one. What has been the improvement you saw? They dropped the first 3, but have won 3 straight now. What has Round Rock done to improve?
Man, I think they just are kind of just figuring out who they are. They had a few people to replace and a new head coach, and I think they've just kind of now they're back in the regular Round Rock what they do, which is win, and they're tough and physical and coached well. They go by their quarterback. Their quarterback's 3-year starter, and he is truly a man. He can put a couple people on his back and just keep running down the field. He's really, really strong. And then defensively, they're always strong. Their coach played at TCU, so they like to use a lot of the TCU concepts, 4-down stuff. But they'll get into some 3-down too. But they just I think just kind of started putting some things together, and now I think they're kind of back to normal.
Yeah, Mason Cochran, that 3-year starter at quarterback, big guy. You got to deal with his legs and his arm, and won a lot of football games for the Dragons.
He could play
Vandergrift,
linebacker if he wanted
yeah, he
to.
could play linebacker.
Yeah, I think he's got a scholarship offer at linebacker for Navy. Is what I'm
Yes,
thinking.
I think you're right, Coach.
Oh, very
Yeah.
cool. Hey, Coach, best of luck tonight. Appreciate the visit on game night. We'll have it for you here on a Thursday night. Anything change with your schedule when you're playing the short week, or just speed it up a little bit?
Yeah, it speeds up everything, and especially as good as these guys are, game planning, you better figure out what you like quick, and get it ready.
All right. Well, good luck tonight, Coach. We'll talk
luck,
next
Coach.
Thursday. Go get them Vipers.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, out on the road
Go
at
Vipers.
Dragon Stadium. It's a big one, 3-0.
That's a
district,
big
man.
one. Because Round Rock's always got some talent.
Rod, that looks like a misprint to me, but they've outscored their opponents by 200 points.
Yeah, I know.
That's 6A level of football, 257 to 57.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean,
Doesn't make any. But you know what? It's the Adams. Part of it is the Adams kid,
Yeah.
right? Deuce,
Deuce
the
is loose.
quarterback, and Mike Adams, who's for a legendary lifetime along with Mike Adams, who's now the wide receiver coach there. And his son, another son, is playing wide receiver, right?
Yeah,
Got the
the
brothers
sophomore. Yeah.
chemistry
Yeah,
going.
they throw it around the yard all the time.
And he's set to go to Louisville. Is he committed to Louisville? I believe
Yeah,
Louisville's
Louisville.
having a good year actually.
6-0.
Just upset Notre Dame.
Yep. So that's tonight. We'll have it for you here as we have all Vandergrift games here on the Horn.
I love talking to Coach, man. I learned so much talking to Coach. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I learned a lot.
How about he stole that? And he's talking about the Hail Mary play.
Yeah,
where Texas was
Said
trying
he-
to get.
Say he took a defensive play from the Sooners.
Yeah, Longhorns. And that,
Oh.
I thought, it's interesting. I remember noting it as it happened, but you don't usually see five guys coming on a Hail Mary. Normally they
No.
drop everybody back
Yeah.
and let the quarterback just kind of do his thing back there and get a good running start. They didn't. They brought and Quinn had to fight to get it off.
It was smart though when you think about it, because Quinn's got a big arm, so he had plenty of arm to get it there. And Texas has good receivers
And big receivers.
So I think actually it was a smart move. So you make sure that's not accuracy. You can kind of affect the accuracy and the timing of it.
Sure,
Yeah.
and I think coaches work on that, especially Quinn with his arm strength.
Mhm.
And they had a play. I mean, they wanted to tip it to each other. That would mean the Longhorns had a plan. One was going to tip it to the other, and
Just give yourself a chance.
But you have to and give. I know Texas fans don't like to do it, but listening to Danny Stutzman yesterday on the Jim Rome show, we played a cut from him. You've got to tip your cap to Brett Venables. Brett Venables, has been coaching for that game all year.
Yep.
Talked about how he had the 49-0 score taped in the locker room all off season. They, when they would do drills, they do 49 of them, right? Like 49 medicine balls.
Don't let them forget.
Don't
let them forget it, man.
They didn't. They
didn't.
leaned into it.
Mhm.
They owned it. And Brett Venables said, "Look, we earned it. I mean, we're the ones that lost 49-0, and so we're the ones that can fix it." And
then we all helped him prior to the game because everybody around the country just kept talking about how great Texas was and they about to beat Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah.
Oklahoma's got no shot. Brent Venables is a year behind. Now it's a script. And we all helped him because leading up to it, he's like, have you seen their hype video? The 7-minute hype
Yes, I
video,
saw
Oklahoma lose? And it's all just people around the country, like analysts talking about how Texas is going to beat Oklahoma. And you know what? We helped him out. Gave him plenty of bulletin board material to get hyped on.
they did.
Yep.
And but pretty clear. Look, Bob Stoops told everybody at Oklahoma when they hired Brett Venables that he was the right guy for that job.
That damn Bob Stoops coaching tree still haunting us, ain't it?
Yeah, and
Damn it.
And I think that's a big part of it. You have to, and I think Sark is learning to coach in that game. But
He
man,
is,
you got to
yes.
know. You now have to know what you're dealing with in Brett Venables, and that is his passion and the way he coaches that team.
It's infectious.
It's not just 1 year. You're gonna face a group that, as I described it, just like a hornet's nest. Man, they're gonna come at you because they play that game differently. They coach that game differently. You heard Danny Stutzman, if you listen to the Jim Rome show yesterday, say that's bigger than the championship for us. I mean,
Yes,
that's the game, man. And I think that's pretty awesome. I think Texas was their own worst enemy in that game and still have the better side. But credit to Brett Venables because they were on point in a lot of things, Rod. The scouting, his team was well prepped for that game, and they needed all of it, right? They needed every bit of it to pull out the victory. But down to that detail of Drew Sanders said, 5-man pressure on a Hail Mary play.
Yeah.
My buddy Mark texted me and said, "Hey, what if they ran a screen pass on that Hail Mary play? Wouldn't that be smart? If you're going to bring 5, and you don't really have time to think about that as you're lining up, and all of a sudden they got 5 guys at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
But if you put everybody in the end zone and then you're in a screen, could you motorcade your way down there? I don't know. That's interesting too. It might be a higher percentage than getting into the end zone with a Hail Mary at that spot.
Yeah, been a scary play. But no, you're right about Venables, man. I got a whole new respect for that coaching staff. They were ready. And, I had a Sooner tell me this, and I totally believe it. He said, y'all had a bigger game this year than Oklahoma, and it was Bama. Oklahoma didn't have a bigger game than Texas.
Yeah.
You guys had a bigger game. And honestly, Texas did. We all know in the offseason they focused on that game. Oklahoma's offseason, they were focused on Texas.
Yeah, and for Texas, I don't want to say it's not a big loss, but you can make up for it, right?
Yeah, you can.
You can run the table, get back there, beat them again.
Yeah.
Oklahoma, Brett Venables needed that win. I mean, he needed, because after 49-0 in a 7-loss season a year ago, losing that game again would have been a real problem. Now, he'd still be the coach there, but the fan base wants to see it, and they did. And, you mentioned the first interception was great scouting and great understanding. And Sark played right into it.
Yeah.
He needs to be more creative, but, man, they were on point. They really will. They didn't. The only self-inflicted wound and mistake I can think of Oklahoma making in that game was the missed field goal. Everything else they did, Texas stopped them when they stopped them.
Mm-hmm.
Texas made plays. I would also say Dylan Gabriel on a 4th down threw a ball behind Drake Stoops that,
the tight end, 4th and 2.
Yeah, he would have wanted it back. But everything else, they were really good. And that gives you confidence if you're Texas that, okay, we made a million mistakes. They didn't make any. And they also broke out this new quarterback run game that we haven't seen, right? We had to adapt to that on the fly. So there's a lot of coaching that can go on for Texas this week, knowing that, man, we're still pretty damn good. The polls didn't even drop us down to the top 10. We're still 9. We're the highest ranked 1-loss team. I think there's a lot you can learn from that game moving forward for Texas. But, you can't underestimate your opponent ever.
I know.
That's pretty clear.
Longhorn fans refused to give Oklahoma any credit. Texter here upset that we're giving props to Oklahoma about the game plan, saying they barely won by 4 points. What you don't understand is they came into that game leading the college football world in interceptions, and they got 2 against Texas. Both of the interceptions, Texter, were prepped. That second play that Sark came out in, that's the same play they ran, formation, personnel grouping, that they ran versus Alabama. They got 10 yards on it because they threw it to the trip side versus Alabama, and this time they threw it to the field side, which was the same side that the Twins were on in the Alabama game, and they threw the double slant. By the way, same play they ran in the Alabama game. So you can say, oh, man, they only won by 4 points. The reason they won by 4 points is because they were better prepped.
Yeah, they didn't
Sark
have a better team.
he rolled that same play out there and thought, oh, they're not going to know this. They're not going to remember it. Yes, they did, because all the guys on defense made the same audible and check and watched the cornerback on that side, Texter. He doesn't move. I'm a cornerback. I played that position. When I'm going up against A.D. Mitchell or I'm going up against Xavier Worthy, NFL receivers, my natural instinct is to give a little bit of ground unless I'm playing cover 2. All right, unless I'm playing a bump and run corner in cover 2. He didn't move, and he wasn't in cover 2. They were in man. They manned that side. And the reason he didn't move is because his defensive coordinator, Brent Venables, told him, don't move. When they run this play out, this formation, it will be this route. Trust me. It will be this route, and you will get the interception. And he did.
No, he did. That was good.
That was just one of the plays, guys. They had multiple plays like that. So it's nothing wrong with giving them a little props. Doesn't mean that you're a terrible coach, that you got out-coached. You'll come back again, and then you'll out-maneuver them next time. It's okay.
It is okay.
It's okay, man.
And know what you're dealing with. That's what I would say. I always say keep your friends close, your enemies closer. You got to know what you're dealing with that guy. And now you know for sure. Because last year, little resistance at all, because I think that team kind of gave up on their year, certainly in that game. But either way, that's not going to be the case moving forward. That's what makes it such a great rivalry. Can't wait for next October. We'll come back and hit some What's Poppin'. Get Ty's Sex Panther pick of the night, because there's a good baseball game, plenty of football to pick from. We'll have that coming next. Oh, man. What's poppin'? Who sings this song? Jack Harlow?
Chuck Harlow.
Chuck Harlow?
Jack Harlow. Jack Harlow. Oh, yeah.
All right, so what's poppin'? Jack Harlow. Are you guys a fan of, this might be poppin', are you guys a fan of, I don't know, actually, Rod, you've admitted you've never eaten at the chicken place, Raging Cajun?
I've never eaten at Raging Cajuns, and I know it's like famous chicken tenders, I think, or something like that. Right?
What's it called, Raging Cane's?
Oh, Raising Cane's.
Yeah,
Raising Cane's, sorry.
I had Cane's yesterday.
Did you see the one they're building in Dallas? Raising Cane's? This is not a promotion for them, but they have built, you can look it up, they built a Cowboys/Post Malone themed Raising Cane's.
Yeah, he's sponsored by Raising Cane's and Bud Light.
And it doesn't look like any Raising Cane's you've ever seen.
Hold up, a Post Malone themed Raising Cane's. What's the theme? What does it mean?
It's all blue. It looks. I mean, it almost looks like the Cowboys' place.
Does it like have marijuana somewhere in there?
To be an employee there, you have to have face tattoos.
Is that
That's
right?
what I'm saying. Like, what's the Post Malone theme? Face tattoos.
Look, there it is.
Herbal incense of some
So it's
kind?
all blue. It's got the star everywhere. I'm assuming Raising Cane's is also a Cowboy sponsor. Or they wouldn't be able to do that.
They love sports though. Remember, wasn't Bijan doing stuff with them, and they just
yeah.
did something with Baker Mayfield and VY.
Yeah, I mean they had that big billboard on the drag by that Cane's down there.
Yeah.
That always has some cool some UT players or something.
Look at that.
on
And so then
they like investing in sports.
inside. It's got this big mural of Post
Post
Malone
Malone
in a Cowboys jersey and a Cowboys hat.
And he's a cool.
And he's from,
that
area,
Dallas, right?
And I think it's right where he's from.
His dad is the like head of equipment or head of concessions for the Cowboys.
Is that true, for real?
Mhm.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. That's a nice, cool connection. Is he the most famous artist from Dallas? Like right now? I'm talking about living. I'm talking about all the time. I'm talking about living right now.
Probably.
Is he?
I mean,
is he like the Dallas, like the biggest, like hit, like no hip hop artist, but he is a hip hop artist, but in terms of musical artist.
probably
is that a big one?
Big X the Plug's getting pretty big right now, but not near.
Big X the Plug.
He's not Post Malone.
He was just
No.
playing on
Right?
campus last week.
Yeah, Post Malone's pretty big time.
Original name Austin Post.
So I would say Houston has them beat in that category too. Austin's got probably Texas period beat, because I think we have probably more famous artists, living artists here in Austin than maybe Houston are.
He's from Grapevine, Texas.
Beyonce's probably
I've
the H-Town.
I've met him
really
briefly.
Nice.
Picking up some herbal substances.
Nice.
Hold on, did you run into him while you were also shopping and he was shopping?
Yes, I went to the shopping center and he was there just hanging out. And it was like, I mean, he was famous, but he wasn't as famous as he is now. But he was like, "Hey, man, what's up?"
So now he
going
can't go
on?
get his own stuff anymore. He's got to send somebody, probably.
I mean, I think it was just it was in Dallas and like around Grapevine, I think, and I think he just was probably one of his old boys or something. I don't know. It was.
Wow.
I walked in, I was like, "What the hell?" It was similar to when I met Patrick Mahomes, and he was also extremely high when I met him. So
Patrick Mahomes was?
Yeah.
Makes me more of a fan.
Where was that?
At Tech.
Makes me.
Oh, he was in school.
He was like an honorary member of the fraternity I was in, so he hung out with a lot of the guys.
Yeah, I'd make Pat Mahomes an honorary member of my fraternity too. It's pretty awesome.
But it was before he was even
before he's big time.
It was his first year as a starter. He hadn't started a game.
Did you meet
yet.
his wife or future wife?
She was not there.
She was not there with him?
This was a boys hanging out.
Okay.
Hey, also, is this popping or not? We kind of bullish or BS in what's popping. But, Danny Stutzman at Oklahoma, we were talking about him doing the tour yesterday.
Stud linebacker.
Yeah, well, in his pregame emphatic speech to his team, he had the quote that has now become a T-shirt, and he's making NIL dollars off this.
Smart man.
Oklahoma only fears God. Texas fears Oklahoma, is what he said. And
It was a good quote.
And it's now printed on a
It was a good
T-shirt.
quote.
And actually, Brett Venables was seen sporting it yesterday, helping his guys sell more T-shirts.
Come on.
Well, you can't get mad at the man for having a great quote in the pregame speech and then now having it become something that he can monetize in NIL world. Come on, Longhorn fans. Y'all know y'all just mad because it was a good idea. It's a good idea.
Creative.
Y'all
And Oklahoma's pretty famous for their T-shirts, too. They always have
They
fun
hate it.
T-shirts.
I did see the Texas Rangers already dropped "You Can Take Me Higher" shirts.
Oh,
Thank you.
nice. There you
For the
go.
LCS.
Has,
Oh, for
has
Creed?
Creed reached out yet? Have we have a Creed connection yet?
I mean, like I
With
said,
Rangers?
they were
Shouting
shooting
out?
on Twitter and stuff
Mhm.
together.
Could
So
that
I think
mean-
it could be in the works.
Could that be like kind of medicinal, too? Can you take me higher? I mean, give me higher?
Good.
Higher? I don't know.
Post Malone.
Post Malone. Hey,
It could be
now.
spiritual.
Maybe they
Yeah.
should make the remix between Post Malone and Creed instead of talking about something else. Can you take me higher? Yeah, the good stuff.
All right. Well, good stuff right there. We need Ty's Sex Panther pick of the night, but let me say this, thoughts and prayers. One of my favorite people I've ever interviewed, unfortunately, has passed away today. Walt Garrison. Walt Garrison.
No, that's sad.
One of the legendary Dallas Cowboys of the old times, running back. And I got to interview him. We used to do our show out at the NFL Alumni Golf Tournament. Wherever
Great
it's
event.
been.
Great event.
Great event. And he was there a couple of times, and man, he was the funniest guy. Could tell the best stories. He's a real cowboy, Rod. Walt Garrison went to Oklahoma State.
He's not one of them J.R. Ewing Cowboys.
He's not one of those jokes, man. That guy's a real life cowboy. Then, of course, he played for the Cowboys.
Played for the Cowboys twice, right?
Yeah, legendary. He's also a pro rodeo star.
Because he played for Oklahoma State?
Yeah, he was the real deal.
Damn, so he was a Dallas Cowboy and an Oklahoma State Cowboy?
Yes.
Damn, he and a real Cowboy in real life.
Yeah.
What are the odds of that?
Yeah. He's from Denton, Texas.
I guess
Went
so.
to Oklahoma State.
Good for him, man.
He was going to play linebacker, and then they moved him to running back. But he is a funny dude. That's a good guy. He's 79 years old. Apparently died in a retirement home.
Yeah.
Rest in peace to Walt Garrison. Hey, Ty, what's your pick of the night? We got a lot to choose from. We've got college football, pro football, and baseball.
I'll give you 3.
Ooh.
Not a parlay.
Just 3 picks.
Not that I won't be parlaying it, but I wouldn't suggest it. I'll go Phillies money line. I think that crowd's going to be
they're jacked
too
right
much
now.
for Spencer Strider to handle.
But Spencer Strider's our best pitcher. He'll go to the hill with that heater against Suarez.
And then I'll go with Houston +3 against West Virginia tonight.
I like that.
I think Dana
Houston
will
can
get
score.
right for this game.
Yeah, they can score it too.
I think it's a big game for
and
Houston.
they both had the week off ahead of this game, so they'll both should be fully prepped with the short. So we can't worry about a short week for either of them. They both were off last week.
And then I gave you one earlier, Broncos +10.5.
Yeah, you like that double digit. You know what? I think you're on to something potentially if the weather cooperates with you.
Yeah, anything double digits in the NFL is a lot, right?
Yes,
It's just
plus
a big
bad
number.
weather. Yeah.
And we've seen Denver
and
perform in garbage time as well.
Well, in a divisional game too. Like, let's not forget that this is a divisional game that you played in division games, Rod. You know the guy across from you very well.
They know each other really well.
You know that
familiarity.
Guy. You know the ones that keep you up nights and the ones that you feel pretty good about, right?
That's true. And Taylor Swift will be there. So
T-Swizzle.
Distraction.
T-Swizzle. Is that bad or good for your pick, Ty?
That's good.
That is probably
distraction.
Good. Yeah.
By the way, it finally hit me. You know who Travis Kelce looks like right now with his
with the porn stash?
With the mustache he's got going?
The porn stash.
He looks like Arthur from Peaky Blinders.
Never seen it.
I haven't started watching it. You did suggest that I should start watching it, though.
Well, he's one of the brothers. He's the drunk brother. Good fighter, too.
Okay.
Yeah. Great character. He played great. I mean, because
check it out.
So if you've seen Peaky Blinders, that's who he's reminding me of.
Okay. To check it out.
Yeah.
I
don't even know who that actor is. His name is see him right there?
Oh yeah, he does.
Sick.
Oh yeah. He does have that. He got that stash.
Peaky Blinders. The Peaky Blinders.
Yes.
Arthur Shelby. It's one of the great characters, man. He was awesome. Cillian Murphy plays the lead, but he's his brother and he is a character. All right. Hey, everybody have a wonderful Thursday. The weekend is here, Rod. Watch a bunch of football tonight. Watch a bunch of baseball. Tomorrow we're going to have insiders. We'll get to our insiders for the Rangers side and the Astros side. Get some national perspective on this epic series that's coming. It's never happened before. And we can't find an example of a Houston team versus a Dallas team in any series, in any sport this big. And we're going to get hopefully 7 of them, Rod.
Damn
7
good.
of them.
It's a beautiful thing.
Starting Sunday.
Go Stros.
Go Stros. Say go Rangers, Rod, or Ty. Go Jers.
Go Jers.
Go Jers. You got to add that this time. Can't be on one side. We're coming back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. every hour of this show, including Mike Craven. All of our conversations